Yo, what's up? I mean, not like he got banned. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I can't like ban him. That's not how it works. What is raptured? Oh, I'm trolling.
What's
How
up,
old are
dude?
you?
I'm 20.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or moral?
Um, yeah, so I'm a straight Christian. I grew up Christian. Granted, I've never read the Bible from front to back. But I think that when the world was made, it was made with Adam and Eve. And obviously that's how people reproduce.
So how do you know that God exists in order to imply here that being gay is wrong because God exists?
Well, I can't really say any specific reasons why he exists. It's more of opinionated. I'll be at my lowest point. I pray to God. And things only he can fix, they end up better than expected.
Are you driving, by the way?
Yeah, I'm on my way to work.
I gotta go to the next person. TikTok TOS, everyone. You can't drive while on the live. You can't drive while on the live. Let me go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you think that being gay is wrong or immoral, y'all. All right. Give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
24.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
I personally don't think it's wrong, but I think I can explain why society would say it's wrong.
I am just looking for people who disagree. Appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much. We're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 500 shares, y'all. It will help get it out to more people. We've been on for 40 minutes or so. So again, if you want to help get it out to more people, you can tap the screen, share the live. We're going to be on for a long time, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. For some reason, it's not going to that person. We're going to go on to the next. If you do send a guest request right now, I might be able to get to yours. If you send one later, I probably won't, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, bro? I'm 22.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
Yeah, man, I think it's wrong, but not for the reason most people do. I just think health-wise, I think the stats show it affects men more. Like, you can get more diseases, you can affect your area down there more, and it's just not good for you in the long run. I think it's more of a risk. So that's probably the only reason I would say it's wrong.
Yeah. So do you think gay intercourse between two men is better using a condom than straight intercourse between a man and a woman?
So you're saying like both without the protection?
Yeah, one without protection, the other one is with protection. The gay intercourse is with protection, and the other one is the straight intercourse is not with protection.
The same risks are there. They're just different diseases, you know. But I feel like the ones that men
The
catch,
same risks?
like, you know, you can still
Clearly,
get it.
one is at more risk than the other one because one is using a condom, the other's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said both not using it. I apologize.
No,
But,
no, I'm referencing the gay individual is using a condom and the straight individual is not using a condom. Is it wrong? Is it worse for people to engage in gay intercourse in that scenario?
Yeah, for sure. Just because I think you can die more off of it being with another man. I'm pretty sure.
Can you give me any evidence of that?
Well, AIDS is a very deadly disease.
You can also get that when you're straight. You'd be at a higher rate if you're not using a condom compared to
Oh
someone
yeah,
who's
for
using
sure.
a
I'm not
condom who's
disagreeing
gay.
with that.
So again, if you said that it was worse for the individuals who are gay here, right, they would be at a statistically lower rate of getting any type of STD or anything like that. Right. So
There's a
it's not
higher
off the
death
basis
rate
of
for gay
STDs,
individuals,
right? It's off the basis of the fact that they're engaging in gay intercourse. So what's particularly wrong about gay intercourse that means that, right? Or what's particularly wrong about gay intercourse?
Just because there's a higher death rate with gay individuals compared to straight individuals.
Can you justify that to me?
I mean, I kind of just did. I mean,
You
it's
just
more of a
referred to that
deadly
one
risk.
STD. If I refer to the STD, you're at a higher rate of getting it when it relates to the straight intercourse. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much.
It's all good,
again,
bro.
remember
I just wanted to get that point out there.
So are you going to respond to my point? Again, even in the scenario where they're at a statistically lower rate of getting an STD, you still said it was worse. So you don't care about the rate of STD.
I mean, I care about it, but what can I really do? I mean, it's not wrong.
Well, then why would you contradict yourself there then? Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you
I'm
so
not
much.
contradicting myself.
You did, absolutely.
All right.
You said that it matters more based upon this reason, and that's like all encompassing, right? But then when I applied it to a particular scenario, it doesn't actually apply.
I don't know. Maybe that scenario is just not the most common scenario going on right now.
That doesn't matter how common it is. It still shows the issue.
All right. It's all good, bro. I wasn't coming to do all that.
It's a debate on a debate platform.
Nope, it's all good, bro.
I'm so confused, chat. Like the people who I didn't mean to come up to debate on a debate platform. I'm confused. I don't know what they were thinking. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 38.
Yeah. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
Yeah,
Why
I
so?
do. I believe the whole narrative that people don't have a choice is wrong. And the whole fact that, people keep throwing out hypotheses and using them for facts that's wrong as well. Like I've seen it with a few users that just throw it out there and saying, "Oh yeah, it's science. It's been proven." Well, it's actually been disproven by the second largest GWAS genome-wide association study conducted and funded by the National Science Institute in 2019. And they studied on over 500,000 people, and they found that there are 5 genes that do deal with sex, but not one of them can associate an identity. And
Wait, you're talking about identity? I thought we were talking about in terms of sexuality.
no, I'm just saying, I feel that, because people are saying, "Oh, it's in our genes. We don't have a choice."
I can send you. I have an entire bibliography with sources that relate to this that can show you that there are genes that are associated with predispositions towards being gay and being straight. There's not one straight gene or one gay gene, but there are particular genes or things within the genome that lead towards like a greater likelihood of this being the case, right? So it still plays a role, right? It's not like at all relevant. I mean, not relevant.
I
know
feel
what
like
you're
it's
talking
just
about.
more environment that plays the role in determining, somebody's sexual preference. Honestly, it's like
Okay. So here, and then again, do you choose your environment? So it's
obviously
still not
not.
a choice, even under your view, even if you
You're
consider it
dealt the cards you're
environmental,
given.
which the study does not. That's your opinion. The study does not like include that it's environmental there, right? But like, even if it were to be environmental, that doesn't mean that it's a choice, right? That would actually indicate here that it's not a choice because you don't choose your environment. So I don't know what your reference is there to say that it's a choice.
No, I'm just saying that it's
Oh, he just got community guideline. Yo, today is going wild with the TikTok guidelines. Chat, I don't know what's going on today. I really have no clue. That's a lot today. Why is it going so quick, chat? What's going on? I'm so confused. All right, we're going to keep going, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, send tap the screen or share the live, everyone. It'll help get out to more people. I swear I'm not kicking people off. I promise. Like, if you've been on my live, I never do. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
Yeah, do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
I do think it's wrong.
Why so?
Well, there's a lot of things that come from it. There's STDs that are spread because of it. There's that. There's the fact that when you partake in can you tell me what I can and cannot say? Can you spell it out for me? Because I don't want to get kicked because I say something that I don't know I can't say. Like as
You
far as
can't say slurs on my live.
No, not like that. Like I think there are certain words like I can't say GAY or something like that, or else I'll get kicked or no.
I don't know what you're
Am I
talking about
allowed?
that. But like here, let me respond to the STDs point. So when it relates to STDs, actually, first of all, Travis, thank you for the Venmo. And also thank you, Jenna. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, y'all. So when it relates to STDs, there are particular STDs that are more likely to be spread when it relates to gay individuals, but there are other STDs that are more likely to be spread when it relates to straight individuals. So I don't think that's going to be a very good basis for saying that, like, it's going to be wrong for people to engage in gay intercourse because there are particular STDs that are more likely to exist within straight people as well. Secondly, when it relates to condom usage, if gay people use a condom, right, in terms of engaging in intercourse and straight people don't, straight people would be at a significantly greater likelihood of getting an STD. In that circumstance, would the gay intercourse be better to engage in than that straight intercourse?
Are you asking me would it be better to engage in?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, no, not
So it's
at all.
not about STDs.
Well, that's my take on it. That yes, it is about that. And then my second take on it would be
No, it's not, because in that scenario, you would have applied it. In that scenario, there's a greater risk of getting STDs when it relates to the straight intercourse. Yet you said it was preferable to engage in the straight intercourse.
I would say that's my. And then my second outlook was as far as like doing it, it's just like you're not supposed to, penetrate somebody in that area. There's a lot of things that could happen when you do that to someone. You can give them rectal tears and stuff like that. You could obtain, things like, hemorrhoids and things like this, and so there's a lot of complications that come with it, indulging in something like
You
that.
can get that from straight intercourse, and you can also get that from pregnancy and stuff like that, right? I don't know what
Right.
you're talking about.
I get what you're saying, but you're talking about you can get it in pregnancy. It's like, well, what else is going to happen? It's like you're having a baby. You see what I'm saying? Like you know what? I think that's where I'm biased because I also think it's wrong because it's against, my religion, which is Christianity. So it's immoral.
Oh, there we go.
in my
That's the
opinion.
basis. So it's not about the reproduction. It's not about the STDs. It's about the religion. So how do we know that your religion is true to then describe that being gay is wrong because your religion is true?
That's the thing. It would be based off my faith. I can't
Okay.
give you a scientific reason. I can't give you, I could just give you scripture and things of that nature where it says, "Hey, don't do this." Um, but I've experienced interactions with like people in the gay community. I have nothing against them. I just believe
Wait
that
here, but
there's
before we
certain
do, I want
things.
to I want to reference this because you're relating to the justification. If you just base it
Yeah.
upon faith, what would differentiate that view from my faith that say that the universe was created by Ben 10 slamming his omnitrix and it created the universe, and Ben 10's actually the
Right.
creator of the universe, and I
Right.
have faith in
So
that. Is that just as
correct.
justified as your worldview? And thank you, Nicholas. I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah. So if you want to explain it based off of like, for instance, people say like Christianity is a theory, and correct, it's a faith theory. It's my belief and my spirituality. And if for you to ask, hey, would my theory and my belief in something be any less? According to you, no. According to me, yes. But once again, I can't control your reality and what you believe in.
No, no, no. I'm
So yeah,
saying no. I'm not saying you can control. I'm saying is this just as justified under your worldview as your view?
oh no,
No, if it's
no.
not,
For you
what's the
to
distinction?
um yeah, you're gonna have to make me understand what's the distinction between what you just said you might believe in and what I believe in.
Yeah, what I just said is what you could believe in. I believe that the universe was created by Ben 10 slamming an omnitrix, and Ben 10 is actually the creator of the universe, right?
Well,
So
the
is
distinct.
my
Okay.
faith in that just as justified as your faith in your Christian God?
Yeah. So when it comes to beliefs and faiths, yeah, yeah. One who does believe in a certain guideline, a certain moral code, yes, I would look at you and say you're wrong. That's not correct. This is what I believe in. So therefore, I would be looking at you and saying that's wrong. That's why I would look at people and they ask me, "Hey, is gay a sin? Do you believe gay is not right?" And I would say, "Yes, that's what I believe in." So it has to do with belief and faith and just things of that nature. For someone, what I do think is also wrong is if someone, well, that's not part of the topic, so I won't say that. But yeah, so it's based off my faith and what I believe is wrong and things like that. I don't believe someone should be treated differently. I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
believe
asking.
someone
I'm
should be
asking
hurt.
what. Hey man, I'm asking a very specific question. And Lawson, thank you so
Uh-huh.
much for the Venmo as well. I'm asking
Mhm.
what specifically differentiates your view from this view that means that your view is more justified than that view.
The distinction would be that that's just blatantly what I believe, and
And
being
this would be
it's
blatantly what I believe.
correct. And see, that's where we would disagree. We would we
Yeah,
would
but
dis-
what
we would
makes
agree
yours
to
better than
disagree.
mine?
What makes mine better than yours is my belief that it's better. I can't
My
give you
belief
a
is better than
factual
yours
statement.
then, right?
See,
Just
and
because
there
it's
we
my
go.
belief. Okay, so
There
you
we
understand that
go.
that's not actually, so there's no difference in terms of the justification. So if there's no difference in terms of the justification, right, who's to say why we should accept your particular view rather than any of the infinite possible things you could have faith in? Because there's no standard for which faith will dispute a particular claim. I could have a belief that, right, and a God that sends all people who believe in religions to hell and all people who do not believe in a religion to heaven. Right? I could have that
That's
belief,
yeah,
right?
one
And that's
thousand
just as
percent.
justified. When I die, I'm going to be a Pokemon master, and I'm going to be going to win all the gym badges, beat the Elite Four, right? Be the champion of the region, right? In
Mhm.
Pokemon, Right. And that's just as justified as your worldview, right? It's just based upon faith. There's no standard to confirm or disconfirm a claim. I'm not just saying these, I'm trying to make fun of people. I'm not doing that. I'm not trying to make fun of someone. I'm saying
I believe
these
you.
are
No,
these
you're
are the
sincere.
absurdities of holding to a standard in which you have no way to say that I don't believe this claim, because all it is just I chose to believe this. And you could choose to have believed in Pokemon, or choose to believe in Ben
You're
10,
correct.
or
It
choose
is
to
a
believe in the
choice.
Tooth Fairy or the Santa Claus or any of these things creating the universe. And I fundamentally don't think, I appreciate the handout, thank you so much. I don't think that is a rational standard to use, right, in society.
Well, and so I understand what you're saying, that, my belief and my standard shouldn't be held higher than anyone else's, because if they choose to feel that way or believe in something, that's their right. I understand exactly.
No,
what you're
it's
saying.
just as much as what you're doing. That's why we require evidence to justify positions, not just our feelings, because like I could feel
Right.
like anything is true.
When you say evidence, evidence meaning what? Like I have to have like a scientific reason, or like, something that you would hold with value besides me saying, hey, I just simply believe in this way. I believe this way on this matter.
Like a rational argument, right? A rational argument would be like something that I would relate to here. Jamie, thank
Yeah.
you so much for the Venmo as well. I appreciate it.
Well, then I would go along to say my rebuttal to that would be, it's just not natural. Like it's not it's not how life goes on. Like life doesn't go on, as far as like, the circle is concerned, with gay. It just doesn't. Life
Okay,
doesn't
so if
go
you're relating
on.
to life,
I
okay, so is it
believe-
wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
Well, you're using this example, and this example, I looked up that statistic. It's around like only concerning women. I believe out of the population, it's like 17.2% of total, and I think it was only
In the
United
overall
States,
population, that's a huge percent.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is that the other percent that it's not, we get, me and you were born, so it's kind of like you're using a small percentage.
I'm not using a
to do the
small
whole
percentage.
thing.
This is not a small percentage, right? There's more people that are in this community than people that share my eye color.
Right.
That's fucking wild. Okay, like I don't know why that would be relevant. Okay, so my point here would be that if I engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile, is it wrong for me to do so? Because again, I could have engaged in intercourse with a woman who's fertile.
Simply, the answer would be no. But to say that because a woman's infertile and I'm saying that gay intercourse is wrong, it just doesn't. You see what I'm saying? You're using that based off of me saying life doesn't go on and having a child. You're basing it off of having children, and you see what I'm saying? And I know I said it's based for like life doesn't keep going, but I feel like you're comparing night and day on that. I'm trying to figure out a way
Well,
to
then what would be the
say
reason
it.
why it's considered night and day then?
Night and day pertaining to it's not natural, man. It's not
What
natural.
does natural mean?
To say natural meaning is that natural meaning in this case that for
Yo, everyone is getting violations of the community guidelines today. This is wild, chat. I actually, like, it's literally everyone. I honestly don't know what to do. This is way more than normal. T-Zippy, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. Debate you on abortion being allowed in the first trimester. Yeah, when I do that topic again, you definitely can, man. Let me go on to the next person. Again, if you like the content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already, everyone. We're going to go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
Nah, I'm sorry, man. I just wanted to say hi and say I appreciate what you're doing.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Have a good day. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Live stream on YouTube. We wouldn't be able to send out to people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Yeah, do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
Having gay sex is wrong.
Why?
Because having sex before marriage and having sex with another man is wrong according to the Bible.
Okay, so how do you know the Bible is accurate in describing to us what's right and wrong?
You don't need to be married to have purpose. Jesus wasn't married and he had a great purpose.
How do you know the Bible is accurate in describing to us what's right and wrong?
written by eyewitnesses that
What'd you say?
Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are written by eyewitnesses.
Well, we actually don't even know what some of those writers actually who they were, right? Secondly, some of this information is passed down word of mouth, right? After, right? We don't have like the original transcripts of these. Like next, right? When you relate to eyewitnesses, right? I don't know what you're referencing. Can you please give me any type of evidence to believe that?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Well, it's not a debate if the Bible's accurate or not, because even if it is wrong, if everybody in the world, including gay people, followed the Bible, everyone's life will be better.
Okay, so like I don't think that us following the Bible would make our lives better. I think that gay people's lives would be worse if they followed the Bible, because it relates to something that makes them suppress a part of themselves that there's no reason to suppress.
No, a lot of gay people feel like they have no purpose, but if they give it to God, God will give them a purpose.
God, can you give me any evidence that God exists?
You don't need to be married to have a purpose.
Can you give me any evidence that God exists?
If you believe God exists, then your own reality exists. If you don't believe he exists,
if I believe the tooth fairy exists in my own reality, does the tooth fairy exist?
No, because that's different.
Wait, why is that different?
It's very different.
And why?
Because we made that up. God made us.
We made up God too.
No, we didn't.
We did.
Yeah, we didn't.
We actually did.
Who made up God then, and how is he this smart?
Different religions, right? They're different depictions of God. Those are different creations of God. They really actually are.
Well, if you really take Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, it's all the same with little turnoffs. They turned in different parts.
They're not little turnoffs. There are contradictions between the religions.
Exactly, but they all start from Prophet Abraham.
So I don't even think that's relevant. Sure, right? They have like similar characteristics, right? But I don't think that describes anything. I don't think that makes it true, right? There are similar characteristics within Hinduism, within particular respects, as they're like monotheistic in some aspects. There are other religions that hold monotheistic notions of God.
Well, this is off topic.
Did you know that?
No, but it's off topic.
No, okay.
Conversation of his gay being wrong.
Well, no, your justification for why being gay is wrong is that God exists, but you have no justification for God existing. So it's the same thing as me believing in the tooth fairy. It ultimately is. If it's just a choice in terms of what I believe in, there's nothing distinguishing you believing in God from me believing in the tooth fairy, Ben 10, Pokemon, anything that I decide to believe in. Big Time Rush could have created the universe.
No, because once you believe that God exists, you'll see him in your life. It's hard to explain to someone who doesn't believe God exists. You won't ever see him in your life because you don't believe. I used to
believe for years. What are you talking about?
Did you seek?
Yes, absolutely. I don't even know what you're talking about, right? So if I believe the Big Time Rush created the universe, right, is that just as justified as your worldview?
No, Big Time Rush didn't create the universe.
Okay, so like what? You need reason? You need evidence? What do you need?
You probably didn't actually believe.
You need reason, evidence, anything?
What turned you off from believing in God and becoming...
The fact that I can't rationalize the worldview.
What do you mean by that?
I think that it entails contradictions. One, I think there's not even a justification for there even being a basis for it outside of the context of the problem of evil, perfection-based arguments. There are simplicity arguments against it that justify the idea that it's less likely to be true than other types of hypotheses that we could assume. So I think there's no basis for believing in it. And there's so many arguments against it that it's actually absurd. It really is.
Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, but even if you don't have to believe in the Bible, even if you just pretend to believe and everyone pretends the Bible is real, and for one day, just one day, every single person in the world that follows every rule of the Bible, the world would be a better place.
Yeah, if I wrote down in a book everything to do, I could make it better than the Bible, and if everyone followed that, it would be even better. Because I could do better. I could write a better moral code to do than the fucking Bible. The Bible, go to fucking. No, you want me to give it? Go to Exodus. Do you believe in the Old Testament?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Okay. Go to Exodus 21, 20 through 21. Okay, and read it for me.
It's just 21. I don't have a Bible on me.
Oh, do you want me to read it for you?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Yeah, Exodus 21, 20 through 21. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. But they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. Is that what you hold to? Do you think slavery is okay? And do you think it's okay to beat someone so long as they recover in a day or two? If they're your property?
Well, slavery.
Do you believe that?
Slavery was recorded in the Bible. Doesn't mean that the Bible.
And do you believe that that is the best moral action to engage in? Do you believe that they shouldn't be punished?
Just because slavery was recorded in the Bible doesn't mean that the Bible is promoted.
Do you believe that they should be punished? It says that they should not be punished. Do you believe that they should be punished?
I believe whatever the Bible says.
So you believe that they should not be punished for beating someone they're considered their property, so they can own people, they can beat them, so long as they recover within a day or two.
Oh.
And you think that that's a good moral code to go? You think that's conducive for a good society? That's the society you're saying is good if we upheld?
Well, study Jesus. Study Jesus. It'll change your mind. Study everything about Jesus. You'll see how he's a perfect man.
And when did Jesus say that it's wrong to be gay or wrong to engage in gay intercourse? When did Jesus particularly say that?
He said you should not have sex before marriage. And did
he say that marriage is only between a man and a woman?
So the Bible says.
No, wait, does Jesus say that? Did Jesus say that? Did Jesus say that marriage is only between a man and a woman?
I don't think he said that.
No. So if he didn't say that, right, then he didn't condemn homosexual relationships.
No, but you should not be having sex before marriage or sex with another man. Well, for those
why?
Because they're both equally sins.
You said you were appealing to Jesus. Jesus never said that. We can relate to the Bible. There's no justification for the Bible. There's no justification for any of these claims. Why ought we believe this? Why ought we follow this? Again, and actually address the Exodus claim. Would you like to address that?
Every teaching that Jesus has is something that builds the world up, not takes it down. Everything, there's a reason. It builds the world up.
This builds the world up? This builds the world up?
Sex before marriage does not help the world in any way, and neither does
yes, it does. Wait, what are you talking about? I actually have no issue with that. Knowing if you're sexually compatible with someone before you get married and spend that type of commitment with someone is actually really, really important to know.
Okay,
right? So I think it's better, right? I think that you're delulu if you want to wait, right? Like, because clearly it could not be compatible, and then you're just like, fuck, right? Like, that's tough, right? Maybe you should have thought more about that. Okay, but do you think that this is good? Do you think this is justified to like literally own people as property, to beat them so long as they literally get better? And if you relate to the New Testament, I can give you something else as well, by the way. Appreciate the epic GG. Thank you so much. Do you want to respond?
What'd you say?
Do you want to respond?
What'd you say? What'd you ask?
Oh, I asked you about Exodus. Right, but I can relate to something in Ephesians, right? What does this say? Read it to me.
Slaves, obey your earthly master, respect the fear. No, that's not what Paul meant.
No, read it. Read it. No, read it.
Slaves, obey your earthly masters, respect the fear with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Jesus. Obey them not only to win their favor with their eyes, the Son of you, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart. You got to understand what Paul is really saying.
Oh, and what is he saying? Slaves, obey your earthly. Slaves, obey your earthly.
Can't remember right now to that. So
okay.
If you go look them up, you can. But
okay.
Back to the original argument. Is being gay wrong? No. But when you start to engage in homosexuality, that's when it gets wrong.
But you have no justification. And are you saying that we ought to hold to the Bible here?
No, because it brings the world. It doesn't bring the world together. It brings the world down. It doesn't bring the world.
You know what brings the world down? Fucking slavery. Owning people, beating them. I appreciate the cheer square. Thank you so much. Why do you think that's okay?
There's no Christians to have slaves anymore. There's 0 Christians in the world that have slaves.
What do you mean that's false, right? You can't say that that's true.
Well,
right?
There might be an asshole that just so happens to be a Christian, but...
What are you talking about? Do you not remember, like, colonialization? They were Catholics. Different. They were Christians.
They were just jerks that just so happened to be Christian.
Oh, no Christians did this. No Christians did this. Oh my gosh, no Christians did this.
They were jerks that just so happened to be Christian.
No Christians did this.
They weren't. The Bible didn't tell them to do it.
What do you mean? What do you mean the Bible wouldn't tell them to do it? We just read 2 verses that told them to fucking do it. What are you talking about, bro?
Also, I've seen straight people.
No. Address that claim. Obey your earthly masters.
Obey your parents.
Come on, you think it's obey your parents?
Look, there's a very good response to what you're saying.
It literally says slaves obey your earthly masters. Are you the slave of your parent?
No.
Oh, okay.
Say slavery was recorded in the Bible.
And it told you to do it.
Slavery, no, it's not.
It told you to do it.
No, it's not. It's not telling you to
What are
do
you
it.
talking about? It literally does. It literally does, bro. Okay, in Exodus 20 through 21, it literally says that they should not be punished. It says they should not be punished.
Yes, slavery was recorded, but the Bible was not promoting slavery. And if you read any of the Gospels...
Hey, can you read Deuteronomy 22, 28 through 29?
No.
You want me to read it for you? If a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give to the father of the young woman 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife because he has violated her. He may not divorce her all his days.
No, I zoned out.
Oh, you want me to read it again? If a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed and seizes her and lies with her, rapes her, right? And they are found, and then the man who lay with her give the father of the young woman 50 shekels of silver, and he shall be his wife, right? Because he has violated her. He may not divorce her in all his days. It's literally, is that something that you hold to?
That's not... Okay, when Jesus died on the cross and he resurrected, it separated us from having to follow the Jewish laws. I mean, now we follow what Jesus...
Oh, so you don't hold to the New Testament or the Old Testament. Okay.
No,
now we
because
can
that's why
reduce
we
the Old
don't
Testament.
celebrate
We're gone.
That's why Christians don't have to celebrate Hanukkah.
God's changed. God said, I'm
That's
sorry.
why-
Fuck. Appreciate the night helmet thing. He said, fuck, my bad. I did not mean to do this. Don't listen to these old things that I wrote down that I told them to do, where I literally just genocided the whole planet. Don't listen to that, right? Let's now talk about what we've got in the New Testament. And what does the New Testament say? The New Testament says, slave, obey your earthly master. So it reinforces slavery.
That's just... Jesus didn't even write that, number one. That was Paul. But Paul doesn't...
But you hold to the New Testament, right?
Yes, but he's not literally...
Wait. By the way, Jesus never claimed that homosexuality was a sin, never claimed that gay people can't get married. Okay? So if you're only going off of what Jesus said and not what Paul said, it sounds like you're not going to be condemning homosexuality. I appreciate the cowboy hat. Thank you.
I'm not... It's just as bad as sex before marriage. They're equally... They bring the world down. They don't bring the world together. Every teaching in the Bible brings the world together. I don't care.
Wait, are you going off of Jesus or are you going off of Paul?
Jesus.
Oh, so if you only go off of Jesus never said that gay people can't get married.
No, Paul's not saying to actually have slaves.
No, do you hold to Paul, yes or no?
Yes, I hold the Paul.
Okay, if you hold to Paul, well then he is literally telling slaves, I appreciate the fruits out, thank you so much, obey your earthly masters.
Anyway, back to your argument.
Is that not clear? I don't know. He literally told slaves to obey the masters.
No, that's not. He wasn't literally meaning slaves.
And then why did he say it?
Back then, everybody.
What did he mean then? He said it and he didn't mean it. What did he mean?
He didn't really mean it. Slavery was just recorded. It doesn't mean.
He was just joking.
There's a very good response to this question. I forgot it, but you got to watch this guy named Ask Cliff. He has a very good response. But anyway, I've seen straight people, right? They go to jail and they're in jail for a long time, and they become gay.
Yeah, so this is a correlation causation fallacy. Just because it's associated with the idea that someone comes out as gay when they're in prison, right, doesn't mean it caused them to be gay, right? So I'm just not going to see why that's like going to be a reason to indicate that to us that like going to prison causes people to be gay. Can you give me any evidence of that causing people to be gay?
I have a friend that's a corrections officer, and he sees it. They start.
That's correlation causation. Can you give me any type of study that indicates this?
because they're so deprived from females that they become gay. You can do the opposite. You can deprive a gay man from not being a man for so long, he then becomes straight.
I don't think that's true, right? So you're saying that if you got deprived of sex, you would engage in gay intercourse?
I wouldn't, but
You wouldn't? Why not?
It happens in jail.
Wait, why not? Why wouldn't you?
Because I'm not in jail.
No, if you were in jail, would you do it?
All females around me.
So if you were in jail, you'd do it?
No, I wouldn't, because it's against the Bible.
No, why not?
It's against the Bible.
Okay. Say the Bible didn't exist. Would you do it?
Well, no, we wouldn't exist. So I want
No, that does not follow at all, because the Bible entails contradictions, right? But if the Bible doesn't exist, we still exist, right? Would you still say would you do it? Appreciate the Mr. Orange. Thank you.
I said, well, if the Bible didn't, if then some religious book would exist that I then believe in, and I would believe in that book.
No. Let's say your book said it's okay to engage in gay intercourse. Would you do it?
It wouldn't say that.
Oh, if it did, would you do it?
I can't picture myself doing that. No.
Why not?
Because
you're not gay.
About a man's asshole.
Because you're not gay. Whoa, no way. Yo, that's wild. It's almost like you can't choose. Yo, that's fucking crazy, bro.
No, but there is people that would. I swear.
There's people that, okay, so how if you can't choose, hold on, let me ask you the question. If you can't choose, what makes you think that they can?
Because they're in jail for so long, they're going so crazy.
So if you were in jail for so long, could you do it? Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much, Braden. I appreciate it.
That's a question.
If you were in jail for so long, would you do it?
I don't see myself doing it, but if
exactly right. Why? Because you're not gay.
But they also don't see themselves doing it either. That's why.
What do you mean they don't see it? They did it. Yo, Braden, I appreciate the whale diving. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. They see it. What are you talking about?
They're in jail for so long that they end up becoming gay.
So that's not how it works. Can you give me evidence of that? Thank you for the cuddle with you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can you give me evidence that it causes them to be gay?
Yes.
Anything.
There's tons of articles about jail rape. A lot.
Okay. By the way, you have to say R word or essay, but can you give me any evidence of that? That people are caused to be gay by going to prison? Google
jail rape.
Can you? By the way, R word or essay. If you say it one more time, I'm gonna have to kick you off because it's TikTok TOS, right? Can you give me any evidence that it causes people to be gay though? That's not causing people to be gay.
Off the top
right,
of
in terms
my
of going
head,
to prison. Appreciate the Forever Rose. Thank you.
Off the top of my head, no. But if you go on the internet and look up jail,
appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much, and Tony. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
If you look up jail rap, then you might be able.
So what is the basis of grape? Right, it's like control, power, and dominance. Right?
Yes,
does that necessitate a particular attraction? No. Right. So that doesn't indicate a particular attraction, right? That indicates, right, that there's some sort of power, domination, or some sort of element of that within prison.
No, because they're in the shower, right? You drop the soap. Oh shit! Now I have to bend over to pick it up. Tyrone comes up behind you.
Yo, don't. What do you stop? Thank you for the Panther pause. Appreciate it, bro. What are you saying, bro? Can you just give me like any type of evidence? Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Like, come on, bro. Like you. Thank you for the hand arts. You literally, why do people do this? Oh my god.
My computer loads.
Yeah, can you explain why it's Tyrone, by the way?
I don't know. You're putting me in traps.
Yeah, no, can you explain? I'm putting you in a trap. You said it. I'm just asking why you said it. Can you tell me why you said it?
No, I can't.
Appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much. Why not?
I just picked a random name out of my head.
Why? Unconscious bias? Appreciate the hand art. Thank you. Appreciate the fruits hat. Thank you. Are you saying that you have subconscious biases?
What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean? Oh my god. You don't know what subconscious bias means?
No, I don't.
I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. You know what subconscious
30
means?
minutes
Appreciate
completed.
the confetti.
Burn
Yo, does it say
calories
in my
131
live? Wow.
calories.
Do you know what subconscious means?
Heart rate 117 beats
Do you know what
per
bias
minute.
means?
No.
No, you don't know what a bias is?
Bias is me like a choice.
Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. You have something against a particular community just off of them being a part of that community. That's a bias.
Absolutely not.
What do you mean?
I'm absolutely have nothing against people being gay. I just say.
What are you arguing? What the fuck are you arguing? And by the way, we were talking about the fact that you were like engaging in
going off topic.
Like subconscious biases that relate to racism. But like when it relates to this, you are literally arguing that it's fucking wrong. What are you talking about?
How am I being? No, being gay is okay, but if you start...
Thank you for the glowing jellyfish. I appreciate it. Thank you. Being gay is okay? Engaging in gay intercourse is wrong? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because it's against...
Okay, but you have no justification for that.
Book.
Again, no religion is justified. Give me a justification. Go for it. Try.
Because every rule that every religious book has is something that brings the world, that builds the world up, not tears it down. It brings people together.
No, I would say that I think there are way better arguments for it tearing things down than it bringing it up. If you actually want to relate to this, you believing in something just based upon a faith, I appreciate the handout, thank you so much, degrades society. It really does. And I actually really believe this because if you want to look at it this way, right, you have no process to confirm or disconfirm a claim that's given to you. And if you have no process to confirm or disconfirm a claim, you're literally priming people by believing this to authoritarianism, to being controlled, right? To being deceived. If you have no process to see if whether or not someone's lying or whether or not someone's telling the truth, or to say whether or not this actually corresponds with the evidence, right? Well, then again, you are just going to be controlled, right? Do you not see that? Is that not blatantly obvious to you? That throughout society, historically speaking, that there's historical precedence that indicates that literally people have been controlled by using divine control? I appreciate divine kingship. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. This is like throughout all of history, this has happened.
Yes, there might just be, like I said before, there might just be one jerk off that just so happens to be Christian.
No, this isn't one jerk off. This is literally something that existed throughout like a lot of fucking kingships, right, in the past for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years, right? People are controlled through religion, right? I'm not joking. Imperialism, colonialization, right? People were literally forced to engage in these particular religions in countries around the world by European colonialism, right? In order to be able to control them. That's actually literally was the basis to control them. And what does it rely upon? It relies upon you believing in it based upon just your preferences, just your choices, right? Yeah, that's why. Right? It's trying to control you. It really is. If you have no process to accept a claim or to disconfirm a claim, how the hell are you going to see whether or not something actually corresponds with reality? Appreciate the cowboy hat.
Whoever's in the wrong, they died and God judged them on their judgment day. And now they're...
How do you know God exists? How do you know God exists? That's the question I'm asking. I'm trying to get you to critically think, bro. Why are we not critically thinking about our positions?
In my realm of reality, he exists because I believe. In yours, he doesn't.
If I believe that the tooth fairy exists, do they exist?
But that's how he made it, because he wants us to give you a choice, and that's the choice you have.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So if I show you a water bottle right now, am I forcing you to believe that the water bottle exists? I appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much, by the way.
No, it's not like that.
No. So God can show us that he exists, and we can still have a choice of whether or not to believe in him.
Okay. Say this. I have a girlfriend, right? I say to her, you don't love me unless you have sex with me. That's manipulation. You're doing the same thing with God. You're saying, I don't believe you unless you show evidence.
What are you talking about? Are you saying I'm manipulating someone if I say that I'm not going to believe that they exist until I actually know they exist? That doesn't make any fucking sense. What are you talking about? How is that even comparable? You literally just compared grape to like showing someone exists.
No, it's manipulation. It's just...
How the fuck is that manipulation? Explain.
Because you're supposed to choose to believe God. If you want to choose to believe God. If you don't, then in your own reality, he won't exist.
Okay, so my point is that there's no basis to say that I should accept your religion comparative to any other religion. There's no basis to say I should accept your religion comparative to believing that a pencil is God. Believing that Captain Underpants created the universe.
I mean,
that is just as justified. I'm actually serious. That's just as justified as your worldview. If you just base it upon faith. Captain Underpants created the fucking universe.
That makes no sense.
No, it actually is, right? You want to know why it makes no sense? Because it shows the absurdity of your claim. If you believe in something just based upon faith, there's no way that you can say, I can't accept this. There's no way you can, right? Because it's just a belief. You chose to believe that.
Yeah, no, that's different.
Why is it different? Give me the reason.
If someone starts to believe that Captain Underpants made the universe, and that's belief in a false god, which you shouldn't do.
Okay, well then, how do you know that yours isn't the same? Because again, you use the exact same process of justification.
God is not a historical argument, but when he put Jesus here, it now can become part of a historical argument. Make sense?
Okay, can you give me any historical evidence that indicates that God resurrected?
The Gospels.
Okay, again, the Gospels don't justify your notions here at all, right? They don't justify resurrection.
The whole spread of Christianity with Paul. That's what made me Christian, actually. Because there is these.
What are you trying to reference? Like, you understand, like, if you want to relate to, like, the tomb or something, for example, right, I would believe, I think it's most likely that Jesus would have been crucified on the cross and left there to decompose on the cross, right, rather than being put in some sort of tomb, right? If you actually look at back then, right, most people who were crucified were left to decompose.
Okay, when I was debating if I should be a Christian or a Muslim, I really looked at the spread of Christianity and how these super Jewish people that were so certain that Jesus was blasphemy magically became Christian out of nowhere. It's just there's only one way that they can become Christian, when they're this Jewish and this certain that Jesus wasn't God, and they became Christian out of nowhere. That is why. For like all my friends in the chat, this is sick. Yo, he left. This is my stream now. Everyone follow me. Right now.
I'm sorry, like, is this the society we live in, right? Like, wait, you said super Jewish? I don't know what you're referencing with that, but we literally, your best argument is that some people who are Jewish decided to believe in Christianity?
No.
Right, that's the argument?
They were hardcore to the core, believed that Jesus was blasphemy, and something happened to turn them into Christians. You can't do that by convincing someone. Like, it's for me to convince you to become Christian right now, it's probably...
What are you talking about? People change religions all the time.
Not leaders, not religious leaders. That's like the Jewish rabbi.
What religious leaders?
Like Paul.
Wait, so can you point to me where I can see that? Right? No, like, I don't see any reason to believe that, like, a mass amount of Jewish people converted.
Paul was supposed to kill Christians.
No, you made a claim about a mass amount of Jewish people, right, converting?
Yes.
I don't think there's evidence of that. That definitely doesn't exist.
The spread of Christianity is evidence of that.
No, it's not.
And 1 AD. I mean,
no, okay. Give me the specific evidence that relates to a mass amount of Jewish people at that particular time, right, converting.
Paul's the first one I got. Paul,
mass.
The disciples. I mean, the mass, the spread of Christianity, and how it fucking grew rapidly.
And when was that?
100, 200 AD.
And when was that? 100, 200 AD?
Until like now.
Wait. Did you say 100, 200 AD?
I'm saying it was still spreading. Like from 30, when Jesus died in 30 AD, it started spreading. The 180 and 280, 300, and so on.
So were you saying that it took 300 years?
No, it spread like it spread crazy.
No, it did take 300 years. If you actually look at the history, that's literally what it is, right? I could easily relate that to you. Again, like, I've never even seen this claim be made that you're relating to right now. I don't even know what you're talking about, right? But again, if we want to relate to the idea that this religion is justified, how can you say that it's justified or say that you want to believe in it when it's just as much lore or correct as anything that we'd write down in a book? I could believe in Marvel movies being accurate. I could believe in Harry Potter actually exists. These things are just as justified in terms of me having faith in them as you having faith in this. I could believe SpongeBob and Patrick created the universe.
Okay,
Griffin created the universe through a temporal loop. These are all things that are just as much valid in terms of believing as what you've just told me, if you just base it upon faith.
Then why would Paul do this and turn on all of his fellow Jewish people that wanted to kill him? Why would he turn on that? Why would he turn on everyone?
Like, why would Paul believe?
Yes. Why, if something didn't happen to Paul,
why do many religious people? Why does Prophet Muhammad believe that Jesus isn't God?
That's a different argument for a different time. You're not.
Wait, what do you mean?
It's a different argument.
It's the same idea. It's like people just have their particular beliefs. They believe in different religions. That doesn't mean it's justified. So what is the basis for the belief? Why is the justification? This doesn't justify it.
Argument with the Muslim. I had this argument with the Muslim before. It's just a whole nother argument for a whole other time.
What? No, I'm saying, what is the difference between these two claims?
They're similar claims, but if you're deciding if you want to be Christian or Muslim, you got to really study both books and kind of get to go with your gut decision.
Like, okay, for example, right? I think it would be pretty similar the way that Paul believes, as many other Christians who do today. They feel like they had some type of experience, and they decide to believe after that. Right, that's common, right? But I don't think that just because they feel like they had this spiritual experience, that justifies the conclusions they formed from that spiritual experience. As for example, if we relate to Prophet Muhammad having an experience with the angel Gabriel, you don't accept the conclusions formed from the Prophet Muhammad having that spiritual experience, but you accept yours. So why do you accept yours, but you don't accept theirs? What's the difference?
I don't want to start problems with Muslims in the chat, but Hitler also thought Angel Gabriel came to him.
What?
Yes.
Can you give me evidence of this?
His book.
What
Hitler
book?
thought Angel Gabriel came to him. One of his books. I don't know.
What book?
I have no idea. But Google Hitler, one of Hitler's books about his life that he wrote, and you'll see.
And how does that even relate to it, though?
He claimed an angel came to him. Because I don't believe, I believe that Muhammad was deceived. But this is another argument for another time.
Okay, but like, can't you say the same thing about your view? How do you know that you weren't deceived?
Because why would the disciples die? Why would they write a book and they know they're going to die?
Aren't there people that have died for other religions? If you ask people who are alive today and believe, they would die for Christianity, who just have faith. They don't have any evidence that it's true, and they would die for it.
Because they have faith.
Would you die for your belief?
Yes, because I allowed Jews.
You have no fucking evidence, and you fucking die for your belief. That's the point.
My evidence is the spread of Christianity and how these people who are
the spread of Islam. Islam's going to spread more. Like, Islam in the 21st century is going to become bigger than Christianity.
They're having like 8 kids at a time.
Cry about it.
That isn't. It's another argument for another time. You're not a Muslim, so you could care less. I'm saying these Jews were so certain that Jesus was blasphemy and miraculously became Christian. There's no other explanation except for Jesus appearing to Paul on his journey to Damascus.
Okay. So I'm at. What's the point?
The point is, my original argument, being gay is okay, but homosexuality isn't okay. Okay, because the Bible says it's not, and the Bible's the true words of God.
Okay, I don't accept that. There's no basis for that claim. That's just something you believe in.
Because I choose to. You don't. Choose
I believe the book of Harry Potter is accurate.
No, because the Bible doesn't say once upon a time. Harry Potter says once upon a time.
Does it?
But the Harry Potter doesn't claim to be a document. The Bible does.
I could just say that I believe it's an accurate correspondence to the world and around us. It makes claims that I could interpret as reality.
Also, you won't allow God into your life ever. Even if you claim you did, you never did.
Oh, okay. How do you know that? Please let me know.
Because you don't believe.
Just because I don't believe now doesn't mean I didn't believe before.
Oh, I guess you got corrupted or something.
The no true Scotsman fallacy?
Never heard of it.
You should look it up.
Well, my computer's fucking slow.
Well, it sounds like everything in that room is.
Whoa, relax there, buddy.
I will relax, don't worry.
Look, the chat likes me.
Do they?
Yeah. I don't know for mine, and all my friends are joining.
Oh, that's tough. Did they just hear that? That's really unfortunate, bro. I don't know. Do you want to give me like an actual argument? Maybe you can show off to your friends.
I won the argument. I won.
What argument did you win?
I proved Christianity to you, and there's nothing you weren't able to make a.
Do you actually believe that you did?
I do.
That's kind of sad.
But
do you want to go through like? Do you think God is a perfect creator?
I do.
With a perfect test taker, like, what do you expect to see?
God knows more than us.
Hey, with a perfect test taker, what do you expect to see?
God doesn't think like us. He thinks
a perfect
different.
test taker, what do you expect to see?
A perfect test taker?
What do you expect to see?
No one's a perfect test taker. Only God's
I'm just asking, what do you expect to see, man?
With a perfect test day, I don't know, fucking
Perfect scores on tests. With a perfect free throw shooter, what do you expect to see?
I guess they studied every day, right?
Oh my God, perfect free throw shooter. What do you expect to see?
Perfect three. They practice every day. It takes time to get good at.
No. You expect to see 10 out of 10 free throws made, right?
Yeah, but that's not possible. It's very.
I mean, it is possible, but
yeah, it's unlikely.
we're just conceptually speaking about it. 10 out of 10 free throws made. A perfect creator, what do you expect to see?
He is perfect.
Answer my question. Perfect creator, what do you expect to see?
He gives us free will. We make our own choices.
No. Perfect creator, what do you expect to see? Perfect creation, right?
Yeah, we're perfectly
okay.
Created perfectly.
Were we created by God?
Yes. You think all this was
am I perfect?
You're perfect in God's image. You may not think
I am perfect?
But God thinks you're perfect.
Wait, so if I'm perfect, why do I need to go to hell?
Because you chose to live your life separate from God. All hell is separate.
So I wasn't perfect?
No, because you chose to be away from God. Hell is
no, so I'm not perfect. So I'm created by God and I'm not perfect. Okay? So if I'm not perfect, doesn't that tell me that I don't have a perfect creator? Because a perfect creator would entail a perfect creation?
God made you how you have to be, how you should be for your purpose.
No, did you hear me? Again, right. Perfect creator entails perfect creation. Okay? We're not perfect, and we're created by God. Therefore, we don't have a perfect creator. Want to know why? Because we're not perfect. We would expect to see a perfect creation given a perfect creator.
No, and Jesus was perfect. God created Jesus perfectly, and he was perfect. He was the one perfect man on the planet. Yo, shout out to this kid in the chat named Brendan Bevins.
So do you want to argue against my point? Or do you just want to, embarrass yourself in front of your friends, man?
No. All right, repeat your argument.
Perfect creator entails perfect creation, right?
Mm-hmm.
We were created by God, under your view, and we're not perfect. Therefore, God isn't perfect.
But Jesus was perfect.
Well, no, your God isn't perfect because we're not perfect. And we would be expected to be perfect given the fact that we were created by that perfect creator.
Okay, smart. That's a smart one. But he gave us our choices, and we don't make perfect choices. Free will, we have our choices. I'm gonna give my friend Dylan, I'm gonna give him a $20 bill. I can also slap him in the face. But whatever I choose to do, I'll be judged for by God. And with the being perfectly judged.
Okay, but the point is we're expected to be perfect.
No, we're not expected to be perfect.
I don't know why you do that.
That's why Jesus died on the cross, to die for our sins.
No, can you understand my point, though? We're expected to be perfect, right? Given that we're not perfect, that tells us that we don't have a perfect creator. So your God doesn't exist, right? Because you believe that your God is perfect. And if we had a perfect creator, we would be expected to be perfect. So just on the basis of us not being perfect, we can reject your God.
We weren't perfect. But God sent Jesus to die for our sins and to reconcile with mankind so we can make heaven. Because none of us.
Jesus came to save us. Wait, why does Jesus need to save us if we're perfect?
So we can go to heaven because we were disgusting people. None of us.
Oh, so we weren't perfect.
No, we're not. But you were.
There you go. So we don't have a God that is perfect.
No, but he is perfect, but he gives us choices and we can't make perfect choices.
We can. Does Jesus make perfect choices?
He does, but he wasn't.
He does, right? So if Jesus is perfect and that means that he makes perfect choices, well then if we were perfect, we would make perfect choices. I appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. We would never be able to be corrupted the same way Jesus was never corrupted.
Then we would be a robot.
Wait, hold on, listen. Jesus was tempted by the devil, right?
Yes.
And because he's perfect, he never succumbed to that temptation.
Yes.
Okay? If human beings were perfect, they could get tempted by the devil and never succumb to that temptation.
So yeah, humans are not perfect.
Okay, exactly. So again, if they were perfect in the beginning, like you said they were, then we would still be perfect.
Humans were never perfect. Adam was.
There you go. Humans were never perfect. If humans were never perfect, that means that we don't have a perfect creator.
Yeah, exactly. No, God is.
Exactly.
You don't understand my point. He's perfect, but he gives us free will to make choices. So that's why we're not perfect.
No, man. Okay, if we have free will, Jesus has free will, right?
Yes, but he was perfect.
Yeah, okay. If we were perfect, then we wouldn't do the wrong thing. We would do the perfect thing, even though we have free will.
No, but it's impossible for us to be perfect, and not only Jesus was perfect. It's not like...
Why is it impossible for us to be perfect? Do we not have free will?
If you're in high school and you're walking in the hallway and you know it's a hot girl, you're going to automatically think she's hot. That's actually a sin of lust. Anyway.
That's not the sin of lust, by the way.
But
There's huge disputes on that. There's huge interpretation issues when you're white, so that we can talk about that. I can bring someone up that knows the particular Hebrew and knows Greek that could reference that and show you that you're wrong, right? But the point is that even if you want to relate to this, right? Jesus never did that. Jesus never had attraction. Are you saying Jesus wasn't straight?
He was straight. He had every temptation that we had.
So he lusted. So he lusted.
But he defeated every temptation. No,
but he lusted.
He said, "Gouge your eye out."
Wait, but if he has every temptation, that means he lusted. Under your worldview.
No, he defeated every temptation. You're right.
So he never had that attraction.
He was a temptation. He had the temptation, and not.
Dude, if the lust is just the attraction, you're telling me that Jesus never had that attraction. Therefore, Jesus was not straight. So God is not straight. So it is perfect to not be straight. You're telling me it's perfect to not be straight. That's what you're telling me right now.
God's not a human. He's a personal being. He doesn't have a gay or straight, he or she. He's a personal being.
Jesus is human, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So God is human. So the point is that God is not straight. If God is not straight, you're telling me it's perfect to be not straight.
Well, you don't understand the Trinity. Because
it doesn't make any fucking sense.
It's hard for us to comprehend it because it's something only God can understand.
Yeah, because it doesn't make any sense. Right? There's you can hold to monarchalism, which is kind of like a 3 parts in one whole sort of idea, but that's called heresy under your view. So otherwise than that, the Trinity is absolute bullshit. It doesn't make any sense at all.
The Trinity, it makes a lot of sense. Jesus was not.
Okay, I'll ask you this question. Is Jesus human?
Yes, he was human.
Is the Father human?
No, that's the Father, God.
Wait, so you're saying Jesus is God and he's human, right? But the Father is God and he's not human? So you're saying that God is both human and not human simultaneously?
The Father created the Son to reveal himself through the Son.
So again, you're saying that God is both human and not human simultaneously?
The Father is not human. He's a personal being that loves. The Son is a human.
No, so the Father, again, God is human and not human simultaneously. That's a contradiction.
It's got to understand, because you don't get the Holy Trinity.
Because it's incoherent.
No, it's not incoherent. The Father created the Son to reveal himself through the Son. That's why we call Jesus the Messiah, because he revealed God to us. Okay, understand. We don't think that Jesus created the oceans. He wasn't here yet. God created the oceans.
Okay, what you're not understanding is that if you believe that God is logically whole, right, in terms of the Jesus and in terms of God, the Father, then you're telling me that they're logically identical. If they're logically identical, right, then there can't be differences between them. Okay, that's why you have to hold to a view in which says that they're different parts of the whole. Okay, if you don't hold to a view that says different parts of the whole, then you're committed to saying they're logically identical, which is an issue.
No, it makes no sense what you just said. So
what didn't make sense?
They're two different. The Father created the Son to reveal himself through the Son. The Son was perfect, 0 sins committed, born from Mary. So he was part Mary.
So they're different parts of God. They're not holy God. Is Jesus holy God? 100% God?
He was a human. God created Jesus to reveal himself.
Is Jesus 100% God?
No, he's human.
So you hold to the part view that Jesus is partially God.
He was a complete perfect human.
Is Jesus partially God or wholly God?
Partially God, I guess. God revealed himself through Jesus.
And that is heresy under your worldview. Okay? That's heresy.
He was a human like us, because the flesh is weak. The flesh is weak, the spirits are strong. God, that was God in the flesh, so it makes him not as strong. But he was a perfect man, more perfect than any of us can ever be.
So like, you're just not understanding. Is there anything else you want to go over or talk about?
Yes.
What?
You can become straight if you are gay. It's possible.
Can you become gay?
Yes, I can become gay. If I say,
can you choose to find your mother sexually attractive?
If I say one of my boys, hey, get over here, buddy, and bend over, I can become gay.
You can find them. Okay, so you already find them attractive?
No.
By king. So like, can you find your mom sexually attractive?
No,
you can't. Stupid, so if you can't choose your sexuality, what makes you think that gay people can?
No, because there's some weirdos that do.
Yo, everyone, put by King Andrew in the chat. Everyone, by King Andrew.
No,
let's go.
I won the argument. Look at
no, dude, you're by King, bro. You're by King.
378 blue stars.
By King Andrew, everyone. By King Andrew in the chat. Let's go.
I smoked you in the argument.
By King Andrew, come on. Okay, so the point is that if you can't choose your sexuality, you can't choose to find. Then how do gay people choose their sexuality? That's my point.
I don't know. It's just something they decided.
Oh, okay. I appreciate Little Crown. Thank you. So, okay. So it sounds like you already find attraction towards some of your male friends. You may need to address some of that.
I was just making a joke.
Okay, so you can't find them sexually attractive.
No.
Okay, so if you can't find them sexually attractive, what makes you think that gay people can?
Because when I've seen gay people go to jail for life, they end up engaging in gay intercourse because they're female.
Because they're gay?
No, because they're female.
Gay people?
They're not going to see
gay people engage in gay intercourse? Oh, it's almost like straight people also engage in straight intercourse.
No, but they're not going to see a female in so long.
That's not how it works. Andrew, would you want to engage in gay intercourse if you were in a prison? If you were stuck in a prison for decades, would you want to engage in gay intercourse?
I wouldn't, but if
you wouldn't, would you be okay with it?
I wouldn't, but there's guys.
You would? You would be okay with it?
No, I wouldn't.
No, okay, so why not?
Especially on bottom, I wouldn't.
Okay, well, is that coming from experience?
No.
Then why'd you make an especially claim?
Dude, that probably fucking hurts.
Like you had a preference against or for. How do you know it hurts?
I'm just going to assume that it hurts because your asshole is tiny and then this fucking giant friggin' bus. I don't know. It's just fucking probably hurts.
I don't know. It sounds like you're thinking about it a lot. I don't know why you're thinking about buses going in your butt, but like that's kind of weird, man. I don't know why you're thinking about that right now if you're straight. That seems to be something you're kind of running from there.
A question: are you straight?
Yeah, I am. Honestly, I think this might be just the fact that you're a bi king. Yeah, W's in the chat. Bi king Andrew. Yo.
Why am I the bi king?
Well, because you said that you can find your friends sexually attractive, and then also you're thinking about the fact that things are going up your butt right now. So it sounds like you're kind of like a you know, like thinking about it a lot, you know. And it's okay. It's not a bad thing. Like we accept you, man.
If I was gay, I'd be fine. I just would I would just follow Jesus anyway, and I find my purpose through him, not through other men, not through homosexuality. If I was gay, I think I'd be a fine gay person. I would just follow God, find my purpose through God. You don't have to be married to have a purpose.
Okay, so like, okay, again, how do we know that God exists? It doesn't seem like we have a basis for that. It seems like that view just ended in contradictions, man.
Oh, well, it's the same argument over again.
Yeah, it's gonna be because you're not willing to accept things like the problem of evil. You're not willing to accept things like the perfection arguments that entail contradictions.
Because I saw how I let Jesus into my life, and I saw my life get better.
Do you think that a squared circle is possible?
And that's why I can't. That's what.
Do you think a squared circle is possible?
This whole argument is a square circle.
Huh? Do you think a squared circle is possible?
A
shape with no sides and 4 sides simultaneously.
1 hour completed.
No, you don't think
Burned
so.
calories,
okay.
252
Well, then if your view
calories.
ends in a contradiction,
Heart
well, it
rate,
can't be true either.
101 beats
Your
per
view ends
minute.
in a contradiction, therefore cannot be true.
So does your view.
How does my view end in a contradiction?
How does my view end in a contradiction?
I told you, I gave you the perfection argument earlier. I can give you the problem of evil, right? Would you like to go through those again? I mean, we've already gone through them. Just the perfection one, though.
No, I think I won the argument, though.
What did you win?
I won the argument.
What was your winning argument?
I won the argument.
What was your winning argument?
Being gay is okay, but you cannot be committing you should not commit homosexuality because God is watching.
But you have no basis for God existing.
I mean, there's tons.
Like
yourself.
Myself existing doesn't mean God exists.
The fact we're talking right now. Think about
doesn't mean God exists.
The billions of people that exist on TikTok, all the billions of people in the world. It's not an accident that we're talking right now.
I never said it was an accident, but that doesn't mean your God exists.
I think he does.
Even if it's not an accident, that doesn't mean God. So, again, your view ends in contradictions. It can't possibly be your God. You got anything you want to say? Or are you done?
I say I won.
There's no way you unironically believe that.
I won.
Thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I won the argument.
There's no way you actually believe that.
I do. I believe that I won the argument.
Really? Do you want to do a poll? You want to see what the chat thinks?
I'm debating with this guy.
Yo, does someone want to type in the chat? Who do they think?
Yeah. Well,
do they think Andrew won? Yes or no? Does someone want to type that poll in the chat?
Ooh, I saw W. Andrew.
I actually don't think I see a single one. I literally don't see a single one. I actually don't see a single one. That's actually really sad. I seriously don't see it. I see one. I saw one.
Owen Barry, Christian Huffman.
I literally have only seen
Stephanie, Nessa, Jay.
I see Jordan. I see
Jordan.
2. I see 3. Okay, I've seen 3. All right. Yo, thank you for the epic GG. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Caden. Caden in the comment section. So, I mean, no one made a poll. But yeah, no. I mean, is there anything else you want to say before I go on to the next person?
What's that little blue star thing? It keeps going up when I make a good argument.
You've gotten like a few cents.
Oh, that's hype. I'm gonna be with Tate now.
With Tate, do you like Andrew Tate?
Oh, I love him.
Why do you like Andrew Tate?
Because he's changing the world, making it for the better.
Really? How does he do that when he also has these things that he literally admitted to, like engaging in sex trafficking, called the lover boy method, most common method of human trafficking?
If he did,
appreciate the hand hearts. Thank you so much.
If he did commit sex trafficking, then he'd be in jail, like he was in court for months.
No, he literally admitted to it.
No, it's a lie.
He admitted to it.
How? Where?
He said this on podcasts. Like, what are you talking about? He would say that he literally said specifically that he would get women to fall in love with him so that he could get them to engage in cam work for them. It
wasn't real. They lied.
What do you mean that wasn't real? What are you talking about? So he was just joking? He was just joking about engaging in sex trafficking?
No, him and Trump are getting the same treatment from the liberals.
What do you mean they're getting the same treatment, bro? He literally said this himself.
You're getting lied to. Like, people are like...
He literally said this himself. So are you saying that he's a liar?
No, because people like...
No? So he is telling the truth. He did engage in it.
No, it's because you download Adobe Premiere and you start changing what people are saying. It's easy.
No one changed what he said. He said it himself. Wait, by the way, didn't Jesus say sex work was a no-no?
No, you should not have sex before marriage.
Wait, so then why is it correct why do you like Andrew Tate then?
Because he makes very good points.
Can you name some good points?
I don't know. I haven't watched him in fucking months, so actually, not really. I watched him.
So you can't name a single good point.
I watched in the summer of 22.
No.
And if you ask me in the summer of 22, I can. But right now, I don't really pay attention.
Not a single good point, Andrew.
No, so just
nothing. That's rough, bro.
No, there's so many. All right. Which one? There's there's some of them that I do disagree with here and there, but
you could probably name more that you disagree with than when you actually agree with.
Let's see, like the woman's property thing. I thought was pretty funny.
Oh, you think that women are property?
If you're dating a girl, that girl is technically your property.
How? What are you talking about, bro? You're trolling. There's no way.
Yes.
Come on, man. Be serious.
Because
how's that even funny? If you're joking right now, that's so sad.
No, this was a good point. Say I'm dating a girl, and she wants to
Appreciate
go.
the front rows, thank you. There's no way you think this is a good point that you fucking own women as your property.
Listen. This is
what are you talking about, bro?
Listen, you're not letting me explain the point.
Yeah, because it's fucking stupid.
If I'm dating a girl and she wants to go for a walk in the middle of the hood by herself at 3 a.m, I would say no. Come back here. You're not going for
You
a
would
walk
control her.
At 3 a.m, I'd say
you would control her.
That's because it's stupid. I'm not letting my vulnerable girlfriend, go for a walk in the hood.
Why? Why not?
She'll get kidnapped instantly. It's stupid. You're an idiot if you let your more.
How do you know that you're gonna get kidnapped if you literally walk on the street? What are you talking about? They're the ones deciding to take their own risks.
Yes, but if you care about someone, you don't let them do stupid stuff.
Yeah, so like, how is this stupid? Just going and walking on the street?
Because Tate was referring to a really bad area, like a really bad city or something.
Do you live in a really bad area?
I go to school in a bad area, but no, I'm not at home. I grew up in North Jersey. I live in a great area.
So you don't live in a bad area. So why are you bringing this up?
Because if you were in a bad area, would you let? Okay, right. If you were in a bad area, would you let your girlfriend go for a walk?
Yeah.
At 3 a.m, you let her go.
Yeah, that's 100% their choice. What do you mean let them do it? Right? If they want to do that, that's their choice.
So then you're stupid. You're letting your girlfriend.
What do you mean I'm stupid?
You're just...
I'm letting the person who I'm with engage in their own decision making.
Okay, then she gets kidnapped. What do you tell her parents?
What's up?
She gets kidnapped, and what are you gonna tell her parents?
That she decided to go outside and do something and she got kidnapped. That's what I would say. What are you talking about?
If I was the father of a girl and that happened, I'd kill the guy.
That is the dumbest thing you've ever said. For not controlling your daughter?
Yes, if
property?
If I had a daughter and she was with a guy, I expect her to be safe with that guy. And if she's not safe with that guy, I'd come after her.
What do you mean safe with that guy? Them making their own decisions. It's not my fault for them making their own decision there, right? It can be the case that I could go with them, right? I would offer to do that, right? But that does not mean that like I would say that you can't do this or try to control them in that scenario. You understand that like you would say that's wrong for her to control you in any particular way, right?
Would you?
When it relates to something like that.
Okay, so would you let your girlfriend jump off a cliff? Because
I would not want them to do that. But what do you mean? What do you mean?
So would you stop your girlfriend from jumping off a cliff, or would you let her jump off?
Would I let them jump off a cliff? Oh, they got a call. Send a guest request back, Andrew. Send a guest request back. But yeah, no, I think it's wild, right? Because clearly speaking, these would be completely different actions, right? One would be showing that someone, right, might be in a state in which they are like not able to make rational decisions, whereas the other one they are, right? If someone's engaging in like sewer slide, right, that could indicate that they could be in a circumstance in which they might not be in a rational state of mind. Whereas like in this scenario, right, I think someone's still in a rational state of mind just for wanting to go walk on the street. Right. Like I can see a distinction within that respect as well, by the way. But, I don't see them in the guest box. We're going to wait for a second. If not, we're going to go into the next person. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares. We'll help get it out to more people. We're going to go into the next person though. Again, if you like the content, make sure to follow me if you have not already, everyone. Actually, he is back. Yo, thank you so much for the garland. I appreciate it. Was that Dean or was it Stardust? Stardust, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I'm back.
You can say a few more things and then I'm going to go into the next person.
I am back.
Andrew, you got a few more things to say.
Okay. Do you believe a female's body count should matter?
I think that it should matter for men and women equally.
Okay. Why does a female's body count not matter?
Did you hear me? I said it should matter for both men and women equally.
Would you date a girl that got ran through by the whole football team?
Okay, are you just going to come on and ask dumb questions? Desi, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Do you have a high body count, Andrew?
I used to, and then I stopped.
So you've been ran through?
And no.
Andrew, what is it like to be ran through?
You're not getting ran through.
No, Andrew, can you tell me what it's like to be ran through?
It's different.
Please inform me, Andrew. Let me know what it's like to be ran through. You were used and ran through. Let me know what it's like.
Because the man is running through.
No, you were used and you were getting ran through, right? So like, can you please explain to me what that's like, Andrew?
Because look at a running back. The running back runs through.
Wait, what do you mean by used to?
What?
And by the way, what do you mean by used to? How do you used to have a high body count? You still have that, right?
No, I was reborn again. I gave my life to Jesus.
That's not how it works. It doesn't just like vanish.
Well, my sins vanished.
That's not how it works.
Spiritually, it works like that.
No, it doesn't.
Because your souls are tied.
No, get a grip, dude. You're actually not in accordance with reality. I implore you to acquaint yourself with reality.
I think you should meet God and read the Bible.
I think you should acquaint yourself with reality.
How?
By dropping the book, by using critical thinking skills, right, and by questioning your own belief system. I'm not saying stop believing right away. What I'm saying is question your own belief. If I think that this is justification for my belief, what other things does this justify? Think about it that way. Think about why is my belief justified and other beliefs are not justified. Maybe you should also, if you believe in the Bible, read your own fucking Bible.
I did.
Really, you did?
I read the whole thing.
Really? What's the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Genesis, Exodus, Deuteronomy.
I said New Testament.
The Gospels are the first 4 books.
No, what are they?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Okay, for sure. So my next question, right? This is going to be a really tough one. Okay, you ready?
It's a really tough one.
What does Timothy 2:12 say?
Timothy 2:12. Fuck, that's a popular one. Fuck. I know that one. Let me think.
Go ahead, read it.
Fuck it, I don't know. Just say it.
Do you want me to read it?
I don't have a Bible on me.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, go for it.
This is New Testament. Let's read what Timothy 2:12 says. Timothy 2:12. Let's read what this says.
What does it say?
It says, I do not permit a woman to teach or to exercise authority of a man. Rather, she is to remain quiet. Do you believe this?
That's how it was back then.
You do believe that? You think that women ought to remain quiet and that they should be in no position of power here in terms of the church?
Men run the world.
This is in terms of the church. I mean, if you want to relate it to otherwise, why do you think that men should dominate over women?
Because biologically, we have more testosterone than women. That's why.
Why? Why does that mean anything? If I have more testosterone than you, does that mean I can dominate over you?
Because back in the days when in the Testament, people
Andrew, if I have more testosterone than you, does that mean I can dominate you? And that's justified?
No.
No? So more testosterone doesn't mean that you can control someone?
It's not just testosterone. It's
what are you talking about?
So what else is it?
It's not. It's just that being a man, you're by default, you have more muscles, you have testosterone. You can. Back in the day, it was fucked up, but they would control women physically, and that's why. And that's why it says that in the
Wait, so does that person want to talk to you by the way?
Who?
Do they hold the same position as you? Do they think that they shouldn't be able to speak and that they should remain quiet?
Yes.
They do? So then why did you just speak?
That was funny. No, I didn't know I was live.
Wait, but again, remember, under your view, she's supposed to remain quiet. And you said that she believes that.
It's different now. When the Bible is written, men, it was different. It's different.
What do you mean it's different? I thought you held to the Bible. You don't hold to the Bible?
I do until death.
Okay, so then you hold to this, and they hold to that as well.
What'd they say? Because I wasn't really listening. I was listening to you.
Remember, they said stuff. Remember, under your view, they're supposed to remain quiet?
Yes. Because
so then why did... you said that they believe that. So are you saying that they don't believe the Bible? They don't believe that.
A primal man is to go out, protect, and provide. A female is a nurturer, and they take care of the babies.
Okay, so there's a notion of protecting and providing and nurturing for both men and women. Those are characteristics that are exhibited by everyone.
No, you guys.
They literally are.
Men go out and protect and provide food for the family. Women go out
And it is the case that there were many types of societies in which women would also do the same, and that the people who took care of the children were older.
What's society?
The elders took care of the children, and the men and the women went to go scavenge for food or to go hunt for food.
Well, what's society? Because then those men are pussies.
What are you talking about? Right? This was well documented. I can send you stuff that relates to this. Where would you like me to send you this?
Fell apart. Because men keep.
No, this is
together.
actually very common. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Like the elderly would take care of the children, and like the men and women would go out, get food, take care of like the stuff, like to support the family, to protect and provide.
Yes.
Oh, did you say a slur, by the way?
No, I'm at college. There's a bunch of people like outside.
Yeah, what did they say?
They said a bad word.
What word did they say?
I don't know.
Chat, what did they say? I didn't hear any. I didn't hear it. Bruh, are you serious, bro? And you're not gonna call them out for it?
Well, because they are. They are.
Oh, okay. They're black?
Right. So that means they're allowed to.
Yeah. Reclamation is okay. So like, okay. So do you want to continue with your argument?
Yes, because where were we? Is this the longest you ever let someone debate with you for?
No, I've been on debates for multiple hours.
Yeah, but with like billions of different people. Like I actually fought like a long time with you. We were here for a while.
Do you want to give an argument?
What was it?
Do you want to give an argument?
Where were we? Where were we?
All right, we're just gonna go on to the next person, everyone.
No!
Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. This guy is like, oh my god, my brain. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 22 years old.
For sure. Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
No, I'm gay.
For sure. I'm just looking for people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much. All right, everyone, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. You already know the deal. Only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. All right, for some reason, it's not accepting this person. We're going to try the next one again. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
No, I think it's pretty wrong.
Why so?
Because, I mean, can two dudes create a kid?
Is it wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
What do you mean?
Is it wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
Like a female that's pregnant?
Do you know what infertile means?
No, I don't.
It means they don't have the capacity to produce children.
Okay, no, it's not wrong. Because it's still a female. It's not your gender.
But it doesn't lead to reproduction.
Okay, but that's not what I'm trying to say. That's still a female. There's females that can't have kids.
So it's about a man engaging in intercourse with a woman.
If you were to go outside right now and you were to ask a female, could they have?
By the way, what's your birth year?
My birth year? 2002.
And you said you're 20?
Yes.
What month?
What month? It's in February.
Okay. You fucked up the date, dude. You fucked up the time. 2002, that's literally, you'd be 21. I'm 21, I'm from 2002. April, dude. Get some better math, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 22.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
Yeah.
Why so?
I touched with you this last night. I think we were talking about the embryos. This was at like 6:30 last night. Anyway, because of the Bible.
Okay, so how do you know that the Bible is accurate in describing to us what's right and wrong?
Because there's been stuff that's proven correct in the Bible, like evidence, like giants. There's been giant clothes and swords and stuff found in mountains in Egypt and stuff like that.
Giant swords found in Egypt?
Okay, that's about it. But I'm just saying the Bible's not like it's not fiction. Like
Are you trolling?
No,
You sound
no,
like you're
no,
trolling.
no. Like you brought up like Captain Underpants and stuff. Like that's fiction, but the Bible is nonfiction.
Well, what if I said the Bible is fiction? How do you know the Bible is nonfiction?
Because over 2 billion people follow it.
Okay, 2 billion people, like over a billion people follow Islam. Do you believe it's fiction?
Yeah.
No.
No, but because
a billion people follow Hinduism. Do you believe it's fiction? Oh.
Yes, but being gay is wrong.
Okay, so why?
Because.
Yeah, you're definitely trolling.
No, bro. Because God created us as.
We're going to go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you actually disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Just looking for some debates. He's definitely trolling. There's no way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 25.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
Yes, it is being wrong.
Why so?
Oh, God, Parker. I've been watching you for a long time. I don't know. It's, a lot of people do it, right? It's fine. But being gay is just wrong, point blank, period. God doesn't make any mistakes. Doesn't matter what religion you are.
Wait, so if God doesn't make any mistakes, why did God put the prostate in the male asshole that produces sexual pleasure when stimulated?
Right. That's a level of understanding we're not gonna get to, right? Me and you were only humans. We're not gonna get to that level of understanding. What we need to understand is simple stuff like God created a male and a female, right? Them two to produce. He doesn't make any mistake beside that, right? So us as human coming into this world trying to mix things doesn't make any sense. We complicate a lot of things. It's simple, male and a female. Male and a female.
Yeah, is it wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
No, it's not wrong.
So it's not about whether or not it leads to reproduction. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. It's just grounded in the Bible, right? What particularly, how do you know the Bible is accurate in describing to us right and wrong?
So I'm not talking regarding the Bible perspective. I am Muslim, right?
Oh, sorry, the Quran, my bad.
Yes, the Quran. God mentions it everywhere. Man and woman, right? Have you ever seen a gay dog? Right? Have you ever seen a gay?
Yes, there are gay dogs. There are hundreds of different species that are gay and exhibit gay intercourse.
Right,
For example, bonobos, 97% similar to human beings, genetically speaking, are known for being lesbian. 10% of rams will not engage in intercourse with the opposite sex. Right? There are penguins that produce homosexual relationships and that adopt members of their own species. So they have relationships that are gay, and they literally have adopted children. So it obviously exists in nature.
You're trying to prove something that's not. Listen, if you bring a guy and a guy right now, right? A guy and a guy, can they get pregnant?
Neither can a man with an infertile woman.
No, but listen. Naturally, can they reproduce?
Neither can a man and a woman who's infertile.
Right, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about majority here.
But again, we already went over the fact that it's not about reproduction. We already went over the fact that it's solely based upon your religion.
It's that too, right? It's both of them adding up.
That's the main reason. You don't care about the reproduction part.
I do care about the reproduction. I do care about the religion. It's both of them, right?
So you care about the reproduction because of the religion.
Are you gay?
No.
Why are you defending this so much? That's something
because
wrong.
It's not wrong to be gay. People who are gay face unjust discrimination, right? They should be able to argue against these because that builds up critical thinking within society. This is real impacts on people and how they're discriminated and hated in society, and that should not happen because this is a rational prejudice.
It's not hated, right? Especially for me, I don't hate them, right?
This generates hate. You understand? Thinking it's wrong is the very basis, and thinking about these different stereotypes is the very basis for treating them in that way.
It's just like saying killing is wrong, right? But there's people who kill, right? Now,
how is being gay being anything similar to killing
no?
someone?
I'm just giving you an analogy. Sorry, I'm not going against them, right? It's a sin, right? Everybody's sin in this world, right? It's a sin. It's no.
Yeah, but like, can you justify
right?
to me that your religion is
But-
accurate in describing what is right and what's wrong?
It's accurate because God gave us common sense, and male and a female supposed to go together. They reproduce together. Male and a male can't be together because they can't reproduce together.
How do you know that your particular God exists in order to imply here to us that we ought to believe this?
I'm not coming here to prove my God exists, right? I'm a believer. I believe in what his book, what he says in his book.
Yeah, but if the basis for why you say it's wrong is based upon your particular God existing, and you can't justify your God existing, then you can't justify why being gay is wrong.
Parker, stop trying to make this as okay. That's the problem.
Then give me an argument. Give me an argument.
See, that's the thing in Western side. Like,
we ask for arguments, and we'll provide it.
All right, but y'all trying to make this, and especially in the Western, so okay. This is not okay. Like,
give an argument then.
Like,
why should gay people be treated differently than straight people? Tell me why.
Because they're wrong.
Well, what about it's wrong?
I guess it comes back to reproduction and religion. Right?
Okay, so it's not reproduction. If it just relates to religion, well, then I believe your religion is literally wrong. Right? I believe there are contradictions entailed by your religion.
You can't say that, though. You can't say my
can.
religion. You can't.
Yes,
You can't.
your belief entails contradictions. Right? Like, do you want to go through them?
Oh man. I don't know. I just cannot argue with you, but it's wrong.
Why can't you argue with me?
Point blank period is wrong, Parker.
Why can't you argue with me? Is it because you feel like you have no justification? Is it because we lack reasons why it's wrong? Is it because we went on a platform in front of 5,000 people and we can't justify our position? I don't know. Did they just like lag out, chat? Is it because we have no argument? Is it because we don't have basis for our position? Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. I think he ran off, chat. I think he ran off. Yep, he just did. That's unfortunate. We're going to go to the next person. Thank you for the hand, Tar. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Again, if you like my content, everyone, follow me if you haven't already. We're going to go into the next person. Only send a gas request if you disagree. If you think that being gay is wrong or immoral, y'all. Only, yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, next person, only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. You already know the deal. Keep tapping that screen, not the blue line flag. Yeah, that's why I accepted them, to be honest, not gonna lie. I saw it and I was like, yep, we're gonna accept this person. Yeah, thank you for the paper crane. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 17.
You're 17, you gotta be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules, not mine. 18 plus, everyone. TikTok rules, not mine. Because of the... Okay, for some reason it's not accepting this person. We're gonna try the next. Keep tapping that screen, keep sharing the live, everyone. It should help get it out to more people. You already know the deal, y'all. You, what's up? How old are you?
44.
For sure, do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
Yes.
Why so? Thank you for the corky, I appreciate it.
I have nothing against it, by the way, honestly. Everybody has the right to do themselves. But what I have an issue with is it being pushed to people in ways that it shouldn't be, starting with young children. And and my personal experience is people that I know that are offended if you don't agree with their lifestyle. I don't think that you have to agree with their lifestyle as long as you respect them. And I think that that's an issue with a lot of people they have an issue with us not agreeing and it's a controversy because you shouldn't need
1 hour,
everybody's
30
approval
minutes
to be or
completed.
not to be gay.
Burned calories
You should be happy
368
where
calories.
you are and where you stand
Heart
as a
rate
person.
113 beats per minute.
And that is the biggest issue that I have. I don't. Is it wrong? I think it's wrong. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. You know, that is my opinion. But again, that is my personal opinion.
Okay, so you're saying that like you don't need the approval of society, right? This isn't for the approval. It's for like to be treated the same as everyone else, right? It's to argue against the discrimination and hatred, to accept people who are gay. Hating people. Like, I mean, I would generally ask for like a reason as to why you think it's wrong. I don't think that there's like a basis to treat people differently unless you have a good reason. And then secondly, what do you mean by force onto people, i.e. children in this scenario?
An example is it's trying to be taught in schools that it's okay to be gay. And I think that a young child should.
Yeah, why is that wrong?
Why is that wrong? Because a child, do you know at what age a brain matures?
Depends on what you mean by mature.
At what age?
Not until like way later.
At what age the human brain is fully developed?
Yeah, but I don't think it needs to be fully developed for us to say to children that it's okay to be gay, the same way we say it's okay to be straight.
To make a decision to be or not to be is.
So like, do you think that I was like legitimate in terms of my understanding that I was straight when I was 5 years old? I had a crush on a girl in the classroom. Do you think that was legitimate?
That you were straight?
Yeah, that I was straight.
I don't even think that at that age we should be talking about sexuality. Like, you don't even know at that age whether.
So I didn't know I was straight then?
Correct.
So if I went up to you and I was your kid and I said, I have a crush on the girl in the classroom, you'd be, oh, no, you don't. You don't know yourself yet.
Correct.
You'd say that?
Children don't know feelings at that age towards another individual in that way. They can love their parents. They can love their siblings. They can love family members.
How do they know those feelings?
Because they're reciprocated. Like they.
Okay, well, can it be reciprocated in this sense?
If you show a child love, right? Just like if you show a child to be, if you're hateful in front of a child, what is the child going to learn? They're going to learn how to be hateful.
Wait, so when do you think you can know your sexuality? What age? Do you have to be 25, full maturity to know?
I don't think you need to be 25 to know your sexuality. I do believe that you should be an adult in order to make a decision whether you want to change your gender or if you're in fact really
change your gender. No one. We're not talking about changing genders, right? First of all, trans people don't change their gender; they are that way. Second of all, trans people don't relate to this conversation about gay people right now.
You're right. You're right. I think that at the age of 25, you really, at that age, or 24, the age that the brain is fully developed, I think that that's an age where people can make the decision on whether they're gay. Now,
whether they're gay, so I can't determine whether or not I'm straight and I'm 21.
No, I'm going to give you an example. Most teenage girls between the ages of 13 and 16 are tomboys. Does that mean that we are automatically going to think they're gay? Absolutely
no,
not.
that has nothing to do with being gay. Okay, so hold up. No, it doesn't. So let me first of all address this. One, it's not a decision for people to be gay. You can't choose to be gay, right? It just is the case that you are gay. Second of all, we can talk about that here in a second. Second of all, to say that someone doesn't know that they're gay until they're 25 years old is absolutely ludicrous. You're saying right now as a 21-year-old, I don't know that I'm straight?
No, that's not what I said.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So why, as a 21-year-old, do I know that I'm straight, but a 21-year-old wouldn't know that they're gay?
Okay. Perhaps a person at 21, yes, could know they're gay. Right?
But what age can they figure it out? 18? Does an 18-year-old know?
I think that the age of 17, 18, maybe 18, pushing 18. Again, because I'm
so a 16-year-old doesn't know. So like when I was 16, I didn't know I was straight?
No, I'm going to tell you why. You're not letting me speak. Like I said earlier, there are girls between the ages of 13, 16, and 17 who believe they're tomboys. And they feel that they like girls. You know, because at that age, it's when they hit puberty, right? And the last thing that they want to do is for people embarrassed. A lot of girls when they become women, some of them are a little bit bashful about it. So they hide behind big clothing, behind a lot of guy friends. Does that mean because she has those certain type of, likes, whatever you want to call them, that makes her gay?
No. Someone would be gay based upon their sexual attraction.
Correct.
Okay, so just having those characteristics doesn't mean you're gay, right? So why are you associating people being tomboys and liking girls when in reality what you wear and whether or not you're considered a quote unquote tomboy doesn't mean that you're going to like women or not?
Again, because when you are young and in high school, especially right now in our society where a lot of people have came out, which is, like I said, I have no issue with that. What I have an issue with, it also comes out as a fashion. It's kids see what other kids are doing and they want to do it. Whether it's hanging out more, whether on social media all the time, whether liking other, and again, I'm speaking from experience because I know several teenagers that have done that, thought they were gay, right? 16, 17, and then they turn 20, 21, and they're like, no, I was wrong. And again, I'm speaking from experience.
So like, who are these individuals, right? Because me just knowing that people are gay does not mean I'm going to think that it's a trend or that it's fashionable to be gay. And two, it doesn't mean I'm going to be gay. There's no circumstance where I would just like play around with the idea, right? That's not how it works with me, right? So does it work that way with you? Can you just like play around with the fact that you could be gay?
Are we just talking about your particular situation?
We can talk about my situation or we can talk about yours.
Are we talking about this in general?
In general, we can talk about individual circumstances. It just depends on what we bring up.
If that wasn't your situation, like if you truly knew at the age of 13 that you were gay, well then...
I knew I was straight at 5 years old, okay? So for you to make this claim that people don't know when they're 16 years old is ludicrous. Like that makes no sense at all.
How so?
Okay? What age did you figure out you're straight?
How so?
Right, because I knew I was straight at 5 years old, right? Are you saying the crush I had on a girl was not legitimate? Are you saying that like the girlfriends I had, that doesn't mean I knew I was straight, right?
So you're telling me a child...
Yeah, me when I was 5 years old, I knew I was straight, yes.
Okay, yes. But what I'm saying is that at that age, a lot of things go through kids' age, when they're minors. Like they don't really know who they are.
I knew that I was straight when I was 5 years old.
But again,
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're just emphasizing in you. You can't generalize. Just because you knew who you were and what you liked at that age doesn't mean that everybody falls under that category.
Yeah, I'm not saying everyone figures it out at 5, but like the thing is, right, most people will figure it out earlier on, right? You saying that people don't figure it out until they're 16 years old, that's fucking ludicrous.
How so?
That's a wide generalization. Well, because that wouldn't apply to most people. Most people would tell you that they figure out probably between the ages of like 5 through 11, right? Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That would be like the common answers you'd hear.
Again, I can't speak for people who are gay because I've never been in their shoes, but from the people that I've spoke to that I do know that they thought they were gay and then they said, I wasn't. I thought I was because either it was a trend and again, I'm not.
It's not just a trend to be gay. I don't know what you're talking about.
There's no what?
Where is it a trend to be gay? Please let me know.
I'm surprised you wouldn't know that. Like, I'm not saying that you should, but like, I work with high schoolers. So again, from experience, from what I've talked about them, and I'm not saying everybody, again, I'm not generalizing the entire population that, that they don't know, in fact, that they're gay. I'm just saying that there are some people that jump on the trend. Like
so you're just saying that you saw this, people jumping on a trend. I don't think that people just jump on a trend. That's not how it works, right? You can't just do that in terms of being gay.
Testimonies of people.
Travis, thank you for the Venmo. I appreciate it, by the way.
Again, I am saying that I have spoken to people that have testified, I thought it was that I was gay. I'm not saying that they're all following under the same category, that everybody thought they weren't and then they were, or that they were and then they weren't.
So again, right, if someone explores, right, let's say that they explored and let's say that they didn't find that attractive, right, how are you going to say that's like something wrong about being gay?
Okay, well, that's a different topic.
What do you mean? That's not a different topic.
No, first of all, you were asking whether someone knows or not about being gay. Okay. And I'm saying.
Well, I believe they do know, right? I think that's obvious.
Not everybody actually thinks they're gay and turns out that, yes, they were gay. It's called experience. People experience different things between the birth to 18. You know, and one minute we like one thing and another minute we like another.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's a trend, by the way. That just means that someone was like experimenting. They were curious, right? And generally speaking, that's going to be based upon their attractions. I can't just choose to be curious about that stuff. That's not how it works, right? That just is the way that it is for that individual. It could be the case that they find some level of attraction for the same sex. It just is the case that they don't necessarily.
What's up, Dean? How you doing, bro?
Attraction.
What's going on,
It can be the case that
Parker?
you're 5% attracted to men and 95% attracted to women, right? It's a spectrum when it relates to that, right? So it might be the case that someone saw some of it and then just didn't recognize enough of it to say that they would want to continue engaging in intercourse with people of the same sex in that scenario.
Correct. And then you have the ones that really think they're not, and then they are. You know, like they're trying to suppress that feeling.
Picking up there towards the end, but I think you got majority of the TikTok attention tonight here.
That they married the same sex. How did they not know at the age of 13, 16? You're going to tell me they married, not loving this person, not being in love.
So again, first of all, it's a spectrum. Second of all, there are literally things that get people to suppress it in society, right? Society, it's called compulsory heterosexuality. People engaging in like with people who are in like a straight context because that's what's expected of them.
Again, that's your opinion, and I'm not going to argue against that.
No, there's theory behind this.
Where did you get your theory from? And again,
I can show you. You can look up compulsory heterosexuality, right? Or you can just literally, I can send you multiple different sources that show you theory behind this. Would you like me to send that to you right now?
Married, had children, and in their 30s, 40s are now gay, suppressed it because of what you're stating? I don't think so. Again, that's
yeah. So I can give you Adrian Rich, right? I can give you many people, right? That engage in this, right? I mean, if you've like, I can send you stuff from JSTOR.
It's not a one size fits all. It could have been their experience.
Well, no, these are things that are observed. It's not just one individual. These are things that are observed amongst many individuals, right? Because of the social influences that exist and the social expectations that exist.
But
right?
I think you got
this is not something just like whipped out of the ass. This is something that's pretty well documented.
Okay. Again,
not only have I had the ability to figure out that I was like straight when I was younger, many people like Travis, that sent me just a Venmo and whatnot, wanted to message you, right? Also, right, figured out that they were gay at that particular point, right? So many other people have notions in which they figured out these points. Some people figure out later. That doesn't mean that they don't have a legitimate understanding of it at that point, right? I believe I had a legitimate understanding that I was straight at that particular point. Whether or not there are other people that might not have figured it out at that point doesn't mean that I didn't have a legitimate understanding of it at that point.
At 5, you had a legitimate understanding.
Yes, I had a legitimate understanding that I was straight at 5. Yes.
I find that hard to believe, but okay.
I don't know how that's hard to believe. I really don't. What, did you not know?
That I
yourself. Like, when did you figure out?
Again, 17, because I did fall into that category of tomboy.
He's just joining up.
I didn't know whether
you didn't figure out your sexuality until you were 17 years old?
Yeah.
So I think what you were doing is that you were projecting your particular experience onto other people, saying that they can't figure it out until around that age because that's when you found it out.
Perhaps, just like you are. Just because you stated that you figured
Sure, but I didn't say that. I didn't say that just because it was me, though, right? I've seen many other people claim 4, 5. I've seen people claim 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Again, I told you 5 through 11 is what I've mostly seen, right? I think it could be the case that people could be bi, right? And then they can necessarily suppress aspects of their sexuality, right? Because of the social expectations of the society. So maybe that's also why it's hard for some people to be able to reconcile with whether or not they're straight, because their mind is going back and forth with these different types of social expectations.
And it has to also do with what the surroundings you grow up in.
Yeah, well. whether or not it's accepting, right? Because many people have masked throughout all society. I appreciate the following for you. Thank you so much.
Correct. I appreciate you having me on your live.
For sure.
For sure.
Is there anything else you'd like to say or talk about?
Not much.
All right, for sure. I'm going to go into the next person. Appreciate you coming on. All right, let's go into the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone, today. But let me go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Someone is going through the fucking, literally getting their car washed. That is wild. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. All right. For some reason, it's not accepting this person. We're going to go into the next. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes. I mean, not 100,000 likes, a million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, again, share the live, everyone. Follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, y'all. Okay, for some reason, it's not accepting this person. We're going to go on to the next one, y'all. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, thank you for the hearts. Thank you for the hearts as well. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, 18.
For sure. Do you think are you driving, by the way?
No, I'm in my bedroom.
Yeah, do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
With my religion, yes, but I'm going to say one thing, too. So, Jesus, he died for everyone's sins, all right? So, let's say this. So, being gay.
Wait, so you don't believe that being gay is wrong?
No, because let me tell you this.
I'm just looking for people who want to debate. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 32.
Yeah, do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
I do. I disagree. I got sent over here by some.
Why so?
There's some kid yesterday I was debating with, and like a wife beater. I don't know. I think his name was Dean.
Yeah, Dean.
Dude, I guess. No, so I took a fat L yesterday. Said come over here and get one from you too. So I'm trying to learn how to debate. So I'm gonna present like a 3-point argument, and then tear it apart, and we'll go from there.
Sure. All right, go for it.
So first would be that it's a violation of the created order, kind of meaning that there is a design, right? That men and women come together kind of, for lack of a better word, like a glove. The second point would be that it denounces a proclamation or procreation, right? It proclaims against it by the very action itself. And then the third part, because I am a Christian, would be that it is utterly blasphemous to the illustration of Christ and his church. So it'd be those 3 points.
Okay, so design and the last one you gave are both just arguments that appeal to the notion of God, right? And then the middle one you gave in terms of reproduction, do you think it's wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman who I'm married to who's infertile?
So that I find that to be false equivalency, I think is what it's called, because a woman would still be part of point one, right? She is still created by design to fit together with a man. So it'd be a false equivalency to compare a homosexual relationship with that of a man and woman, regardless of their ability to procreate.
Because it's not a false equivalency within the notion of whether or not it leads to reproduction, right? What you just appealed to is God. So you see how it folded that original point of reproduction into the whole God argument again?
Yeah, so I'm trying to appeal to point one, right? Yeah, so I'm going back to point one. So I'm saying that regardless of infertility, men and women still come together. So I'm still appealing to design.
Yeah, so it's an appeal to design. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. I appreciate the cap. So it's all of them are just one point. All of the points that you just named are all just going back to appealing to the notion of God. And God created us in this particular way. God wants these types of things from us.
Right, so that would be my chair, so now we have to attack my foundation. All right,
yeah, so how do you know that God exists in order to proclaim that being gay is wrong because God exists?
Right, so I've actually heard, I want to talk about something that you've mentioned before. You've said that because God is omnibenevolent, omnipresent, omnipotent, therefore there's some kind, this is your proof for why God doesn't exist. Can we go through that?
Yeah, sure. So the problem of evil, so like I can just ask you, why does evil exist in this world?
I would say that it is necessary for God's glorification. That,
so
according to the Christian worldview, yeah.
Why is it necessary for God's glory?
So there are certain attributes about God that would not manifest in the natural world without evil existing.
Oh, by the way, there's a little bit of an echo. Is there a way you can fix that a little bit?
Is that coming from me?
Yeah, it is a little bit.
Do I got to leave and come back in?
Yeah, you might want to real quick. Send a guest request back. I got you. I'll get him back up here. Did y'all hear that? I don't know if it's me because I mute my mic. It might be like background noise or something. Thank you for the elephant. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going to get him back up here. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. If you want to help get out to more people, keep sharing the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, y'all. LXB. There we are. Let me go back to him. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. I think it's better now.
Awesome. So I had some atheist guy might kick me off the live.
Yeah,
last
it's still there. It's fine. I'll deal with it.
Hold on, I got headphones, bro.
Yeah, that might be better. Some atheist guy,
There we
Mike. It
go.
sounds
How's
like you're
that?
debating
Everybody
everyone. Dean, Mike, who else?
Well, so he appeals to a naturalist view where he thinks that there is no good and evil, and then got very upset with me and hung up on me, I guess is I don't know if that's how you describe what's happening right now. So according to the Christian worldview, evil is not a thing; it is the absence of God. So just the same way light, there is no such thing as darkness; it's just the absence of light. There's no such thing as cold; it's just the absence of heat. Evil is the absence of God's goodness.
Okay, is it evil for me to pick up a rock from the ground?
No, that would just be an amoral event.
You said a lack of God is evil, right?
No, yeah. So
appreciate the handout. Thank you. So
yes, so it's the lack of God's goodness, right? So there are things in this world that are just amoral. They're not. It's not evil for me to pick up a pen, put it back down. Now it would be evil if God said, "Don't pick up that pen," and I did it anyways, right? Or if I picked up the pen and it really offended you, that would kind of go into.
Okay, so it's only a lack of God if it's against God's preference.
God, right? He is the standard for which we find our morality. Right?
Okay,
That's how we have objective morality.
Yeah, so evil is against God's preference, and then good is in accordance with God's preference.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that doesn't sound objective to me. That sounds subjective, right? Because if the basis of truth when it relates to morality is the fact that God, right, has this particular preference, that's subjective. That's stance-independent truth. Stance-dependent truth.
So it's objective to us, but he is outside of our reality, right? He's transcendent. Therefore, it is subjective to him, and that's okay.
No, it's still subjective to us as well, because it's still a stance-dependent truth, right? You can't say it's objective to us. That makes no sense, right? You're just saying that it's not dependent upon the stance of human beings, but it's still dependent upon a stance. It's dependent upon God's stance.
Would absolute be better?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean by absolute. So like
an absolute moral truth that these things are consistent regardless of where you are in the universe.
So like you're going to say that these are true in any circumstance, right?
Correct.
So those are just moral principles. That doesn't mean it's objective.
Okay.
You can have subjective moral principles. I appreciate the handout. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So like again, so you're saying that we know that God exists based upon that. Okay. Or no, we were going into that.
You're much nicer than the wife beater kid, by the way. He was just yelling at me the whole time.
Oh, Dean. So
way to go, Dan.
Dean, yeah. So like when it relates,
I'm messing with you.
Yeah. So when it relates to this, you're saying that the reason why evil exists is because of God's glory, right? God's glory is essentially just saying that God wants this to happen, right? So it's not necessary, right? Because God could have wanted other things, right? So then you'd have to argue to me that God's desires are necessary, or that God's desires could not have been different, which would indicate, likely speaking, that God doesn't have libertarian free will under your view.
So we would say that he's autonomous. That he is a law unto himself, and therefore his whatever his preference is what we have to accept, right?
Okay, I don't see how that responds to my point.
Restate it for me, please.
I kind of mixed up my point. So like I was saying that like, oh shit, what was I saying? I caught off what I was saying. So like, I'll make a different point. So when it relates to like God, right? God is all knowing, all powerful, all good. God has free will, right?
Correct. He's a law unto himself, right?
Okay.
Obviously, he can't create he is the standard for logic. Therefore, he can't do something illogical, like make a rock so big he can't lift it.
Oh, clearly, I agree. I don't think that would make any sense. That'd be like saying that like we don't have free will because we can't, shoot wings out of our back and fly into the air. Well, it's not logically possible for us to do given our nature. Yeah, sure. Like, I mean, I don't think those are good arguments against free will. My point would be is that God freely always does the good thing, right?
No, we wouldn't. I would say that's a straw man. That's not he doesn't freely always do the good thing. That he is the good thing, right? So for this wouldn't happen, right? But if he decided that something tragic like murder was okay, then all of a sudden in our reality, it would become a thing that is okay.
That'd be contradictory because murder under your own view is unjustified killing, right? So you just be saying it's an unjust, justified killing?
No. What I'm saying is that if God created a world that was his preference, then it would be moral in that instance, because he is the standard of whatever he decides.
Yeah, so
Right?
whatever
So it's
God
not a
decides.
contradiction, right? It's not a contradiction. It's just his will, his being, according to our worldview, right?
I'm confused with that response because, like, again, the idea, thank you for the hand, I appreciate, is that anything that God would do would be considered good, right? There's a conditional statement. If this, then this, right? If God does this, it's good.
Correct.
Okay.
Regardless of what it is.
Okay. So, like, I mean, I could ask you a few questions, right? But I'll ask you this, right? Is it logically possible for God to create a reality in which human beings have free will and always do the right thing?
Of course.
Okay. So God would have a choice between a world in which there's free will and no evil and a world in which there's free will and evil. So given that God has a choice between free will and no evil and free will and evil, holding free will constant, right? God has a choice between a world where there's evil or no evil. So you're telling me that God prefers the world with evil over the world with no evil?
Correct. So, if you were to say that that's a contradiction, which is what the reason I wanted to go into this argument, because that's what you said before. So how is that not? So I would say that's a straw man for the Christian faith, because that's not the God we believe in. And then two, that it is. I wrote this stuff down.
Yeah,
so
I'll tell you why it's
giving me so much
contradictory.
crap.
Because earlier in this conversation, you told me that evil was against God's preference. So you can't possibly prefer something that is against God's preference. Because again, we held everything else constant. Right. The only difference was whether or not evil exists. And if God has a preference against evil, thank you, I appreciate the crown. Thank you so much. God would prefer against that world. So given that we exist in this world, it tells us that God does not exist.
False dichotomy, because, right, you're saying this, then that, right? And the reason that's not true is because we're not assuming that God could have a preference greater than the one that he already has. So if God's purpose for creating us is to have a manifestation of his glory, which is a reflection of his holiness, and he needs to express, or would like to express, because I don't want to use the word need, would like to express particular attributes about himself in this reality that we can see, that it would take evil, right, the absence of him and us conducting those things, for those things to manifest, right? So if everyone did good, we would never see God's just, righteous nature, right? And if everyone was evil, then we would actually never see, right, his mercy, grace, and love if there wasn't an act of redemption. So he has both. He created a means at which there's a redemption for mankind, so that his mercy, grace, and love can be displayed for all eternity upon Judgment Day. And then also for the sinner that chooses not to believe, his just, righteous anger will be displayed. And we can go into like a thought of hell. Me and you have actually talked, now that I think about it, back when you first started this, you had like 1,000 followers. We talked about hell for like a good hour. It was pretty cool.
Bro, I don't remember that. I apologize, but that would have been cool.
You do this
that's
every day for 6 hours a day. So
now I do. Before then, that was like when I was first getting on, so I probably knew nothing then, right? But when it relates to this, so when God was alone, did he recognize his own goodness?
Correct. Yes.
He did. Okay, so there didn't need to be the existence of evil for him to recognize his own goodness. So when you say that evil has to exist for us to be able to recognize God's goodness, that's not true, because God could recognize God's goodness without evil.
I think I misstated then. What I mean is for us to recognize it. He already knows it. In order for his created beings to share in, or what we call the participation of, right? So God doesn't need us to pray, but we get to participate. So if I wanted to pray for you, Parker, God doesn't need me to pray for you, to heal you, or to do whatever, but I get to participate in that blessing. So same way, in order for us to see these things, he has to have something to contrast it against.
Yeah, so the reason why you don't have to have something to contrast against is because it was logically possible for God to understand it without a contrast. So the only thing limiting human beings from having this knowledge is God. God could have given them this knowledge the same way that God wrote morality knowledge into our hearts, right? So like,
is it?
Go ahead.
Is it fair to say that knowledge and experience, or even knowledge of someone's experience, is the same thing? Right. I can empathize.
Experience would be a type of knowledge, right? But it's not the
only
type of knowledge, as God has knowledge without experience, right?
Right. So I can say, like, I can empathize with like the debate at hand, right? The turmoil that homosexuals go through, right? Anybody that's same-sex attracted, how it is and how it relates to them in a society where it's considered unmoral, right? I can empathize with that, but unless I'm gay and experiencing it, I can't understand it, right? So I think that's the knowledge at which God is allowing us to
2
participate
hours
in. We get
completed.
to understand
Burned
His
calories
goodness in
494
reflection of
calories.
our
Heart
wickedness
rate
and a world that is
106
fallen
beats
and
per
is
minute.
wicked. So it's not necessary that God leave us in a world at which everything is good in order for Him to maintain His goodness. And honestly, Christians don't have a problem with evil. Without God, evil is purposeless. So with God, evil has purpose.
So you're saying in order for us to recognize God's goodness, there has to be evil. That's the claim,
Correct.
right?
Yes. For
Again,
us, not God.
Why? What's the distinction between us and God? That means that God can recognize this, but we can't.
Right. God can recognize and understand the absence of Himself. Right. And I think He's seeing that and
Why
gets
can't
to
we?
display that.
What is the logical contradiction with us understanding that?
The logical contradiction for us understanding that? Are you saying there is one?
Because God can actualize any logically possible world. The only way that you could say it's necessary is if you're saying it's logically necessary. That's what you're not understanding with your worldview.
Yes.
Is that you actually have to hold to a view that's called necessitarianism, right? You have to hold that sin's logically necessary, right? And that this world is logically necessary, that this is the only possible world. And that degrades the idea of free will. If I could not have done differently, what free will do I actually have? This is the only logically possible world.
Do you believe in libertarian free will?
No, I don't. I believe in compatibilism.
So Christianity teaches compatibilism as well.
Well,
so
yeah, that's incoherent under your worldview because I have a distinction in my notion of free will that doesn't allow for that to happen. And that's because if there is an impediment by another actor, that gets rid of your free will. And God is another actor, so that would be an impediment.
Yeah.
Right? So if there's only one reality created by God, and I cannot have done differently, created by this actor, the set of circumstances created by this actor or agent, right? That means I wouldn't have free will in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? Like this impediment would remove my ability to.
Okay.
That's why you have to hold to this view where it's like undetermined or something like that.
Well, I think a lot of us are soft determinists, right? That God is sovereign and our free will ends at where His will begins. So if He wanted Parker to get up and move or go do something, there's nothing you could do to stop it.
Yeah, so if God wanted the Holocaust to not occur, there's nothing we could do either.
To not occur?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, He would have stopped it, correct.
Yeah, so so God wants the Holocaust to occur. God wants slavery to occur. God wants child sex trafficking to occur. God wants P3DOs raping children. God wants all of these things to occur.
You're sounding like that Mike kid. Don't you hang this up on me. Yeah, and the answer is going to be yes, because that's the world that we actually experience. So out of all the possible worlds that God could have created, this is the one that we're experiencing, a one where there is slavery, a one where there is pedophilia, one where there was a Holocaust. And we're going through that.
When God could have got rid of that.
He could have, but He chose not to.
So God could have got rid of that. God could have created a better world, but God decides to create the world in which there are these things that God Himself considers bad. And that's why it's contradictory. Because you're saying that God, given He's all good, is going to create the maximally good world. Right? That's expected of that God's all knowing, all powerful, and all good. Right? God didn't create the maximally good world, therefore God doesn't exist.
I don't agree to that because it's a false dichotomy. You're saying this, then that, when in reality, He could have a preference for something greater than just a good world. What if the world that brings evil...
Wait, that would be the maximally good world. Maximally good world means that there's no world better than it.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I think this might be the maximum, or maybe not the maximally good world for us, but the world at which gives Him the most glory. God's more focused on His glory.
What is the glory? Let's clarify this.
Glory is a manifestation of His holiness. It is a reflection of His holiness. So there's only one
What does that mean? What does that mean?
There's only one attribute in Scripture that the Bible raises to the third degree. Right? There's nowhere else in Scripture where an attribute of God is raised to the third degree. Right? So the Bible says that there are angels that just circle His throne saying, holy, holy, holy is the Lord Almighty, right? They raise it to the superlative. They don't say that He's mercy, 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 or love, 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 right? So there's something unique and distinct about His holiness that He is displaying for all of the universe to understand. And so in our worldview, this world, out of all the potential worlds that could have been, regardless if it's a world without sin or a world with sin or a world without evil or a world with evil, This one is the one that is going to give him the most maximum glory in the end.
So
and the
glory
reason,
is
the reason
upholding
for
his
that-
holiness. Holiness is good. So like that's just in accordance with his preference. So all you're telling me is that God's preference is pedophilia, God's preference is child sex trafficking, God's preference is child slavery. Over all of these things not occurring.
Correct. His preference would
so
be,
again, a world where they don't sin is a better world. Is a worse world than which they do sin. That's what you're telling me.
correct. Yes, and the reason being we believe that, right, is according to the Bible, right, the greatest thing God could give his creation is himself. And so if he gives us anything other than himself, right, at that moment he's at fault for idolatry, right? He is the maximum anything that we could enjoy or have. So him actually magnifying his glory is for our benefit. So that's why I think it's a false dichotomy to say that this world, therefore God doesn't exist, when in reality...
Oh, this isn't a false
world,
dichotomy, because I was actually going to address this point, because there are many different possible worlds where God was able to choose from. I was just giving two selections because I was demonstrating the point of God could have created a world with free will and no evil, but God rather created a world with no evil. I mean, with evil in it. So, like, God could have picked a world with slightly less evil than the world exists now. God could have with slightly less evil than that, and there still was some level of evil, right? But I'm just saying that what would be expected is that there was no evil, as God, right, given what we know evil is, would have a preference against that existing. So you can't say simultaneously that God would have a preference against evil existing, and then holding all else constant would prefer evil, because that entails a contradiction.
Well, but I would say yes, he would if he preferred something greater, right?
That's
he
not
might have
preferring
a,
greater, because again, we held all else constant. There's no greater good achieved from this.
Why are you making that connection that there is no greater good?
Because the sin would be unnecessary. The greater good would be that they don't sin, right? Because God has a preference against sinning, right? And they would do the good thing in all scenarios. Like, for example, right? If I were to ask you the question, can I do the right thing today? Would you say yes?
Define right thing.
If I do the good thing in every single scenario.
Like a righteous
thing in accordance with what God would want.
Can you do it once?
Every single time today.
No, absolutely not.
No, I can't. So I don't have free will.
No, not in that instance. So according to our worldview, right? I gotta go back.
So then again, why does slavery exist? Why do any of these evils exist? Why does the Holocaust exist if we don't have free will? You can't explain to me that this is a better world with the Holocaust rather than not, given that you don't care whether or not free will exists.
Do you grow through your pain? Do we come together when there's pain? When we see people hurting, when we see tragedies, do we come together and recognize? Do we empathize with each other? Do we cry?
In many scenarios we do. But the point I'm making is that it's unnecessary.
That would never exist. That's a beautiful thing that would never exist or experience without those things.
But it's unnecessary. Think about it this way, right?
But it's their tragedy that brings their beauty.
Think about it this way, right? Someone, whether or not they take a vaccine, if someone takes a vaccine, it reduces their likelihood of negative things happening to them comparative to the natural state of affairs where they would get a virus and it would be worse off for them, right? We would say that it would be unnecessary pain that someone would have to go through given that we have vaccinations. So if I have a vaccination, right, and I don't take it, right, I'm going to be going through unnecessary pain that I didn't have to go through. My point is that the experiences that we go through, these are unnecessary for us to be able to reach this end goal that God is outlining. God could have reached this end goal without these unnecessary bads, right? So if you think it's bad, right, for there to be pain and for there to be suffering, well, then if there's unnecessary pain and suffering, well, then that's going to be bad under your view because God could have actualized a world in which there was not this, yet achieved the exact same goals. So there's no greater good achieved if there's unnecessary suffering because it's purposeless.
And I've heard you say that, and I'm not trying to not address your point. But I don't agree, because if there was a world at which these things didn't occur, the beauty of us actually experiencing us coming together, all the things of growth that happens in tragedy would never have happened. We could not have experienced that in a world where everything was hunky-dory all the time. If you lived in a world where it was just a bright sunny day all the time, and then, I mean, you'd have no like actual understanding of what a sunny day is. But then one day a stormy day comes and destroys it.
Wait, that's the conditions for me not understanding that? It would be God. The only thing that limits me from understanding that is God.
No, well,
No, it's not nothing to compare to. We already went over that
quick.
point. Alex, we already went over that point, right? God had nothing to compare to, yet he still understood. Because before anything existed, he was alone. If he's all good, there is no evil, right? So he had the ability to understand goodness.
Right, I'm referring to us understanding.
Yeah, and that's what you're special pleading with. Because again, there's no relevant distinction between God and between human beings. That means that God would be able to understand this and human beings would not be able to. You'd have to show me a contradiction.
That we're dependent and he isn't? That we're dependent on things and God isn't? Therefore, it's a contradiction?
No, there has to be. You'd have to show me a contradiction. I don't know. You mean dependent? What?
So
I don't know where you got dependent from.
The reason God can have this.
We weren't talking contingency terms.
Look, man, I'm not smart. Okay, so I'm trying here. All right, I'm getting schooled by a 21-year-old kid. All right, it's great. Without a wife beater this time. So I think he's younger. I think he's like 19.
Yeah, he's 19.
All right, so. You keep going back to God having this divine knowledge, but it's not necessary that we have that divine knowledge. So for our benefit, we have to experience these things for it to be manifested. Not God already knows if he's all knowing.
Wait, when you're saying that they have to, the only way you could say that they have to is if you give me a contradiction to the otherwise. Because again, God can actualize any logically possible world.
I'm trying to understand what you're asking me to give you.
Okay, God's all powerful. That means he can actualize any possible world.
Correct.
So the only way that you could say that something is necessary for God is by saying it's logically necessary. That there's no other logical possibility that could have occurred. So what is the contradiction?
Well, I'm saying it's logically necessary for us to experience it, right? Not God.
Yeah, why couldn't we have had that knowledge otherwise? What's the logical contradiction with us having the knowledge in the same way that God has the knowledge?
I see what you're saying. How do I word this? I was just about to say preference. I think this is the best way at which we can actually come to understand these things versus it just being programmed into us. We actually experience it versus it just being told to us, or
why is it better?
Why is it better?
God just prefers the experience with the pain over us having the knowledge otherwise?
Yes.
So God prefers unnecessary suffering because we would have had this understanding and knowledge, the same goal without the suffering. And that's what it means. That's what makes no sense. Is because then if there's purposeless, there's no greater good achieved. That means God has a preference against this suffering. Therefore, there'd be a contradiction for him to prefer it.
You're suggesting that it's unnecessary pain, when in reality, beauty comes from pain. So it's not without value.
It's not the only way beauty comes, right? And that's what I'm saying. It's unnecessary because it can come another way logically. And if it can come another way logically, God can actualize that world as God can actualize any logically possible world.
I think it's better that we actually experience it versus just having a knowledge of what it is.
Then you're just saying that you prefer suffering over no suffering, right? Which is a contradiction under your worldview.
I'm saying that God prefers that we go through suffering versus no suffering, right?
That's a contradiction under your worldview because it's unnecessary suffering.
I'm really trying to understand why you keep saying it's unnecessary. I'm trying to figure out how to...
Because you can't give me a logical contradiction with God giving us this understanding without going through the experience. You'd have to give me a logical contradiction because, again, the only thing that can necessitate it for God is if it's logically necessary, i.e. there's a contradiction of the otherwise.
Gotcha. I don't have one. I just... that it's his preference that it is the way that it is. That this is why
the contradiction.
That he set it up this way.
Yeah, like if you were to isolate for everything else, you can't say God prefers evil because then that ends with a statement because evil is against God's preference of God prefers something that is against his preference. That's just a contradiction. You could only say that God prefers evil in the sense in which this evil leads to a greater good. So if it's unnecessary, right, then it would just be, again, everything else is held constant, isolated by itself. You can't say that God prefers it as that would be a contradiction. So yeah, this is absolutely a contradiction.
It's really hard for me to follow that. I think I get what you're saying. I think I get it.
I'll explain. I want to be able to.
So, all right. So to shift to the transcendental argument, right? why isn't that convince you? Like out of the cosmological argument, the teleological, transcendental.
Oh, I can give you
Why don't
all
these
responses to these. So cosmological, compatible with atheism. Doesn't establish a God's existence. The cause can be, right, natural.
Why so?
Oh, well, because it doesn't establish a God. All it's saying is that if there's a beginning to something, well, then there's going to require a cause. It doesn't mean that cause has to be a God. Do you think causes can be naturalistic?
Do you think we can regress into infinity in reverse and come to this point?
You can. There can be an independent natural cause. Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with that. You'd have to have something that is. You'd have to have an independent creation. Yeah,
it can be natural
of a dependent cause, like something that is already dependent.
No, the independent thing explains the dependent. So independent variables don't need explanation. They're the ones that are explaining other things.
So in your worldview, what is independent?
It would be naturalistic. It's like a set of fundamental particles, because they could be naturalistic and they can be independent in the same way God is. No, they're not.
Why aren't they?
Because dependent would just mean they require an explanation for their existence. If they're independent and eternal, they don't require an explanation for their existence because they don't have a beginning. If you don't have a beginning, you don't require a cause. God doesn't have a beginning, therefore God doesn't require a cause.
Gotcha. Dang, my family's home. I gotta go.
For sure.
I'll
Talk to you later, bro.
Again with the transcendental specifically.
And teleological. I don't think teleological is convincing at all, because the fine tuning can apply to God's mind. And then transcendental, I'd have to clarify what you would refer to with that particularly.
Basically, without logic being immaterial, therefore you using logic without justifying why brain gas is producing logic or is understanding logic, how stardust is just bumping into stardust.
Those assumptions exist under both worldviews. You have to assume that you are rational or that you are reliable to interpret scripture, to interpret your senses in terms of an experience with God. So you have to assume the exact same characteristics.
I have a justification for it.
Because your justification relies upon an assumption. You have an axiomatic basis, like the assumption being that like your sense perception is reliable. And the same thing also exists under the naturalist perspective.
Okay, I gotta work through that.
Okay, for sure. I'll see you, man.
All right, man. See you guys.
Have a good day. We're going to go on to the next person. If you like the content, follow me. If you've already, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares. Let's go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. You already know the deal, y'all. Okay, for some reason it's not accepting this person. We're going to go to the next. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. Keep sharing the live. Copy links, send it to a few friends. You already know the deal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
I just wanted to ask you something like what the other guy was talking about.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral, by the way?
To be gay? No. But the thing is, with the whole God thing, and I think before you said oh, I had an easy life. Did you say that before in one live?
Yeah, sure, but I don't see how that's relevant. So I'm going to go on to the next person who disagrees. Appreciate you coming on. We're going to go to the next person. I'm only looking for people who disagree, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. All right. Mike, bro, I'm so confused how that's relevant. I'm so confused. All right, we're going to the next person, everyone. Again, only send a request if you disagree. Damn, that was rude. Parker, how was that rude? They didn't disagree. That wasn't rude to say that they didn't fit the things of the live. I'm so confused. It's rude for me to establish boundaries. My bad. Let me make sure I have no boundaries. My bad. Let me get rid of all boundaries. Let me just do that real quick. I got you. So real. I'm rude for having boundaries. So real. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Here. Can you hear me or no?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 35, but my wife wants to debate you. Hold on.
For sure.
I'm going outside. Hello?
Yeah, what's up? Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
My beliefs, yes.
Why so?
Okay. I just wanted to ask you why this is even like a topic, because what does it matter what my beliefs are versus your beliefs or anyone else's?
Because beliefs that say that being gay is wrong influence policy, discriminate against gay people, lead to the hatred of gay people, right? And I want to argue against these irrational prejudice targeted towards gay people.
Okay, so what policies are against gay people?
Yeah, so I was talking historically speaking, right? We can relate to particularly, thank you for the Forever Rose, I appreciate it, within our society today, right? The different types of social expectations that are placed upon gay people comparative to straight people. For example, right, straight people will constantly use gay as a term as like an insult, right? Or looking at someone in negative connotation or calling someone dumb. They'll use slurs that reference people who are gay, right? 30% of people in America think that it's immoral to be gay. They argue against gay marriage, and not until 2008. Even in 2008, Democratic candidates were even arguing against gay marriage, right? So I think that's pretty clear. Conversion therapy, right, was something that was very, very, very predominant for decades in this country. So, I can point towards many things.
Okay, well, I can say that so many people have different opinions about so many topics, and you're never always going to get people on the same topic, on the same, nobody's ever going to be on the same page in anything in life. And to me, that's the beauty of, diversity. And you can agree with me. You don't have to agree with me. But, now fast forward to today, because, we can go back in time, but gay marriage has been legalized. My brother-in-law is gay. It's everywhere. It's in clothing stores. It's on kids' clothes. It's being accepted everywhere. In everyone's eyes. So I'm confused as to why it really matters. Because when you say gay or straight, to me, you're referring to they're kind of talking about what they do in the bedroom when they're having those parades and stuff. Nobody cares about what you do on your personal level. My brother-in-law, like I said, is married and he's gay. I know so many other people. So I don't see how there's such a problem with people. I don't see a problem with people having a problem with gays.
You don't see a problem with people having a problem with gay people. Why don't you see a problem with that?
I just think it's so much more accepted now. And, it's on commercials on TV. It's in department stores. It's in the streets.
So why does
it's
30%
everywhere.
of
And
America think it's immoral?
There's nobody beheading gays. There's nobody doing anything to gays. So I'm confused.
So there are people still going to bars, gay bars, and shooting up people because they're gay. Right, we can point
there's
towards
people
Denver,
shooting
Colorado.
up kids at elementary schools
Miami,
too. So
Florida.
how are we going to stop that?
What'd you say?
So there's people doing shootings at elementary schools too, and we're afraid to bring.
Yeah, and we should stop that.
What are we doing about
right?
that?
But is that on the basis of a particular characteristic? Because I would also argue against that happening. I don't think that should happen. I think that we should stop that from happening. Right? But the point is also clear: is that this is on the basis of a particular characteristic. So we have ways in which we can argue against these things, so they're less likely to happen and target at people who are gay.
But like I said, you're never going to, you're trying to, gay is not a characteristic. If you're explaining that it's in their, it's how they're born, that's what you're saying?
Yeah. Someone has these characteristics.
So
they
I don't
choose
explain
them.
myself
Like the same way
as
that I
being
have
straight.
the characteristic that I'm straight, right? And I didn't choose that.
Yeah, but I don't explain right now there's more, hatred towards straight people right now and Christians and
No, that's not true. That's not true.
I see it everywhere.
You need to get a grip on reality. I actually implore you to acquaint yourself with the reality. If you think that straight people and Christians are going through more in America than gay people, you need to actually get a grip. Right?
Well,
that's
I don't think I need to get a grip with me. I know gay people are disagreeing with you all day long.
What gay people? Name one in the comment section.
What do you mean? I just told you. I have a brother-in-law who's gay. He disagrees with you.
Yeah, so
they're
not the
happily married,
tokenization, by
living
the
a
way.
happily married life. I'm confused.
Not the tokenization, by the way. So just because there's one person who's gay who agrees with you doesn't mean an overwhelming majority of gay people agree with you. Right?
Okay. So I have to change my belief system in order to make them happy. And that could be in any
No, you
situation.
should change your belief system because you should accept people, right? If
Oh, no, I accept people.
you don't, though.
No.
Right, because you
Yeah,
don't think
I know
you
what
don't
you
think it's
do.
wrong.
No, I know
No,
what
no.
you do.
You know,
and it
you don't
doesn't,
think it's
no.
wrong. I want you to listen to this. You don't think it's wrong for people to have a problem. You don't think it's wrong for
You can
people to
cut
have
me
a
off
problem.
all you want because this is
Yeah,
when
so
you know
you don't
that I have a
think-
point. So
No, I'm
don't-
clarifying this point.
I accept everybody for who they are, and anybody can be who they are. That doesn't
you don't.
mean I have to agree with that being my morals. Okay, do you understand that? So
No, so,
I don't
like,
have to
here's
tell
two
you,
things.
hey Parker, why don't you, believe that this thing or that thing because it goes against my morals but not yours, and you shouldn't
Argue
think
it.
that
Give
way.
me an argument. Give me an argument. Right, but like when I relate to this, right, again, you don't support them because you don't think that it is wrong for people to have a problem against
I
gay people.
support anybody who's happy. What I don't support is, like, I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're straight. I don't care. Like, why are you making? First of all, you're actually like putting them in the spotlight and like I don't know how to explain it. Like you're putting more attention onto the situation when it doesn't have to be. Like they
I'm
could just live
arguing
life
against
as
people
normal
who are-
people, but no, they
What are
don't
you
even
talking
allow
about?
themselves to live life as normal people. Like I'm confused.
There should be arguments like this broadcasted to show that you should not hold these particular views. Right? This should be something that's put
Why?
in front
That's
of
your
people.
personal opinion, though. Like everybody is entitled
because
to
it
their
actually
opinion.
leads to people benefiting, right? I think that people are going to be less likely to be discriminated against. They're less likely to be hated, given the fact that there is advocates.
But I
right,
just
for these
told
particular
you.
types of
Wait, hold
policies,
on.
For these different arguments,
I just
good
told you.
argumentation.
Yeah, but I just told you that I have nothing against them and don't hate them. See, that's where you're twisting
But
it.
you think it's okay? You think it's okay for people to have a problem against gay
I said,
people?
it doesn't agree with my Christian morals. That's what I said. So
Love
what
thy
does
neighbor.
it matter? Do you have to change my religion for me? Do you believe in gun rights? I mean, we can go, if people disagree and agree with that too. I mean, you can, people can argue about different things all day long, but in reality, like my opinion versus your opinion is never going to change the situation.
Yes, it will,
It
right?
doesn't mean that they're hated because we think that in our lives it doesn't work for us. That's what you're not understanding.
No, what you're not understanding is that you're using a religion to be able to justify this type of treatment towards gay people in terms of saying that
I
it's
can
wrong
use
for them
whatever
to
I
engage
want
in-
because that
Let
is
me
my
finish.
human right.
Let me finish.
Like
Let me
you're
finish.
using
Let
what
me finish.
you
Let me
need to
finish.
use.
You can use what you want, but it does not mean it's justified. Okay, the point I'm making is that
It
it's
doesn't mean that you're
unjustified.
justified either.
Then give me an
So
argument as
you
to why
not
I'm not
believing,
justified.
you not believing in a God, that's your justifiable reason in your own head, whatever makes you happy. But see, I'm not
Contradictions,
you,
simplicity
and that's what
arguments.
makes us two different people.
You have no proof.
You have no proof either.
I do.
I'm going
I
to
can
tell
give
you
proof
this.
by
I'm just
contradiction.
going to tell you this. If you don't believe in a God, that's totally fine, right? But get this, right? If there is a God or if there isn't a God and you don't believe in him and there happens to be, good luck. But if there isn't, then there isn't.
Yeah, if I believe
But
that
at
the
least
tooth fairy
we
exists.
believe in something that makes us feel better.
Okay, yeah, you can believe in things that make you feel better, but that does not mean it corresponds with reality. I want to believe that when I die, I'm going to be a Pokemon master, and I'm going to beat all the gym badges and beat the Elite Four. That doesn't mean it corresponds with reality. I want to believe Harry Potter's real. Doesn't mean it corresponds with reality. I want to believe that I can be Ben 10 when I die. Doesn't mean it corresponds with reality, right? If you want to relate to Pascal's wager, right, I can literally think up of a religion, right, in which says that people who believe in other types of religions go to hell, and if they believe in this thing, they don't go to hell.
Okay, but
and I can say
why
the same
is it
thing to you, and
hurting-
it's
but-
just as justified as you. If you're not scared of the hell in
That's not a
Islam,
religion,
why?
that's a
Wait, hold
cult.
on. Let me
But
finish.
what I'm-
Let me finish. Your religion's a cult, right? If you want to relate to this,
Okay,
again,
that's
anything can be
that's
considered a
your
cult.
opinion.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish, please. Anything can be considered a cult dependent upon how many people believe in it particularly. So Christianity absolutely was considered a cult at many particular points, right? For you to claim otherwise is absolutely incoherent, right?
Okay, but again, that is your opinion.
No, that is facts.
No, it's not facts. Just because you believe that God is so mean and he's unjustifiable doesn't make it a fact. That makes
No,
it your
it is
opinion.
factual that there is a contradiction
How is
when
it
it relates to your
factual?
worldview.
How? Go ahead.
Because I can
explain
lay
that
out the
to me.
contradiction.
Go ahead, lay out the
Do you think
contradiction.
do you think God is perfect? Brayden, I
Yes, I
appreciate the
do.
galaxy. Thank you so much. Okay. Do you a perfect test taker? What do you expect to see?
What are you talking about?
A perfect test taker. What do you expect to see? Perfect test scores, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Perfect free throw shooter. What do you expect to see?
A perfect score.
Perfect amount of free throws made. Perfect creator. What do you expect to see?
Okay, so what
2
do you
hours,
what
30
is your
minutes
what do you
Perfect
want?
creation.
Burnt
right?
calories,
Are we
617
created by God?
calories. Heart
Okay,
rate,
so
78 beats per
just
minute.
because you think his creation is imperfect
No, it's
does
not
not
my
mean
thought.
that
It's
he
not
doesn't have
mine.
it.
No. Am I perfect by God? Does God think I'm perfect?
God gives you, so you're not perfect. He doesn't think you're
No,
perfect.
he doesn't think I'm perfect.
You were put
Okay?
here.
So
You actually
perfect
put here
creator.
to sin.
Here, I want you to listen. Okay, so God wants me to sin?
No, God wants
Okay,
you to take
so
the
a perfect God, perfect creator entails a perfect creation. We are created by God, and we are not perfect under His
if
own
you are
view.
a student, let's say,
Hold up,
right?
I'm
You're a
gonna
student,
mute you if you don't let me finish.
So okay, hold on. If you're a student and you don't,
Okay, so perfect God, perfect creator entails perfect creation. Right? We were created by God, and under God's view, we're not considered perfect. Thank you for the corgi. I appreciate it. Therefore, we don't have a perfect creator. Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much. So again, us not being perfect in reality gets us the ability to be able to dispute that your perfect creator exists. Right? Based upon your own view, your God doesn't exist. It's like self-refuting in of itself. That's what a contradiction would entail. Appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much. You can unmute, by the way. Thank you for the following for you. I appreciate it, Knox. Thank you so much.
okay, so what you're not understanding is that
Muted you.
how
He muted you.
how
She's not
Because
muted
you
now.
click the mute button.
She's not muted now. I hear you.
no, that's why I started
Appreciate the little
talking.
crown. Thank you. Hello?
Okay, so yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I do hear you.
Unmute on it.
I did hit unmute.
I hear her.
Oh, okay. So fallen angels and all that who went against him. Okay, that's not you're acting like he created the actual devil who just go ahead and create havoc and he knew everything that was like whether he knew or whether he didn't. There was a fallen angel, right? He fell for a reason, right? He went against God and created the devil himself, created whatever he created, evil. So we're born in sin, and I'm not going
Is
to
the
go
devil
into
perfect?
history. No.
Was the devil created by God?
Yes, but the devil
Okay,
went against
so,
God.
So again, that just tells us your God doesn't exist because perfect creator entails perfect creation. We don't see perfect creation, therefore there's no
It
perfect
doesn't
creator.
matter if your mommy or daddy punishes you and maybe they got it right or they got it wrong. You still don't question why they're punishing you. It's because you did something wrong and you're going to get punished by it. Or I
do
created my
question?
daughter and my
You do
son.
question.
I created my daughter and my son, but I mean, are they going to screw up? Yes. Do they mean they're not like perfect in my eyes? No.
Are you a perfect creator? No, you're not. Therefore, it would be expected
No,
that
I'm
you
not
don't
a
have a
perfect
perfect
creator.
Yeah, and
I'm
it would
not
be
a perfect
expected.
creator.
Hold up,
But
and it would
see,
be
you
hold
mean
up.
it like black and white. Like you're
Yeah, because that's what logic is. It's either it's
his
consistent or it's
reason is
inconsistent.
his reason. His reason is his reason, and you can sit there and
This
act
is
entitled
inconsistent.
about it, and it really
I'm
doesn't
not
matter.
acting
But
entitled
I
about
mean,
anything. I'm telling you, there's
you
a
are. I
contradiction.
mean, he didn't create a perfect world. Why is there so much evil? I don't know. Maybe go to church and figure it out. Like I don't know what to tell you, but that doesn't mean that you get to spew whatever
There's
you
no way
want
you
to
unironically
onto
believe
me.
this. Hey, ma'am, I literally gave you a contradiction very, 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 very nicely.
You
I
did
laid
not
it right
give
out
me
in
a
front of you.
contradiction. You
This
gave
was
me
a
your
contradiction.
opinion.
No, I
You
didn't
gave
give
me
you
your
an
opinion. There's
I laid
literal
out.
facts and literal. See, you are very one-sided, and whatever you see on the internet, black and white, you believe. And I've learned that watching you. Yes, all the studies,
No,
all
you're
this,
getting.
all
Thank you for the
that.
hint, Art.
You think
You're
the
getting
Earth is
defensive.
not flat? All kinds of stuff. From
You think the
who
Earth is
told you
flat?
something? Somebody told you something somewhere that
Wait,
you
do you
read
think the Earth is
that
flat?
you believe. It doesn't matter what I think.
You do. You do think the Earth is flat. Okay, of course.
It doesn't matter what I think, though.
That makes sense.
Right? Because It doesn't matter what I think. Well, actually, there's been so much evidence, but I'm not even going to get into that.
Against it being a flat Earth. Yeah, there's so much evidence we do not live on a flat Earth. Wow, I look at Jupiter. I look at Mars.
I know, and that's okay.
I look at Mercury.
Okay.
I look at Neptune. I look at Saturn. All of them are spherical.
Did you
Every
go?
single one. All the stars, they're spherical.
Did you go and actually
but
look yourself?
Flat.
I mean, did you fly there yourself?
I have looked in telescopes. Yeah, and you can see that they're spherical. Okay. Ma'am, let me finish. See that they're spherical.
Told you that
so
it was
Mars. Hold on, man. I'm again. Everything else around us is spherical, right?
I'm not
but
getting
we're
into
flat.
That whatever your belief system is, I mean, you believe what you believe, and that's okay. Which is back to this topic. If I accept all people, which most of 90%, I mean, good people, there's a lot of good people on this planet, and you're pretty much making it like there's more bad than good, which doesn't really, it's kind of wrong. But I mean, there's a lot of good people who do accept gays. I mean, anybody for who they are. Right? But they still think that it's morally and wrong for their life. It doesn't affect them.
That means they don't
it doesn't
accept
affect
them.
someone who's gay. You got psychopaths everywhere that want to shoot up a gay bar, that want to shoot up a school, that want to do this or that thing. Okay? But how are you're not changing that psychopath's mentality by the conversation between you and I. Because they're literally crazy in their head. Okay, that's an illness that they have. So unless you want to go and get a degree and help those type of people, I mean, I don't know what you're really trying to do.
Why do these particular individuals have biases towards gay people? Because
it doesn't really matter why they do, because they're sick in the head. Why do people want to kill children?
Stop screaming. Holy shit, ma'am. Give it a fucking second, right? We're not at a fucking Staples, right? You can chill out, okay? Right? I don't even remember what I just was fucking saying. Holy shit, come on, just let's chill so that I can actually respond to claims. I don't even remember what I was just saying. You can unmute yourself, by the way. Can anyone remember, chat? Yeah, so what were you saying? Why do sociopaths turn out the way? Yeah, so they have their society, right, targets gay people, or discriminates against gay people, and then that produces a normalized culture around looking at gay people in a more negative light comparative to straight people, which predisposes people who are already in these circumstances to treat gay people in that way. So if society didn't have this particular societal expectation, right, likely speaking, this individual, even in that circumstance, would not be engaging in that particular action, even though, right, they are still a psychopath.
Yeah, I completely disagree. Completely disagree.
For gays when there are straight.
Yeah,
that's not true at all. That was
government grants for gays now. Did you know that? Did you know that?
There's grants for
government grants.
Yeah, and at the same time, there are grants for gay people. There are significantly more grants targeted towards straight people throughout all of society.
Well, I'm sorry, but I mean, there's a lot of straight people. You said it. What percentage of gays are there? I mean, it's not really.
It's about 19-20% of our population.
Okay, so I mean, it kind of makes sense then.
Maybe they shouldn't have voted in Biden. Maybe they shouldn't have liberal ideals and vote in people that fuck shit up for them.
David Little Crown, you want to give an argument, bro? You sound pretty angry.
I don't sound angry.
You clearly did, but you want to give an argument? Give me an argument. What's wrong with Biden? Why is Trump better?
I mean, are you
sounds like crickets?
Do they look around then?
Does he not have an argument? Does he not have anything?
No, I mean, he has a lot to say, but it's mind-boggling how you just don't see it. But again, that's your opinion.
What does he have to say? I'm waiting for it. Let him say it. Steven, what do you got, bro?
I don't want to debate this guy.
Okay, that's fine.
He doesn't want to? You got no arguments?
From what he says, yeah.
You said we're just liberal and we're scared and there's something wrong with us, but it sounds like you don't have an argument.
Just because he doesn't want to argue with you doesn't mean he doesn't have an argument. I mean, just doesn't want to right now. It's very tiring, actually. To be honest.
Yeah, it's tiring to critically think for the first time.
Oh, trust me, we are real critical thinkers. And what I'm telling you is your opinion versus my opinion doesn't really make a difference if we're both peaceful people. So to get into someone's religion really shouldn't matter. And to get into someone's belief shouldn't matter if we're good people having a conversation, correct?
Like what should not matter? I appreciate the head heart.
Okay. So if I'm a good person and you're a good person, but you believe different than I do, why does it matter?
I don't believe you're a good person if you think it's wrong to engage in gay intercourse, if you think it's wrong to be gay, if you hold beliefs
Okay, so I
based upon
actually
faith
have
with
to
no
go.
evidence.
So I actually have to go and perform the acts myself to accept. Like, I'm confused.
No, I think that you should. Well, obviously, it's not going to be in accordance with what I see to be good if it's something I consider to be wrong. I appreciate the Corky. Thank you so much.
My
if you think
morals
it's wrong
and
to be gay,
okay, you're confused.
right? No, I'm not confused with anything. I think you're confused.
No, I'm not confused. I mean, I don't think you're actually getting what I'm saying.
I mean, you believe in. Do you have any justification for your religion? I just told you there's a contradiction.
It doesn't matter what my justification is, and I shouldn't have to prove my religion to you. I shouldn't have to.
Well, yeah, you absolutely should, as you have to prove any
because
other claim.
if the gays want to prove themselves, but the Christian, has to. I mean,
there already is proof that gay people exist.
I mean, you're contradicting yourself.
How am I contradicting myself? There's proof
So
that
you're
gay people
going
exist.
against Christianity and telling other people to accept whatever the hell else, like that.
Yeah.
It's
Accept gay
contradiction.
people. How is that a contradiction?
Yes, I accept all people. So if me and you are, let's say, okay, me and you are good people and accept gays, what does it matter what my religion is versus your non-religion? I mean, I'm confused.
Because your religion impacts other people. You believing in the particular things you do.
How does my religion impact other people?
Let me explain. Madeline, thank you for the Venmo. I appreciate it. I'll explain. Because when you just have faith in your particular religion, you have no justification for it. It puts other people in a predisposition for those particular same beliefs. And they use those beliefs to then discriminate against people who are gay, to then use that to hate people who are gay. It absolutely has been the case throughout society. That has been the basis for why people consider it to be wrong.
Religion?
That's the basis for why people are coming up on my live and arguing this.
Okay, so is that all religion?
It's a lot of religion.
Oh, so you're telling everybody in the world that they shouldn't believe in something.
You should not believe in religion because there's not a justification for it. There are contradictions entailed by many religions. Yes. You should not believe in religion.
People that believe in aliens, people that believe that,
Box of Ups, thank you.
I mean, people can believe whatever they want to believe. If you're going to start being a dictator in their own personal lives, that's kind of wrong, no?
A dictator? I'm saying you need justification for your position.
I don't need justification in my life to prove to anybody else but me and my family.
Okay, I believe the Tooth Fairy created the universe, right?
And
I don't need
that's your
justification.
right. And that's your right to believe that.
And that's just as justified as your worldview.
That's why, this is why they voted for Biden.
That's just as justified as your worldview?
Because they don't believe in freedom. That's the problem.
Hold on. That's just as justified as your worldview?
I don't care what you think is justifiable.
No. Is it under your view? Is that just as justified as your view?
If you believe that, I'm happy for you. Good luck.
Is it just as justified as your view?
No.
No. Okay, so why? I appreciate the hand art. Thank you. Do you need evidence? Do you need justification? Beast, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
I don't need justification. I know the Tooth Fairy is not real. There's no.
Okay, why do you know it's not real? Okay, I don't need justification. I know Christianity is not real.
Okay, that's fine, but you don't have people saying what they saw. You don't have, real people that wrote, books centuries ago, before Christ was even born. And they're all different people and different times and the same words. So, I mean, you don't have that about the Tooth Fairy, so there's that.
Okay, so is Hinduism true then? Because
I have no idea. I don't study Hinduism.
Hinduism's been around for longer.
That's fine. I don't know about Hinduism. I'm going to tell you right now. I don't know.
So you have no reason to accept Christianity over Hinduism.
What do you mean? I don't look into Hinduism. I'm not a Hindu.
Okay, so why do you look into Christianity but not Hinduism?
Because I do. That's just the path I chose.
Because you just do?
I mean, why do you not believe in a God?
Okay, well, because I think there are contradictions entailed by your worldview, and I don't think there's justification. And I think that you require justification to think things are accurate. I normally would use an example of, if I say the earth is flat without justification, is that justified? But you already believe that, right? So I have to use something else, right? If I were to make a claim that I saw a floating pig, would you believe that?
I don't know. No, probably not.
Why not?
because you don't have history to back it up.
I don't have history to back it up. So you're saying you have history to back it up?
Yeah, it's called the Bible.
Okay, so if I said that I wrote down in a book 500 people saw a floating pig, would
There's
you
no
believe
history
it?
to back up in it, right?
No.
What? I'm sorry.
If I said that I wrote in a book, right, 500 people saw a floating pig, right? Just the same as the Bible, 500 people saw Jesus resurrect, right? Does that mean that it's justified for me to believe that a floating pig existed?
Okay, so I think he's a little confused.
I'm confused.
So I'm confused.
That's wild.
Yes, because the people that have seen what they've seen, you know, there's a lot of different times where like their stories like followed where when Jesus resurrected, right, and he fulfilled the prophecies, right, that happened, and that was predicted before
Those
it
prophecies
happened.
were applied to Jesus when he was born, not things that he actually like grew up into. Right? These are things that were applied to him. Plus, you have no evidence, no good evidence at all for resurrection. I agree that Jesus existed.
Right, well,
I agree
it's more
Jesus
evidence
crucified on
than
the
a flying
cross.
pig, so.
Well, again, right? That's why I don't accept either
The
of those.
majority of the Bible
My
is
point
written about God
exactly.
before Jesus.
Wait. In and out. My point exactly. If there's not evidence of it, why the hell would you believe it?
But okay, so why does it matter to you if I believe in God and that's where I'm going to go in the end? Why does
Wait,
it matter?
that isn't.
So
I don't
when
believe that's where you're
somebody
gonna
has hope,
go.
right? When somebody has hope, because I'm sure even whether you voted for whoever you vote, whatever, I'm sure that you and I hopefully can agree that the world right now is absolutely insane. So if we are hoping for a
Thank you
greater
for the unicorn.
good,
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
and
I think the world is
believe in-
insane because we hold beliefs like the one you're holding right now. That's why I'm on
that's
here
why,
arguing
yeah, okay,
it.
that's all of our problems. Yep.
That is a huge
That's all
problem
of
we
our
have in
problems.
society. Absolutely.
Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the problem. I think the problem is you need to search within yourself. That's the problem.
I have. Right. And that's exactly what led me to being against this. Right. Because in saying that there are
people in
contradictions, because I
Israel-
grew up, hold
so,
on, I want you to
okay.
listen to me for a second. I want you to listen. Right. Because I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I grew up supporting Trump the same way that your husband does. I grew up being a Christian, right? The same way that you are right now. Right. I did a lot of self-reflection on this. I wanted so bad to rationalize it. I really fucking did. And I couldn't do it because it's not, you can't rationalize a contradiction.
Okay. But that's the road you took. But a lot of people some people take that road and a lot of people don't. But what I'm saying to you is, which most people see, if you go around, if you were to go around and just talk to people in different states, you know, random people in stores, I'm telling you that probably not, over 90% of people, actually way higher than that, are going to tell you that they have no problem with them just because they don't believe that it's right in their world. Right? I mean, you can go and do that. And I mean, 9 out of 10 times, there's nobody that really truly has a problem with it. Because everybody really is accepted for who they are, but you know, that small percentage of, you know, sick psychopath, you know, we're gonna hold all people accountable, or Christianity accountable, for that small percentage of the psychopath who just went and shot up a gay bar.
No, what I want you to realize is that I want you to say that the different types of beliefs that we say are justified lead towards predispositions for people to not like gay people. Because if you think that it's wrong, that predisposes you to believing that this is the case, right? And it also, having a process in which says that I believe something without evidence is also the basis for bigotry and hate. Bigotry and hate, that's unjustified.
Okay.
Because it doesn't
Okay.
require
So do
justification.
you personally know people that hate gay people?
Yes, absolutely. I grew up in Iowa, and there were people that hated gay people. Yes.
Oh, okay. So how long ago was that?
This
Just
is
curious.
when I was younger. I'm 21
Oh.
years old.
Okay. So, like I said, today, it's more normalized for a lot of people, and it's more accepted.
It's more accepted. That doesn't mean that we've completely accepted it. That doesn't mean we've done everything. Just because it's gotten better doesn't mean we've done everything.
Honestly, in today's society, you can be a cat and have a litter box in your classroom. I mean, I don't know what planet you're living on.
Works.
It is, because in North Carolina, which is the next state over, literally has litter boxes in their classroom for kids who think they're cats. So
no,
I'm
it doesn't.
confused.
Give me a source. Give me a source.
Give me a
fucking
source. Okay. Yeah, I'll show you.
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you. Give me a fucking source.
This is outrageous.
Come on. What do you mean? It's outrageous that you think that's even fucking happening.
It is. It is happening.
No, it's fucking not, dude.
Carolina. It's in North Myrtle Beach.
Oh, it's in North Myrtle Beach. Oh, it's in the same state as us. We'll send you the source.
Yeah, give me a source. I'd love to fucking see it.
It's quite hilarious, actually.
Yeah, I would love to see this. There's literally no way. I actually don't believe that's happening. Everyone, in the meantime, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand shares, everyone. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. Everyone, I go live literally every day. Thank you for the mic check. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the boxing gloves. I appreciate it. By the way, everyone, thank you for the Venmos today. I appreciate it. If you want to ask me any questions, you can always Venmo me, everyone. Anthony, thank you for the Venmos. I appreciate it. Same thing with you, Madeline. I appreciate it as well. Thank y'all, everyone. I appreciate it. We'll give them a second. By the way, I can't hear you when you're paused, so you have to look up the thing and then tell me the title when you come back. But yeah, keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. Thank you, Jasmine. I appreciate the elephant. Thank you so much. Oh, but it says lost connection. We'll see. We'll give it a second, everyone. The rumor is untrue. Yeah, I was like, I don't believe that there is an individual. I don't believe that there are literally litter boxes. Oh, she just left, everyone. That was her. If they would like to come back, I will accept them back, but I don't know where they just went. But by the way, everyone, again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. We're going to go into the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. That is so tough, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 18.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
Well, I'm looking at it as a Christian perspective.
What's your birth year, by the way?
05.
For sure. So, so how do you know that Christianity is true to claim that being gay is wrong because Christianity is true? Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much, Dion.
All right. So basically, it's spoken about 7 times in the Bible, saying it is unholy. I will say that it also says in the Bible.
Name one verse.
I can't name any off the top of my head. I will say though that I don't think it's a wrong thing. I have a lot of family members who are gay, and also my girlfriend's kind of pushing me into the, making sure that stuff's not wrong and all that kind of thing. So
yeah, so you don't think it's wrong to be gay?
No, not at all.
Okay, all right. I'm just looking for. Do you think it's wrong to engage in gay intercourse? Leave the cat.
Yeah.
Okay, so why?
Well, like I said, looking at it as a Christian perspective, it does state, I can't give you any
You don't know the verse, though?
Yeah, I don't. But it is.
Do you hold to the Old Testament?
Well, we actually don't base anything off the Old Testament anymore. Everything's off the New Testament.
Mm-hmm. Do you hold to Timothy 2:12 in the New Testament? Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. You want me to read it to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I do not. Oh, yo, Kelsey, thank you so much for the leopard. W. Kelsey in the comment section. Thank you for the leopard. I appreciate it so much. Timothy 2:12 says, I do not permit a woman to teach or to exercise authority over a man. Rather, she is to remain quiet. Do you believe that?
Oh, yeah, because I was born in the South.
So you think that a woman should not be able to exercise authority over a man and she should remain quiet in the church?
I believe so, yeah. Now, obviously, that's taken to an extent because when you really think about it, obviously this was written hundreds of years ago, so it's kind of based off of that old moral. But I do believe that a man should provide for the female and the woman should be able to stay at home with the kids, and the man should be, the king of the household. But it's not silencing her or anything like that, but it is saying.
No, it literally is. It says she is to remain quiet.
Yeah, but I'm speaking about like the new
the new way, because obviously, the Bible isn't getting revamped every single month or something like that. It's written in an Old Testament, or if it's written in an old style, which is still being implemented in today's society, and you're kind of having to reword
So
it
if you're saying that, like,
because
oh,
of
we
how
got to
everything's
reword
being
these
revamped.
things, why don't we reword it when it relates to engaging in gay intercourse?
Because those morals are still not being brought upon. Because in the Bible, it
What do you mean they're not
says
being
that
brought
it's
upon?
bad and everything like that.
Yeah, but I mean, it also tells you to
Okay,
do
so
something in
it's
this
saying
scenario,
that-
and you're not doing that.
What do you mean?
It tells you that I do not permit a woman to teach her to exercise authority over man, rather she is to remain quiet. You don't believe that fully, right? But then in the scenario when it relates to gay people, right, engaging in gay intercourse, then you believe everything when it relates to that. So I'm asking, why do you cherry
Yes,
pick when it
because it
relates to Timothy
specifically
2:12, but you don't cherry pick when it relates to gay intercourse?
Because it specifically says in the Bible, like I said, 7 times that I know of, that I've gone over, in church, everything like that.
You're referring to Old Testament ones, and a lot of those are really vague.
Yeah, I will say they are very vague. It says that, and there's also a lot of things on lust and everything like that is also in the Bible that is very vague. But what I'm saying with the whole female should be silenced and everything like that, that is still being revamped and coming up because, the society is changing and everything. And I completely get what you mean by, why aren't we implementing that the same thing with gays? Because it specifically says, though, in the Bible that it is wrong. And it's not, you can't revamp something that's in a negative way into a positive way.
So I'm confused, right? So what was the reason why you're not applying it in this circumstance? Like the changes?
What was that? Sorry.
What is the reason why
You
you're not
broke up.
applying the changes?
Because it specifically says it's a negative position versus you're looking at it as the woman should not, basically the woman should be silenced. She should be, in the woman role or the stereotypical woman role. That is still being revamped and implemented in today's society.
So if you're revamping
versus
one, why
the
can't you
gay
revamp
part
the other?
That you're not, when I'm saying revamping, I'm talking about tweaking, because obviously rights, and which is, great and everything like that. And it's still being twisted.
You're like muting your mic.
Change.
And you're lagging really bad. All right, I'm going to go on to the next person, bro. You're lagging really bad. He's lagging really bad. We're going to go on to the next person, everyone. He was like doing that for a while. So we're going to try to get to the next person. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Again, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, Stardust, thank you so much for the hand tar. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
Immoral, not wrong.
Yeah, so why do you think it's immoral?
Only because of the way they act sometimes.
How do people act? That's bad. Oh, wait, by the way, what's your birth year?
2001.
And you said you're how old?
22.
For sure. So, so what do they do that's wrong?
The ones, not the one, that sounds bad. People who portray it more often in like public scenarios. I feel like.
What do you mean portray it?
Express sexual activity amongst each other in a public setting.
Like engaging in intercourse?
No. Simply public display of affection.
So you think it's wrong for people to like kiss in public? Do you think that's wrong for straight people too? Thank you so much. Why is it worse for gay people?
Because it makes more people uncomfortable.
Okay, so if we were in the past when interracial marriage was like considered wrong and it made people uncomfortable, would it be considered really wrong under your view for a black person to kiss a white person?
Back then it would be.
Oh, so you think it would be wrong?
Back then.
You would consider it wrong, though.
No, but back
okay,
then.
so you wouldn't get, then again, it would make more people uncomfortable.
But back then it would be considered wrong. Now.
No, but I'm talking about under your view, it would be considered wrong then.
Nothing would be wrong with
Appreciate
it.
the hand art. Thank you so much. What's up?
Nothing would be wrong with it now, though.
What do you? Okay, so but like the thing is, you think in that context it would be wrong under your view.
If you have to apply the same format, then yes.
So you do think it's wrong then?
No, not now. No.
So if it was the case that people became racist, then it would be wrong.
It was back then.
So if it was the case that people became more racist again, right? Would it be the case that you'd look at it in this way? You'd say it's wrong.
No, because society has changed now.
No, but would you say it's wrong? Because again, it's based upon how other people respond to it. Other people are uncomfortable.
No, but it's also based on now principles that have also been set up since then.
What do you mean?
Principles of how interracial marriage is okay and all that stuff.
I'm sorry, who's fucking in the back, bro?
What do you mean, fucking in the back?
Is that just me? Chat, do y'all hear that?
My washer?
Oh, maybe it's your washer, bro. Sorry, my bad. It sounded like a bed was just, is that just me, chat? I don't think it's just me, dude. It sounds like that. Fuck, dude.
This guy's just got a dirty mind.
Yeah, come on, bro. Come on. It's not just me. It's not just me, bro. Come on. It literally sounds like it, dude. It sounds like bed springs.
Shall I show you my washer?
No, I'm good. I don't need you to show me your washer. I was just pointing it out. Okay, so say what you were saying. What were you just saying?
Nah, you good.
No, what were you just saying? Oh, why did you just leave? Maybe they actually were. Maybe they were actually springs. Maybe that was actually not a washer. Yo, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Yeah, do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
No, I don't. But about the cat thing, it is a thing because my cousin is in middle school and she said that it is a thing.
Please send me a source.
I'm not very good at that, but I will try to find one.
All right, DM it to me. I'll look for it.
Have a good day.
Appreciate it. Let me try the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. I don't believe that, chat. I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that for half a second. No. If they have fucking cat litter boxes, chat, I'm not gonna even engage with reality anymore. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 37.
For sure. Do you think that it's wrong or moral to be gay?
No.
All right, I'm just looking for people who disagree. Appreciate coming on, man. All right, let's go to the next person again. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, everyone. I don't know why it's not going to the next person. Everyone, give it a second, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
Well, not wrong, or by the Bible, it's immoral. Yes.
Do you believe in the Bible?
Yes. Totally.
How do you know the Bible is accurate in describing to us what's right and wrong about morality?
Well, I grew up reading the Bible. I am 58 years old. You didn't ask that, by the way. And I have really good friends that are gay, and I love them just like they my own brother or sister. But do I think it's wrong? Yes. My great niece, her oldest daughter, is gay, and I love her. And I don't treat people any different because the Bible teaches me that I'm not supposed to treat them different. But it tells us in Leviticus 18 and 22 that thou shalt not label mankind as womankind. And really, back in the day, I believe it meant that if women and women or men was not supposed to lay together, as you know, it's an abomination against God. And the reason it's an abomination, let me explain this to you, is because God created sex for procreation. And a man and man or a woman and woman cannot procreate. So if everybody turned to men and men and women, there would be no procreation, which means there would not be many more generations left. Do you understand that?
Yeah, so is it wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
No, but I am somebody
That doesn't lead to reproduction either.
I am somebody that believes that sex is not supposed to happen outside of marriage. Now,
If I was married to them, is it okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so it still leads to no reproduction though. So it's not about reproduction, right? But if you're holding to the Old Testament, do you hold to Exodus as well?
Yes,
anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. They are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property.
Slow down. And
Okay.
ask me again now.
So you support? Do you support Exodus?
What do you mean? Well, I
Like
mean,
the book Exodus in the Old Testament?
I believe in the whole Bible from the beginning to the end of it. If you're not going to believe in one part, you don't believe in none of it.
Okay,
You
for sure.
either believe it from cover to cover, or you don't believe it at all. One of the two.
Okay, sure. So I read on Exodus 21:20 through 21. It reads particularly, anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. Do you agree with this?
Well, do I think they should be punished? Well, nowadays, we do not have modern day slavery here. But in a way, we do. Because I'm going to explain something to you. Actually, we are all slaves. We are slaves to the system because everybody has to pay taxes, which is illegal. The act of, I think it's 1781 or 1871 or something, turned the United States into a corporation. And they started taking out taxes on people. And really, the Constitution only supports taxes in times of war, basically. And when there is not war, we are not supposed to be paying taxes like we pay. So that means everybody is a slave. Everybody, and they borrow money on our birth certificates. Do you know that? Do you know that they borrow money on everybody's birth certificate in the United States?
What do you mean they borrow money on that?
If you have a United States birth certificate, the government borrows money on you.
What do you mean by that?
By how much, when you are born, what is your socioeconomic level? Like some people are born to rich people, and they are probably going to be worth more money.
I asked you a specific question. What they borrow? You said they borrow money out on your number, like your social security number. How do they do that?
From the Federal Reserve borrows money on your birth certificate.
Yeah. So where do they do that?
Know that?
That's not true.
You didn't know that? You can research it.
I have researched it. Right.
Well,
I do research the Fed, and
they borrow money on your
I don't see that anywhere.
Well, Google ain't
The
gonna
birth
tell you
certificate
that.
isn't worth money. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, if you researched it enough, you would know.
I
They
have.
borrow money on all of us.
Yeah, I'm
But
I'm an economics major.
do I believe it's wrong to be gay morally? Yes. By the Bible.
I'm an economics major. I study the Fed like in my classes, right? And I don't see that anywhere. None of my my economics professors would say
what
that.
they teach, what the history and stuff they teach in school now, you don't really learn the real history of things.
Okay, so somehow Cheryl, right, knows the real history, but no one else does.
No, I didn't say Cheryl knew the real history, but they don't teach you what they used to teach. They want everybody to learn the indoctrination of all this stuff. Is what they want to teach you.
How were we indoctrinated?
They want to teach you the basics you need to live.
Cheryl, hold up. My economics professor, right, is older than you. Right? He's been around for longer. He wouldn't say this. He would disagree with you.
And you know what? That is the freedom of the United States. Everybody has their own mind and can think what they want to think. And that's what gives you the right to believe what you want to believe. And that's what gives me the right to believe the Bible from one end to the other. I mean, if you don't believe it, that's your choice. And I'm not going to push my choice on you. I can tell you about Jesus, and I can tell you what he can do in your life if you let him into your life. But I'm not going to tell you, hey, this is how I feel, and you got to feel that way, because I'm not that person. We ain't supposed to be that person as a believer in Jesus. We are not supposed to push him on nobody, because you know what? He's not going to push himself on you. If you don't want to believe in him, he's not going to make you believe in him. And that's the truth. I can't make you believe it. Just like you can't make me believe things that you believe. Nobody can make nobody else believe anything.
Yeah, so like I think that you should be open up to other arguments if they're good. So you should be able to change your position.
I do. I've lived a life. Have I ever kissed a woman? Yes, I've kissed a woman. Have I ever had sex outside of marriage? Yes, I did. I've done things wrong. I've been wrong in my life. Matter of fact, I'm a recovering drug addict. So, but you know what? I turned my life over to the Lord, and he's changed me. I'm a different person than I was yesterday. And I hope he makes me a better person tomorrow.
So Cheryl, did you say you're bi?
No. I said that I have in the past had a relationship with a woman. It wasn't a lasting relationship. You know, it was like.
Did you enjoy it in the time?
At the time, yes, but you know, I figured out it wasn't my cup of tea, put it that way. But at the time, yeah, I tried it. You know, sometimes you try things. Look, you young, you not but 21. I'm 57. I'll be 58 next month. So yeah, in my 57 years, I've done a lot of stuff that I'm not proud of now. You know,
That should be nothing that you're not proud of, right? I mean, like I don't see a reason why you'd look at that in a negative light.
Remember this. We all got a chapter in our book that'll be written that we don't want nobody else to read at some point or another in our life. And am I ashamed of it? If I was, I wouldn't tell you about it. I'm not ashamed of nothing I've done. And I don't feel different about no different people. I feel the same. I don't care about the color of your skin. what your sexual orientation is. I'll treat you just like I treat the next person. If you good to me, I'll be good to you. And if you bad to me, I'll still be good to you because that's who I am. That's who the Lord has taught me to be. I'll be good to anybody. But if you too bad to me, I'll forgive you, but I'm gonna turn around and walk away. We're not gonna have no more involvement. You see what I'm saying? I mean, cause my son is way older than you. I got a son that's 36. And see, he was he's a recovering drug addict. He's been clean and sober 5.5 years and is doing great in his life. And that is
God for him.
thanks to the Lord. And he found the Lord and the Lord changed his life. And he changed my life. He changed his life. And when the Lord reveals himself to you and changes your life in that way, you believe who he is.
Cheryl, so let me
Because
ask you a
you know
question about that. So, like, for example, the Prophet Muhammad had a spiritual experience with the angel Gabriel so that he could dictate the Quran, right, to other individuals to write down, right? You don't accept the conclusions formed from that spiritual experience, but you do expect or accept the conclusions formed from your spiritual experience. Why so?
You know what? You can find Muhammad in the grave. He's wrapped up in grave clothes. Jesus is not. Jesus' body is gone. He ain't here. Jesus is still alive and well, and he's going to return.
Where
And
can I
now,
find Jesus?
do I believe in the pre-tribulation rapture? No, I don't. I don't believe in that.
Where can I find Jesus alive? How do you know Jesus is alive?
Because the Bible tells me he is.
Okay, but the
Like I
Quran
said,
tells them other
like
things.
I
So
said,
they would just disagree. They
you
would
believe
just
it or you
disagree
don't
with
believe
you
it.
on the basis of their own religion.
Well, I have studied some of the other religions, but Christianity and well, I'm not gonna call it Christianity. I'm gonna say a believer in the Lord Jesus Christ because it's a lot of people that goes to church, and sometimes church people and God's people is not the same people. I can tell you that because some of these people that would go to church that needs Jesus, the church people ain't gonna let them through the door because they think they too good for these people. I don't think I'm too good for nobody. I would tell you. I mean, I don't know. Just because you say it's being gay, wrong or right, I don't know whether you're gay. I didn't ask you if you was gay, but I can tell you that I love you. I don't know you, but I love you because the Lord tells me I have to love everybody. I love everybody. I don't care who you are. I treat them with the same respect and love I treat you with. Now, have I been disrespectful to you?
No, I don't think you've disrespected me.
Well, I wouldn't because you got your right to believe what you believe. I think we've had a good conversation.
Yeah, I agree,
I mean,
Cheryl. Is there anything else you'd like to add or talk about?
well, I just want to say you asked somebody earlier about a verse in the Bible that says that a mankind and womankind is not supposed to lay together, and it's in Leviticus, and that's where it is. And do I believe? Now, you was asking about a man ruling over a woman, but it tells us in the Bible that a man is supposed to be the head of the household. But let me tell you this, the man is supposed to be a godly man too. Now, if he's not going to follow the Bible and what God tells him to do, no, he is not supposed to rule over a woman. A woman is only supposed to submit. And what I mean submit is I don't mean he rules her and tells her everything to do and he treats her disrespectful in any way. I mean that he is supposed to lead her and guide her in a biblical way. You know what I'm saying? So, no, they're not supposed to
Yeah, so
just
submit
look
would be like
at
against someone's will, right? Like for example, right? Like if it was the case that it was just like, oh, you do whatever is like best for each other, well, then it's going to be the case that like you're not submitting to that other person, right? You guys are agreeing upon something to do. And Alexandra, thank you for the Venmos. I appreciate it.
I believe that, that you're supposed to kind of listen to what he says, but he's supposed to take your point of view into consideration too, because everybody's got thoughts and feelings. And I mean, if you read the Bible, it was strong women in the Bible. Ruth was a strong woman in the Bible. Naomi was a strong woman in the Bible. And I mean, it's Rebecca. She was a strong woman in the Bible. I mean, it was a lot of strong women in the Bible back then. Even in the Old Testament, it was a lot of strong women. And but I mean, I don't think if a man's gonna mistreat you and treat you any kind of way, and he's gonna beat on you or this, that, and other. No, you're not supposed to submit up under him only if he is a godly man. And most men don't understand that. It's just like if you go to a church and you got a good godly pastor, you're supposed to kind of submit up under them, and he is the shepherd of the flock of his church. And he is supposed to do what is collectively the best for the people in his church, and pray for the people in his church, and be there for the people in his church. So I mean, that is that's what I'm saying. But
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure, Cheryl.
I'm not going to tell somebody that they are wrong or right. They got to decide that for themselves. They got to decide that for themselves. And the Bible tells us everybody gets a chance. The Lord's going to come to you one day and knock on the door of your heart. And you the one that has to decide whether you're going to let him in or not. He's not going to make you let him in. You have to decide that. And when he does, I pray that you accept him. That's all I can say. Is that I pray for you, and I hope that you accept him.
For sure. Well, I appreciate you coming on, Cheryl. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much for coming up.
Good talking to you too, and I love you.
For sure. Love you too. Peace out. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to go into the next person, though. Only send a guest request. If you do disagree, y'all, we are just looking for some debates. Okay, for some reason it's not accepting them. We're going to go to the next person again. Only send a request if you disagree, everyone. You already know we are just looking for some debates. If you want to help get out to more people, keep sharing the live, everyone. You already know the deal. Let's go into the next person, though. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes, y'all. All right, for some reason it's not accepting them. Let's try the next, everyone. Again, only send a request if you disagree, everyone. You already know the deal. I'm trying to get someone up here. We're going to be on for at least a few more hours, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 13.
13? You got to be 18
13.
plus. Oh, I literally ended them. Does anyone remember their name, chat? I ended them. I heard 13. I heard 13. Does anyone remember the name? I don't think I'm going to. I know she said 30. I don't think anyone remembered the name. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, hello, bro. I'm 26. Bro,
Yeah,
is that for real question, bro?
Yeah, do you think that being gay is wrong?
Yes, for sure, bro.
Why?
100%.
Why so?
Are you gay, bro?
No. Why is it wrong?
You try a pussy, bro.
Why is it wrong?
Because, bro, pussy's so good, bro.
So would you say the same thing for women?
Yeah.
Women should want to be with other women.
Oh, no.
Why not? I remember it's so good, right?
A woman who likes...
It's so good, right? Can't you understand why they would want to be with a woman?
Oh yes, I can understand, bro, because pussy's so good, bro.
Yeah. So again, right? Would it be? Would you say that a woman should want to be with another woman?
Oh, that's right for me.
You would say that?
Oh yeah.
So any woman, you'd say that they should be with women. So being gay is not wrong. Actually, you should be gay if you're a woman.
I know, for sure you should be not, bro. If you are, but men's, bro. And then, bro, for example, bro, man is made for a woman, bro, and woman is made for a man.
Wait, so women shouldn't be with women; they should be with men?
For sure.
So wait, so it's not the case that then it matters that vaginas are better. Okay, so then what's the reason why people shouldn't be gay?
Just do it for fun, bro, but not be gay, bro. Don't be gay.
Why shouldn't people be gay?
Bro. Being gay is bad, bro. 100%.
Why? Why?
Because it's bad, bro. It's bad for your ass, bro.
For how?
Damn, you mind getting a dick in your ass, bro? That's bad, bro.
Why is that bad?
Because the chat is going crazy, bro. Because it's bad, bro.
Can you just give me a reason?
Because it's bad for your ass, bro.
Why? Why is that? You got a reason?
Nah, ask to my brother, bro.
Are you saying that you get with your brother?
No, because he is, bro.
I appreciate the jellyfish. Thank you so much, Alexandra. We're going to go on to the next person. Only send a request if you disagree and your IQ is above room temp, everyone. So make sure to tap that screen if you want to help get it out to more people. Everyone, let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. I appreciate Tessa. Thank you for the little crown. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, for some reason it's not accepting this person. We're going to go to the next person again. Only send a guest request. If you do disagree, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much, Charlie. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, we do only allow people that have at least above temperature of the room IQ. Right, that's what we're hoping for. That is truly what we are hoping for. 10 degrees Celsius? Yeah, calculated in Celsius for some of us. You know, we try to be nice to some individuals, so we go in Celsius, okay? All right, everyone, we're going to the next person. I don't know why it's not accepting this person. I'm trying to get someone up here. Again, only send a request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. A quest for grace. I'll make sure to look for them. I'll see if I can find them. If not, I will be going on to the next person. Again, only send a request if you disagree, y'all. We are just looking for some dates. I don't know why it's taking a second to get people up here. I apologize, everyone. I'm trying to. Thank you for all the gifts, everyone. I appreciate it so much, everyone. W's, by the way. If you want to message me anything, ask me any questions, Venmo, y'all. It's essentially like super chat from YouTube. And I get all the proceeds, everyone, for Venmo. So I do appreciate everyone who's been Venmoing, y'all. Absolute W's for the Venmos today, actually. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, for some reason it's not accepting them. We're trying the next person. Everyone, again, only send a request if you disagree, y'all. I don't know why it's not accepting people, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 42.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
I think both. Actually,
Why so?
I am visually disabled, so I have my husband here with me to pull scripture, because I am a Christian. So if you can, though, Google or however you choose to, look up 1 Corinthians 6, verses 9 and 10, because you stated before that anything having to do with, like, these debates are on the premise of like Old Testament and what that has to say. So I just wanted to hit you with some New Testament scripture and what it says about being gay, being morally wrong.
Yeah, so Robert, thank you for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I will make sure to check my Cash App. So the Corinthians verse, if you actually look at the Greek, right, it is the case that they refer to the word arsenokrotai, right, which is like actually the first time it's ever used, right? So it's extremely vague within its particular usage. So to associate that with being gay is kind of something that's difficult. But even then, right, I would just ask for the justification as to why we would see the Bible as an accurate document in describing to us what's right and wrong about morality.
Hi, yeah. So I guess to answer your question about whether or not the Bible would be a good, accurate representation of morality, I guess I would ask you a question of what do you consider to be a moral code? So how do we even find morality?
Yeah, so I would say it just relates to like what our preferences are, right? Like what we think is what we like, what we don't like, things like that.
Okay, so I think that morality, I think we can find a lot of truth in nature. And I'm sure that you've heard this debate and argument many, many times. But I think that we're probably one of the very few mammals on Earth that decide that it's okay to have same-sex relationships and sex with
oh no, there's thousands of different animals that engage in gay intercourse. Appreciate the crown, thank you so much. But just because it exists in nature doesn't mean it's right. By the way, Nicole, Alex, DL, Human, I appreciate all the cash apps, everyone. Thank y'all.
So, I mean, and again, the debate of if the whole world decided to be homosexual and have sexual relationships with the same sex, then we would cease to exist.
Do you think it's wrong for people to not want to engage in intercourse with people? And Alexandra, I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much.
No, I'm talking about homosexuality, not about people wanting to have intercourse with other people. I'm talking about
I know you're talking about being gay, but I asked you this question, right?
Homosexuality specifically would make it that if everybody, or every being, every animal had homosexual relations, then the world as we know it.
I know. I'm asking you a question that's related to that. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Right? Would it be wrong for me to never want to engage in intercourse with anyone?
Well, that's again your choice. If you want to,
it's my choice, right? But it would never. But if everyone did that, we wouldn't be able to reproduce.
Right, but I mean, to me, that's a very flawed argument because you won't have people who don't want to reproduce. And again, in nature, you don't have animals.
Then everyone's not going to be gay.
Okay. So you're going to downplay the proof with another hypothetical. So to me, that's not really debating it. That's just kind of skirting the evidence that's put before you.
No, what I'm showing you is conceptually speaking, like how this applies.
Okay. So let's go conceptually and can I read Romans chapter 1, verses 18 through 32? Because
dude, I actually I'm asking you what the justification is for the Bible. If you read to me a scripture, I'm going to be totally real. It's not going to convince me of anything. Appreciate the cap. Thank you.
Well, why wouldn't it convince you of anything?
Because I don't care about scripture. Anthony, thank you for the Venmo. I appreciate it.
So then why ask the question why is being gay wrong if you don't want to hear the reasons that people would have?
No, I do, but I'm asking you for the justification, right? I appreciate the lemonade. Thank you so much. I know that you're just going to read off a verse to me. I've heard this verse before. Thank you for the cap. I appreciate it. Just going to refer to idolatry. Appreciate the crown. Thank you. But I'm not going to be convinced by you just reading the verse, right? I'm asking for the justification. Appreciate that mustache.
So are you trying to be convinced that it's wrong, or are you just...
Thank you for the cap. Thank you for the glowing jellyfish. I appreciate it. You can convince me if you can justify your view to me, right? But I don't see a justification.
So you're saying that for me to be able to justify, I would want to use the moral code that's given to us through scripture, but you're telling me that I can't give you the moral...
I'm asking for justification for that scripture.
Well, right, I'm trying to give it to you by reading you the scripture.
Reading the scripture is not justification. You're simply stating the claim that the scripture says this. Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much.
where moral code comes from.
Well, then I can just paraphrase it without reading the scripture. So,
why do I accept that the moral code comes from the Bible?
Because where does morality come from then? Because
it's our preferences.
If there isn't a divine creation or divine intelligence that would give us a set of moral codes and rules to live by, then anything would go and everything would go. So then if that's the way that you want to pose your arguments, then we could turn
No, that's not true, right? It would be related to like what my preferences are. But like again, right, that's not a justification for your position by just saying that like, oh, I don't like subjective morality.
Okay, then let me answer your question with a question. So would you then say that murdering somebody is wrong or right?
By definition, it's wrong.
Why?
Because by definition, it says it's unjustified killing of a human person. So if it's unjustified, it's considerably wrong.
Who says it's unjustified?
The person's position.
Or is it a moral code? That the world
their moral, yes, it's their morals, right? But their morals are not determined by
where do you think that
religion
moral code came from? That came from
empathy, rationality.
Because in Exodus, God gave the 10 Commandments, and one of them was
and also in Exodus it says that you can own people as property, and that you can beat someone so long as they recover in a few days.
Slavery has nothing to do with homosexuality. So
no, you just pointed towards Exodus to say this is something that we follow. Well, there's also other stuff in Exodus that you would disagree with.
Sure. No, I wouldn't disagree with it.
You wouldn't disagree with that? You think you can own people as property and beat them so long as they recover in 2 days?
Well, actually, if you know a little bit about history, even in the Roman times, a slave in the household was not a slave like the black slaves in the United States. It was actually more like an indentured servant who was a part of the family. They lived in the household. They ate the same
and it was also the case that they were passed down generation through generation. So the people were still owned, the people were still beat, the people were still abused. It's not like it's not actual slavery. It's still slavery. It's still disgusting. It's still bad.
Right, and again, but you're also taking the 1% versus the 99%. Because
I'm not taking the 1%. I'm telling you what it was.
There may have been some that were cruel people who owned other people, but that's also, again, why Scripture gives moral code.
They all owned as property. What are you talking about?
Yes, but again, like indentured servitude is different than slavery.
This is not just indentured servitude. This is literally, again, it sounds like slavery to me, right? Because if you think about it, right, you get their fucking children, you get their offspring. You understand that, right? It is not consensual. It's clearly slavery. You trying to demean it as like indentured servitude, right, isn't grasping the whole idea of the fact that you own them as property, you own their children as property, they work for you, you can beat them, you can abuse them. What the hell? Why are we demeaning that? Why are we not acting like that's as bad as it is? Why are we defending slavery?
People can do that with their own family members or their own children. So what does it matter?
Enslave them?
But what would it matter if it was
beat them?
Yeah, people can do that. Not saying that they do that, but they could if they chose to, right? And that's their choice. I'm not saying that it's right, wrong, or otherwise. It's their choice. Right? Just like apparently it's your choice to say that being gay is okay. But again, if you're so upset about slaves being able to, or slave owners being able to beat their slaves and treat them so harshly, but yet you're also okay with going against something that nature says is not even close to okay because you can't even procreate.
Yeah, so let me describe this to you. In Leviticus 25:44 through 46, it says, "Your male and female slaves are to come from nations around you. From them you may buy slaves," right? You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. Okay. Is that not clearly fucking slavery? They're literally buying people, right? They're passing them down to their children. They're getting their offspring. Like, is that not very clearly slavery?
Okay. I never said that it wasn't.
So why are we accepting this?
Why are we accepting homosexuality?
Because there's nothing wrong with two consenting adults engaging in intercourse. Why are we accepting slavery?
Why are you saying that there's something wrong with another human being?
Why are you accepting slavery? Why are we saying there's something wrong with a human owning another human?
Sure. We own pets. We own dogs. Why can't we own people? I mean, what's wrong with that? If they're treated fairly, if they're an indentured servant, who's somebody who comes in and lives in your house, and then you take.
Did you really just ask why can't we own other people because we own pets? Right. So let's look at the distinction here. Right. One would be the fact that, right, human beings, right, have a higher level of intelligence, rationality, right. They have significantly greater experiences in terms of like the sentience that they have. Right. Clearly speaking, there's a distinction between these types of entities, right, insofar as that we would grant, right, one individual significantly more autonomy than otherwise, right, because one would be able to determine that autonomy, right. So when it relates to like human beings, clearly speaking, right, I don't think it's going to be okay to own them, right, based upon the ideas of consent, based upon the ideas that there's harm, right, based upon the ideas that it leads to like these types of depersonalized attitudes. There's not a distinction between you and them insofar as that you could own them, but they couldn't own you.
Okay, let's even go back as far as Roman civilization.
Do you want to respond to any of those claims?
What claims?
Like the multiple I just made?
Go ahead, repeat them.
So you didn't listen to any of that?
Yeah, a little bit.
No, would you name anything that I just said?
That people have a right to consent and that people aren't consenting to.
What is the distinction between you and between them insofar as that you can own them, but they can't own you?
They could. I mean, it's probably at that point it would have been a difference.
And how do you have a property claim over them then?
I'm going to say that at that point in history, it probably had to do with status. If there was a ruler of that area who had people, and again, it's a difference in culture at this point because back then things were different. People owned people, period. Like Egyptians had slaves. The Jews were enslaved for many, many years. I mean, it was a cultural
do you think it's justified? Do you think slavery is justified?
No,
do you not think it's not wrong, period?
I think that everybody should be free. I don't think that it's.
Oh, okay. So we shouldn't have no slavery. So you disagree with the Bible?
No, I don't disagree with.
You just did. You literally just did. You say you're against slavery. You disagree with the Bible.
The Bible is giving guidelines as to how
to beat your slaves, right? How to own them, how to keep them as property. Yeah. It's telling you how to pass them down to your children.
In cultural context.
Well, what do you mean in cultural? In any context, it's bad. What are you talking about? What context do you think it's good in?
I'm not saying that in the context it was good, but okay. For instance, let's say that somebody could not live on their own because they could not provide for their family. They couldn't provide for their kids. You got to think too that back in those days, like if you had no money and you had no home, you were pretty much going to die or live on the streets, or your family would cease to exist. So a lot of times more wealthy people would take people in and they would be a part of their household. They would be treated well. Not all slaves were treated terribly.
Oh my! So beating them, as long as they shouldn't be punished, as long as they recover within 1 to 2 days. That's good treatment. Getting beat, as long as you recover within 1 to 2 days, that's fucking good treatment. They shouldn't be punished for that.
You took it out of context. I didn't say that.
No, I didn't take shit out of context. That's exactly what it says. You want me to read it again?
You can read it all day if you want.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it said.
Have anything to do with whether or not being gay is right or wrong.
No, but you claimed that you hold to the Old Testament. This does because your view relates upon the Bible. Right, okay. So your claim, the Exodus, again, anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. But they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. That's clearly speaking, telling us that you can beat them and you wouldn't be punished so long as they recover within a day or two. So that's good treatment? Is getting beaten like that? That's good treatment?
Of course not.
Okay, so then how the hell are you going to say that's good treatment? That makes no sense. You just contradicted yourself.
I didn't say it was good treatment.
You did. You literally did.
No.
No, I didn't.
You actually did. You unironically did say it was good treatment. You said, oh, it's not like how it was now. They were being treated good. You literally just did.
I'm just saying that it's not every single slave was just beaten to within an inch of their life. But
it was permitted. It was permissible. You believe it's permissible to beat them insofar as they recover within 1 to 2 days.
Is it permissible? Sure. Is it beneficial? No. Paul even says everything is.
So you think it's permissible? You think it's permissible for someone to own another person's property and to beat them so long as they recover within a few days, and they should not be punished at all for that? That's fucking wild.
Again,
you don't see that to be wild? You don't see that to be degrading in society for us to hold beliefs in which we just have faith in, no evidence, and then for them to literally justify slavery?
Again, within cultural context, because
it doesn't matter what any context. We're talking about slavery. You're talking about owning people.
Why are we talking about owning people at this point?
That's what your book says. This is the book that you believe in.
Well, it's not my book. It's God's word. And so this again is.
And this is the best morality.
So you're completely taking New Testament out of the picture, which is Jesus, and he says that he came not to.
Oh, really? Do you want me to read from the New Testament?
Sure.
So here, let me go to Ephesians.
Yeah, you're going to talk about what Paul says about.
Yeah, Ephesians 6:5-8. Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear and sincerity in the heart, just as you would obey Christ. Obey them not only to win their favor when their eye is on you, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart.
What's wrong with that?
That's the New Testament. What do you mean? What's wrong with that? Slaves, obey your earthly masters. There's nothing wrong with that.
Read it again.
Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear and sincerity with the heart.
Okay, and then what?
Just as you would obey Christ. Obey them not only to win their favor when their eye is on you, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart. So apparently it's doing the will of God to do what the fucking person who owns you tells you to do.
All right, so let me give you some context, okay? I go to work every single day. All right. I have a boss. Even when my boss isn't watching me, I'm still a slave to that boss because I work for him every single day. So he pays me my money.
That's not what a slave is.
So I'm getting money from him so that I can pay bills.
Yeah, that's you're not a slave. You mutually engaged in that action voluntarily.
Okay. So you would say that my boss is not my earthly master. So I don't have to take his orders. I don't have to.
No, you don't have to. You can choose not to.
And there's the problem with it. You see? So
what do you mean?
Listen, I go to work every day and I work as though I'm doing it for the Lord. Even if my boss isn't watching me, I give 110%. And then it's rewarded because I'm doing what I should be doing, even when nobody's watching.
Yeah, you are engaging in an action voluntarily. Okay? Voluntarily where you get paid. Here's literally fucking slavery, bro, where they don't fucking pay you. Right? Where they literally force you to do this. You are not forced to work for that particular person.
Again, Paul was writing this to a specific audience.
You said the New Testament. You said the New Testament.
Century, okay? So these people who owned slaves, if you will, were more like indentured servants in their household. They were a part of their family.
Oh, this is literally chattel slavery, dude.
It's not child slavery. It's indentured servitude.
Chattel slavery. Okay.
What?
Chattel slavery.
What's
not
chattel
child slavery? There's also child slavery we could relate to as well, but chattel slavery.
What's chattel slavery?
Exactly what we just described in the Bible.
Okay. Verse that talks about slaves obeying your earthly masters, but then also read on where it says about how the master should treat the slaves, which is with respect and dignity. So not only are there things that slaves should be doing, but also masters.
Yeah. So where does it say that? Tell me.
It's like the very next verse.
No, it's not.
The one before it.
Where? Tell me. Give me the verse.
Can you give me one?
UKO, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I'm reading it. I don't see it.
Okay.
Nothing? So Jesus, some God that we believe in that doesn't have any justification, right? And it justifies slavery, and you think it's okay.
Go to Ephesians 6:9.
6:9?
Yep, Ephesians 6:9.
All right, let's go to it.
All right, let's do that.
All right. And masters, treat your slaves in the same way. Do not threaten.
Mic drop.
Wait, what are you talking about? Treat them in the same way? You mean in terms of the fear and whatnot?
Stop your threatening, knowing that he who is both your
do not threaten them, since you know that he who is both their master and yours is in heaven, and there's no favoritism with him. So it says, do not threaten them and treat your slaves in the same way. The same way indicating that it says that you are to obey your with respect and fear and sincerity in the heart. I don't know what's clarifying in that scenario. Right.
So if you go to verse 5, it says,
how does this make any sense?
Slaves.
Well, no. Because if it's this way, think about it. And masters, treat your slaves in the same way. If it's referring, treat them in the same way, isn't it indicating that you ought to obey your earthly masters?
Go back to verse 5.
So the owners should obey the slaves?
Okay. Actually, we can do
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
It talks about children obeying your parents in the Lord, for this is right. There's a good one. And verse 5, bondservants, obey your earthly masters with fear and trembling, with a sincere heart, as you would Christ, not by the way of eye service, as people pleasers, but as bondservants of Christ, doing the will of God from the heart, rendering service with a good will as to the Lord, and not to a man, knowing that whatever good anyone does, this he will receive back from the Lord, whether he is a bondservant or free. And then verse 9, masters, do the same to them, and stop your threatening, knowing that he who is both their master and yours is in heaven. So he's basically saying, masters, treat your bondservants well. Bondservants, do good work. Like, why is that so hard?
No, because it's saying treat them in the same way, because it was referencing if it's treating in the exact same way, logically identical, well, then it's going to be the case that obeying your earthly masters is something that also applies to
all of life,
like to the people who are like owning the slaves. So that just doesn't make any sense, right? Because then it would be the case that they're both obeying each other.
Yeah, in a mutual agreement.
That doesn't make any sense. Can you explain to me how you can both obey each other at the same time?
Because again, if I was treating somebody who worked for me well, and then they were working well for me, it would be a good relationship, one that is mutually beneficial to both. But if the boss is harsh to the worker, or the worker doesn't work good for the boss, it's not a good relationship.
Can you answer my question specifically?
I just did.
No, you didn't. How can they both obey each other simultaneously?
Because if I am obeying what I should be doing towards my master, okay, then I'm obeying him. And if as a master I am treating my bondservant well, then I am obeying him by giving him his human rights.
Wait, how is that obeying? Can you define obey?
Obedience?
Yeah, what does obey mean?
Doing what you know you ought to do. It's obedience.
Doing what you ought to do?
It's obedience.
No, obedience would be like I'm obedient to someone. I listen or I do what they command.
And why would you be obedient? Because you know that it's what you should do.
Not necessarily. Is it okay to keep like antebellum slavery so long as they treated black people better?
That I have no idea what that even means. Nor is it related
no.
to the argument that it's being
Because your
published.
view is that this is justified. This type of slavery is justified. So can they keep that type of slavery so long as they treated people slightly better, or treated people in this way?
I would answer that with the fact that we as a culture almost do that now when we agree to give our time to a job.
No, do you think we should be? Do you think that would be okay?
What?
Do you think that type of slavery would be okay?
Indentured servitude?
No, what I just referenced. Keeping antebellum slavery around just because you treated people who were black better.
So
do you think that would be okay? Because that fits your criteria.
Well, you have to give me a little bit of grace because I don't know what antebellum slavery is.
I mean, again, I can just, it's just a time, it's like a time period of how people were particularly treated, right? So again, right, if just take this notion of slavery that you just referenced, right, applied in this particular time period, right, the exact same notions, right, treated people in that particular way, Slavery again from like 16, like in the South, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know what that relates to? Did you hear about that in school?
It's atrocious.
Yeah. So that type of slavery, if people were treated better under your view to like your conditions, would you be okay with keeping slavery around?
Not slavery like that. No.
But it's the same conditions.
No, indentured servitude is different than slavery.
What are you talking about? Slavery is exactly what you were talking about in the Bible. That's literally what it is.
Well, no, because even the scripture verses in the New Testament talks about bondservants, which is like indentured servitude, not slaves.
No. What that's referencing is absolutely slavery because it's passed down through generation.
Again, so you're trying to tell me to agree with slavery, basically, is what you're doing.
You already agree with slavery.
No, I don't.
You literally do.
No.
You literally do.
You haven't listened to anything I've been saying for the past half hour.
What do you mean I haven't listened to anything you've been saying?
Indentured servitude is different than slavery.
Again, this literally, what I'm describing from the Bible is literally slavery, right? You cannot dispute that it's slavery. It is literally, so it is the case so that even in the New Testament, if we relate to Paul, right? If you look up what's called I don't know how to pronounce his name, it's Philemon, right? Paul writes to him about like Paul's own slave.
Philemon.
Yeah, Philemon, right? And Paul writes to him about his own slave, right? 1, 2, again, I can relate back to like Leviticus, Exodus, right? And both of those indicate very clearly that it's referencing slavery.
Yeah, but Paul was in prison for a majority of his missionary trips in the New Testament when he was writing his books. So, I mean, you could debate that Paul had a slave, if you will, but most of the time it wasn't that. It would have been people who were traveling with him as like a indentured servant, and he was imprisoned for the gospel. So again, like saying that Paul had a slave is to me null and void.
Yeah. So, like I don't think it's null and void, right? Like the book literally particularly says it. Do you want me to bring someone on right now that has knowledge of the particular book?
Wait, people are saying to give me the mic?
Yeah.
Oh. Hi. Again. Completely changing the subject too. I just wanted to add that, where it says in scripture about women being in submissions to their husband. You're not going to like this one, but I completely agree. When the scripture is referencing that women are to keep quiet, that's particularly having to do with the church. And it's not that women can't have involvement in the church, because I could lead like a women's group study, what have you, but it's like to have any sort of...
There's no authority position in the church, which is the most important aspect of life, right?
That I feel should be left to a man, yes.
Why?
Because...
Just because the Bible says it?
Not even that. The Bible doesn't even need to tell me that women are more emotional beings, and that...
Do you have any evidence that women are more emotional than men?
Well, I have a personal life experience just recently, actually, of a situation that happened within a group, and it was the women, including myself, that, it's just what it is. And men are natural born leaders. Not that women can't.
So that's a personal experience that you'd then be projecting or generalizing onto the rest of people,
yeah,
right?
Sure.
Not particularly like what would be the case overall.
Sure, but men are appointed as leaders, and for
by God, not necessarily as they should be.
Well, I feel they should be, and maybe many other women are just shaking their heads at me, and all the feminists are coming after me. But men should be leaders, according to. If it wasn't even the
according
Bible
to just the Bible, right?
No, my standards alone.
What standards?
Nature.
What in nature says that should be the case?
Male animals are stronger, more capable. They laugh.
Male
Men-
animals are stronger and more capable. So if it is the case that like a female is stronger and more capable than a man, should she then lead a man?
I don't know.
Crickets, right? It's the same reasoning.
I'm just, it's scripture even aside. I just feel that men are, head of household, head over, leadership within a church, and that's just how it is. Women are very emotional beings, and
So are men.
when it comes to
Men slam their headsets, break their headsets, punch holes through walls, get super
Sure.
angry all the time, have to beat things up, right? They engage in significantly more violence because of emotion. I don't know. I don't know. I think we're just hyper fixating on when women are emotional, and we're not acknowledging the times when men are emotional.
Okay. But I mean, my husband's just
Shaking his head. Oh, can you give an argument? Sounds like he's just quiet. He's emotional and quiet right now, so.
Whether or not gay is right or wrong.
Well, then give me an argument why it's wrong, because your justification for it relates back to the Bible, right? But you have no justification for the Bible.
The justification again is in nature, because if every single mammal would decide to engage in homosexual
They
activity,
do engage in gay intercourse, many of them, right? It is the case in many of them. Like if we want to look particularly at bonobos, 97% genetically similar to human beings. They are known for being lesbian. Penguins engage in gay relationships where they literally adopt members of their own species. They give the galaxy appreciate it. Rams will only 10% of them will only engage in intercourse with the same sex. They will literally refuse to engage with the opposite sex.
Great. I'm not talking about percentages. Let's talk about absolutes. If 100% would do that, what would happen to the world?
I already brought up this argument when it relates to people who don't want to engage in intercourse, and it already
Answer that
failed.
question.
It already
Answer that
failed.
question.
No,
If
I don't.
100%
It would lead to no
of mammals-
reproduction, right? It would lead to no reproduction. I agree,
And then
right? But
what?
that does not mean that it's wrong, right?
And then
For
what?
example, right? If I were to bring up a scenario, do you think it's wrong for me to
Because
not
you
want to
wanna
engage?
avoid that
Hold up.
question
Hold up.
because
I just
that
answered it.
100% will tell you by nature that it's wrong.
No, that doesn't tell you that it's wrong. Listen, okay? Do you think it's
do you
wrong
mean?
for me? Listen,
If it
do you think
goes
it?
against
Listen, bro. Do you think it's?
sustenance of life.
Hey. Do you think it's wrong?
Hey.
Do you think it's wrong for me to engage in intercourse, right, with a woman who, not want to engage in intercourse with anyone?
Again, that's up to you.
Okay, if it's up to someone to engage in gay intercourse or not. Okay, if everyone did not engage in intercourse with anyone, would it lead to reproduction?
Yeah, if 100% of people did that, we would cease to exist. So
yeah,
then
but does
would
that mean it's wrong for me on an individual standpoint to then decide not to engage in intercourse with anyone?
Yeah, I would say that, you should procreate.
Okay, so was it wrong for Jesus? Was it wrong for Jesus to not engage in intercourse with anyone?
No, because he wasn't married.
Oh, okay,
died
so if I never got married and I never engaged in intercourse with anyone, is it wrong?
No.
But if everyone did that, we wouldn't be able to reproduce.
But everyone won't do that.
Oh, everyone won't be gay. There you go.
So that's your logic for saying that it's okay.
Yeah, you ran through it yourself.
So then, okay, I changed my stance. It's not okay to not procreate. Scripture says, be fruitful and multiply.
Oh, okay. So Jesus is doing something wrong.
Jesus was God in the flesh.
Yeah, exactly. And he can't do something wrong, right? So being celibate, not engaging in intercourse with anyone, wouldn't possibly be wrong then. Else Jesus did something wrong.
Jesus didn't come to procreate. He came to take away the sins of all of mankind and to give you a chance at heaven.
But it wasn't wrong for him to not engage in intercourse.
No.
Was Paul celibate?
Well, that's
Was
a
Paul
debatable
sinning?
matter. It's debatable because he calls Timothy his son.
What about James, his brother?
Well, how do we know?
Well, because we have documentation about it.
Did he have children? I don't know.
We know that they were celibate. They claimed.
Okay.
It literally isn't debatable.
Scripture says that it's good to stay unmarried and give your faith to the Lord. But if you must marry, then
Wait,
Go ahead.
so if I decide not to engage in intercourse with anyone, I'm not doing anything wrong.
That's what Scripture says. Yeah.
Okay, so being celibate is not wrong. Right. Okay. So again, the whole point is that if everyone did that, it would lead to no reproduction. Right. But just because everyone doing that would lead to no reproduction doesn't mean it's wrong on an individual basis for you to not engage in intercourse with anyone. Okay. So the same thing would also be applied to the fact that people are gay. Right. It would not be the case that someone who's engaging in gay intercourse would be doing anything wrong in this scenario, even if you were to consider it to be wrong for everyone to be gay, which I wouldn't. Right. But you consider everyone to be gay wrong. Right. That still wouldn't be entailing that it's wrong on an individual basis for someone to engage in gay intercourse.
Well, again, it's like apples and oranges because you're talking about straight intercourse versus gay intercourse.
So that's the only distinction. It's not about reproduction. It's not about anything else. The only reason is that it's gay people. That's it. You said man bad, man woman good. That's it. That's your entire reasoning.
Okay. And
you have no point. That's my position. Is that all you're doing is restating the claim that being gay is wrong. You're not giving me any reason.
It's not physically possible to create life.
Yeah, but you don't care about that. Is it wrong for me to engage in intercourse with an infertile woman?
I'm infertile. Actually, I have a daughter. I got fixed due to medical reasons, and I can't have children anymore.
Yeah, there are some people that are infertile. Is it wrong for them to engage in intercourse with a man who's fertile?
Actually, God gave Abraham a promise when he was well in years and Sarah was barren. And he still had sex with her in the hopes that the promise of God giving him descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky. And guess what? He opened her womb even after she was barren and she had kids. And we actually have a friend of ours that goes to our church that is barren, had a hysterectomy, and somehow by the miracle of God has had 3 children. So God can do whatever he wants to do.
No, they do not. Bullshit.
That's God's honest truth.
You're lying. You're literally lying.
Nope,
you can't get a hysterectomy, not have a uterus, and still produce children.
It's called a miracle.
Thank you for the mic check. I appreciate it. No, it's called fucking lying.
It's not.
No, she truly.
It literally is. If you have a hysterectomy, I promise you, you are not going to have 3 children. You have no fucking uterus.
Medical professionals tell her that she would not be able to have any children whatsoever.
Yeah, if you do not have a uterus, you will not have children. I'm sorry, but it's just not going to happen. They did not have 3 children. That's bullshit.
They did.
No, they literally lied to you.
No.
Appreciate the crown, thank you. Okay. Or you're lying right now. It's either or.
No, well, we know.
I promise you, that's not possible.
I promise you, it is possible because God does work miracles. And
can you give me any documentation which can indicate this?
Of my friend?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Would that make you a believer in Scripture and maybe consider that what we're saying is not a bunch of garbage?
Was this a vasectomy or a hysterectomy? Which one?
I'm not 100% sure.
It was her that she had.
It was her, so it was a hysterectomy. Yeah, if you have a hysterectomy and they literally don't have a uterus anymore, right? You cannot produce a child. That's not able to happen.
Right, not physically, but by.
Was it tubal ligation? Did they just get their tubes tied?
I'm actually going to give her your information or vice versa, and I'm going to have her reach out to you and she can tell her story because it is wild.
If it was tubes tied, then it can still happen.
Sure, it can. My tubes.
Right, but if it is the case that she doesn't have a uterus anymore, it cannot.
Like I said, I can put you 2 in touch and she can tell you her miracle story. And she has 3 beautiful children. She just had one.
Oh, she was a lesbian too before
she she was a lesbian too before she came to the Lord.
So she's lesbian and she's repressing it?
No,
she was.
God.
Yes.
Decided to get straight, got married, and God blessed her with 3 kids.
Decided to be straight. Can you choose to be gay? Yeah, could you choose to be sexually attracted to me right now?
You could choose to be whatever you want to be.
No, I'm asking him. Could you choose to be sexually attracted to me right now?
I could choose to.
You could?
I choose not to.
Could you choose to be sexually attracted to your mother?
I could choose to. But
you could? Could you choose to be sexually attracted to dog shit?
Sure.
You could.
People are saying non-binary. People are saying they identify as.
That has nothing to being non-binary has nothing to do with whether or not you can be sexually attracted to shit.
Whatever.
You can be sexually attracted to shit. That's kind of disturbing, bro.
Okay, cool. So you just debased me. Great. But the point I'm making is you can choose whatever you want to choose. That's why we have choice.
No, you can't just choose to be sexually attracted to dog shit.
And just like
the cheer square, thank you so much.
Just like I would say that you can't choose to be attracted to men. And you're going to
Exactly, you can't choose, right? You just happen to be. Exactly, thank you very much. I appreciate it. You ran right into the point.
No, because then I could say that I have no choice but to be attracted to fecal matter.
Yeah, that would actually be the case. If you are attracted to fecal matter, you don't have a choice. That's just your brain.
If I was attracted to fecal matter, that would be considered a mental health issue.
It would be considered concerning, absolutely.
Yeah, it would be a mental health issue that I would probably have to seek therapy and counseling for, and probably medication for.
Yeah, so why do you think you can do that?
What do you mean?
Why do you think you can do it?
Do what?
Be sexually attracted to shit.
I never said that you couldn't. I said you could choose to.
You can choose to.
People choose a lot of really crazy things all the time, every day.
Why do people choose to be cats and dogs?
I don't think that. Okay, so when it relates to people choosing to be cats and dogs, they're not actually being cats and dogs, right? Clearly speaking.
Ooh,
really?
Yeah. Clearly speaking,
argument, right?
Because when our notions of man and woman relate to the social and cultural norms in society. There aren't social and cultural norms that relate to the ideas of cats and dogs that you could relate with humans, right? That's just not something that we can associate with. That doesn't make any sense, right? We have no way to make sense of that statement, right? But when someone is saying that they're committed, right, towards these social and cultural norms, that makes sense to us because we have concepts that we can actually like attribute them to. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay. Well, what did make sense?
Basically, you're saying it's not okay for somebody to choose to be a cat or dog, but it's okay for somebody to choose to, I don't even know at this point.
I think they just happen to have these commitments. It depends on what you mean by choose.
Okay, so let's go back to the original concept. You can choose whatever. You can choose to be gay. You can choose to be straight. You can choose to be bisexual. You can choose to.
So, can you choose to be sexually attracted to children?
You could choose that. Does it make
you
it
can?
right? No.
No, I'm asking, can you?
Could I? No.
Yeah. No, you can't. So if you can't choose your sexuality, what makes you think other people can?
Well, no, I guess, okay. If I wanted to, I could choose to, but
You could choose to. You could choose to find children sexually attractive.
But I choose not to.
So you could.
So could you.
No. What? What do you mean, so could you? What are you talking about, bro?
You could say right now, I like kids.
No.
And nobody could tell you any different.
No, I couldn't say that. You can?
No, I wouldn't.
No, you can't? No, not you wouldn't, can you?
Morally, no.
But not morally, no, can you?
Because it goes against the moral code of what I live by.
No, I want you to answer my question. Can you?
Me personally.
Yes. Who else would I be asking?
No.
No, I'm fucking asking the bottle next to me. Like, no, you can't? So if you can't, then what makes you think other people can choose?
I don't know. Again,
you don't know? Exactly. That's exactly what I mean, right? You have no basis for that. So maybe you might be bi because you can apparently find me sexually attractive.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point.
No, I'm not. I push the lemonade. What am I missing?
Okay. The general concept that any human being can make choices, right?
Any human being can make choices. I agree. You can choose to act upon your desires, but I don't think you choose your desires.
Okay.
Like when it relates to this.
So you're saying you can choose to act upon your desires, but you cannot choose your desires.
Yeah, when it relates to this. Yeah.
That's an interesting concept.
How so? Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you. I mean, that cap. Thank you for the cat as well.
Well, don't people choose their desires every day? The desires of your heart.
Like for example, can you choose to find shit like tasty? Appreciate the cap. Thank you.
If you choose to find money appealing,
appreciate
do
it.
not go and try.
Can you choose to find shit tasty? Thank you for the caps.
There are people that have.
No, can you, dude? I'm asking, can you? Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much.
No, I can't.
No, okay, so you can't choose your desires when it relates to that, but you can choose to act upon them. Appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much.
Okay, congratulations. Point. Which point?
I just made the point. You can't choose your desire when it relates to this, but you can choose to act upon it.
Okay.
We just made the point. What's confusing?
I don't know. You posed a point when we said that our friend who was gay decided to be straight, got right with the Lord, got married, and had 3 kids.
I said that she was what?
You said that she was suppressing being homosexual.
Yeah.
Maybe she was just straight the whole time, but confused when she was being gay.
I think that's unlikely. Likely
why
bi.
Would that be just as? Why would that be?
It's
unlikely?
likely bi, and she's just suppressing the
Great.
fact that she has like feelings towards the same sex.
Why is having feelings for the same sex so such a validating point for you, but having feelings for somebody who is heterosexual is not validating? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Wait, say that again?
Because you're saying that her having feelings for somebody of the same sex is validated in your eyes, and that she's basically suppressing being homosexual by getting married. But you're saying
by the Christian, because of Christianity, because she has these beliefs, right? Likely speaking, she's suppressing the fact that she has attraction towards the same sex, right? In this scenario, yeah, there's like aspects of suppression there.
What if she was suppressing being straight by pursuing her evil desires of wanting to be attracted?
Why does she have those desires? I don't have those desires, like towards the same sex.
Because of sin.
Because of sin.
And because so again, right? Did she choose those desires?
What, homosexual desires?
Yeah.
Yeah, she
Absolutely,
chose
she
to pursue that.
Oh, so choosing to pursue is different than choosing to have.
Sure.
Okay. Keely, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. So, I mean, do you kind of, okay. So again, you can't choose, it seems.
I mean, she chose to be homosexual and then chose to be heterosexual.
No, she chose just what to express. Chose what to act upon, right? But you don't choose your attraction.
Well, I guess that's something you have to ask her, right?
Well, no, I think it's the case that it's true amongst all humans that we don't choose what our attraction is there. I think we just happen to have attraction, then we can choose to act upon that. Yo, Maze, thank you so much for the monster truck. W Maze, I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much, Maze.
I want a monster truck.
That's tough. So, like, I mean, okay, so I don't see a reason as to why being gay is wrong. You're gonna just relate to like your Bible, right, in your book, right? I don't see there to be a justification for that being like accurate and describing what's right and wrong about morality.
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to talk about or add then?
I just wonder what's the point of the live then?
To argue against people that have beliefs that say that it's wrong, right? Because that is the basis for discrimination, hatred targeted towards people who are gay, and for the different treatment targeted towards people who are gay.
What about straight people?
What do you mean? What about straight people?
Well, I feel a little bit, what were the words you just said? Discriminated against. Targeted.
Yeah, people who are straight are not targeted against and discriminated against. How am I discriminated against in this country for being straight? Tell me, please.
Well, you're discriminating me right now because you're basically putting me down for my beliefs.
I'm straight.
Okay.
Wow. That was quite literally one of the dumbest thing that's ever come out of someone's mouth ever.
What?
I'm literally straight, so if anything, it would be the case that someone who's straight's discriminating against someone who's straight. That makes no fucking sense here.
Well, but that's what's happening.
I'm discriminated against you? What is this? Defines discrimination.
You define it.
I asked you to define it first. I can define it, but would you like to define it?
No, you do it.
Yeah, so it would just be generally relating to like unjust treatment towards a particular group given a particular characteristic.
Yeah.
And you didn't know that?
That's what you're doing to me right now.
How?
Because you're attacking my beliefs by saying that they're wrong and that they're incorrect, and
they are incorrect. You literally hold to a belief in which is contradictory.
So are yours.
How are mine contradictory?
Wrong? You said mine were wrong?
How are my beliefs contradictory?
I need some popcorn.
I'm looking around. Where's it at? Yo, thank you for the touchdown. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Where's the contradiction? Wow, it sounds like the South. I hear the crickets. Are you there? Hello? Yeah. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Did they just dip?
No, I'm here smiling at you.
Appreciate the hand art. Why are you so quiet? What's wrong?
No, I'm just watching you.
I'm just waiting for somebody to get me popcorn.
I'm waiting. Are you just not going to respond to anything? Y'all got nothing?
I think we're good.
You can't put your thinking caps together to bring up anything?
Like what?
You got nothing?
Like what?
It's pretty quiet. I don't hear no back talk.
Wait, what's your question again? I was kind of zoning.
Appreciate the champion. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's kind of embarrassing. Do you think that being gay is wrong?
Did we not just clear this up? You heard my stance in the very beginning. It's wrong and morally wrong. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And why is that again?
Oh my goodness. We just talked about all of this. Right?
Yeah, we went through all the arguments and we disputed them all. And I heard no back talk. So what's the reason why it's wrong? I heard no back talk. Jessica, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, what do you say? Anything else? Because we've been seriously just talking about this for the past hour. But no, thank you. I think we're good.
For sure.
All right, so
have a fantastic night.
You too.
Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much.
Good.
Peace out. The crickets were loud with those ones. The crickets were loud. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2 million likes, everyone. If you want to help get out to more people, you already know. Share the live, everyone, as well. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get to the next person, everyone. Only send a request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? 1v2? Yeah, I love the 1v2s. 1v2s are my favorite. I love doing that. I appreciate the cheer squad. Thank you so much. Okay, they have lots of background noise. We're going to go on to the next person. Only send a request if you disagree, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes, everyone. Y'all already know the deal. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
Yes.
Why so?
Growing up in Southern Baptist community.
Okay, so why is Christianity justified in describing to us what's right and wrong about morality? Hello? Caden, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going to go on to the next person. Only send a request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. I don't even know what's going on, chat. Literally didn't even get to like through the first question, chat. That was rough. All right, let's try the next person again. Only send a request if you disagree, if you think that being gay is wrong or immoral, y'all. Yo, thank you, Strokes. I appreciate the coral. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
Oh, they literally say hello, yes, like right at the end, bro. I swear, like it takes them a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on? 34.
Little Crown, thank you. Do you think that being gay is wrong or moral?
Define wrong.
Like it's against your preferences? You think it shouldn't be the case?
Do you think wrong is a matter of perspective or a universal truth?
Do I think wrong is what?
A matter of perspective or a universal truth?
Are you just saying like objective, subjective distinction? Realist.
What somebody says is right might be right to them. What you think
I
is
believe
wrong,
morals are subjective.
yeah, right? So
Candace, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Wrong to you could be true in your own beliefs. Wrong to somebody else could be wrong with them. So who is actually right compared to the perspective, right? We talk about
what do you mean actually right?
Exactly. So how can you say someone's wrong if there is no actual right?
Wrong would just be in relation to what my view is. Appreciate the orange. Thank you so much.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a matter of perspective. Would I be correct in saying that?
So why do you think that being gay is wrong?
So I didn't say that. I'm just saying it's a matter
So
of
you don't think it's wrong?
I don't think anything is wrong. I think wrong.
All right, I'm just looking for people who disagree. Appreciate you coming on, though. Thank you so much. Just looking for some debates, everyone. I don't know why people are sending requests if they don't disagree. Like I've heard the people who say that stuff about subjective morality many times, bro. Many times. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Yeah, do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
I think it's immoral personally, at least for me. This is another Christian topic, but basically because God didn't intend for it to be like a man and a woman, because he specifically outlines, or the Bible is written as man and woman. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, so how do you know the Bible is accurate in describing to us what's right and wrong about morality?
Because it's a faith belief for me, so that's why I believe.
If I decide to have faith that the Tooth Fairy created the universe and says that being gay is good, is that justified?
I would say yes, because that's your belief.
Okay, so thank you for the angel. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. So if I decide to believe that Ben 10 created the universe by slamming his Omnitrix, is that just as justified as your worldview?
Yes, it is. I think everyone's entitled to their own beliefs.
So how is this like an accurate standard to be able to determine what's within reality if there's no process to confirm or disconfirm
Sorry,
a claim?
Parker, you cut out. Can you start again?
Yeah, how do we know that this is an accurate process to determine what's true within reality if there's no process to confirm or disconfirm a claim?
Well, for the confirmation, for me at least, is my faith, really, because if you were to put it into perspective, like in a worldly sort of view. Actually, sorry, I'm just gonna close off these comments for a second. Are you in a relationship with anyone?
Like a romantic relationship?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so if your girlfriend, obviously says to you I'll be faithful to you, I won't be cheating on you, that kind of thing, would you have faith in that, or would you be constantly checking up to make sure that she isn't cheating on you?
So there's developed trust within a relationship, due to past and prior experiences. So because of the characteristics that they have and that they've exhibited, right, you would know that they're not likely to engage in that particular behavior.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So similar for me, when Jesus came to earth, he waited quite some time before he was teaching people about his father and stuff, God. So, with his holy acts kind of thing, that's how I have faith that he is the Son and therefore God.
Wait, so you just say you have faith, right? But you don't have prior experiences that would be able to indicate some level of trust with this individual, right?
Well, I
that would be
Jesus
the issue
personally, here on earth, obviously, because I wasn't.
What'd you say?
I haven't met Jesus personally here on earth. obviously because he was living quite some time ago. But like, that's kind of similar to what you could say like with your girlfriend or whatever necessarily. I'm assuming it's girlfriend.
No. Well, yeah, of course. But like when it like clearly, I don't think it does at all, right? Because yeah, I'm confused. I like you have no experience to go off of there, right? You don't know what characteristics that they exhibit, right? In order to trust them in that scenario, right? There's like someone to go off of for my relationship, but there's not when it relates to like Jesus.
You could kind of say the same thing with like the sources that you go off based on like scientific research. I mean, how do you know for sure, like personally, that what they are saying is true? Because I guess
there's reproducible evidence. There's a method.
And you could say the same for the Bible because, there's specific things. I don't know what an example could be, but like there's a few things that have been written by multiple people in the Bible to like reconfirm that what they have said is true. So
Candace, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can you restate the last claim there?
So basically, like the scientific research that you're going off, you're saying that you can like confidently believe it because it's been researched multiple times by multiple people who have said the same thing.
Yeah, and there's reproducible evidence for it. So there's observational and reproducible evidence for it.
And when I like talk about my belief, like with God and Jesus and sort of like that kind of thing, like that obviously comes from faith because, I think that you can't really have a relationship without faith and trust being there. So.
Wait, trust is different from faith. That's the idea.
Yeah, but I'm saying faith and trust.
It's like we have legitimate.
I trust that the Bible is true and I have faith that the Bible.
But how do you trust the Bible if there's no evidence to go off of? There's evidence to go off of when it relates to our relationships.
I feel as though that the trust is there because I trust the people that have written the Bible haven't just made up things. And I think that there's certain contexts like in the Bible.
But you don't have any relationship with them to be able to demonstrate that.
Do you have any relationship with scientists?
We have reproducible evidence for that, right? If we were just basing it upon a prior, if we were relating it upon a prior, you do have experiences with this particular individual to develop that trust with them.
Okay, so you have a relationship with a scientist, is that what you're saying?
No, I don't need, okay, so like when it relates to this, right, the trust is based upon the evidence. One scenario, we get evidence about how someone's character is based upon the experiences that we have with them. And in the other scenario, we get the evidence about like based upon the scientific method, right, through observation, right, reproduction of results, things like that, right? So clearly speaking, we have evidence to go off of in that scenario to invoke the trust.
But if we were going off what you were saying is that, you shouldn't really believe something unless like what is being said by someone that you trust, then why could the Bible not apply to something that I trust if you trust what scientists are saying? And I'm not saying that you're wrong for that because obviously
Wait, sorry, say that again?
You're kind of going off the basis of like whose word is more trustworthy and, you're saying that it's because evidence from scientists have been reproduced multiple times, but I guess you could say the similar thing for like the Bible. I mean, the people
they don't have reproducible evidence for the Bible.
I would say that they do.
What evidence?
Well, look, I won't pull out any specific example because you're just going to nitpick that one, but
yeah, if you can give me anything, I'd love to see it.
Look, what I will tell you is that there isn't anywhere in the Bible that does condemn homosexuality specifically. However, I think that if like God did intend for people to be homosexuals, that he would have probably outlined that in the Bible, which he did not. So when
where in the Bible does it say that it's wrong for a father to be with his daughter?
I didn't say that it said that.
Yeah, you just said if the Bible doesn't prescribe that, then we don't have reason to believe it.
No,
where does it say in the Bible that 2 + 2 equals 4?
I was more so saying that the Bible was very intentional when they wrote male and female or like man and woman.
Yeah, the Bible is very intentional. Why didn't it put 2 + 2 equals 4? So how can you be sure that 2 + 2 actually equals 4 if God didn't put it in the Bible?
Because the Bible was written many, many years ago and, it was written by people who could have been just like you or me. So they hadn't had experiences like we do now to be able to necessarily recount or write for, if that makes any sense.
So so here would be my question. How do you make a distinction between the types of spiritual experiences that you would relate to in terms of the conclusions that you formed from them, but not accepting the conclusions formed from, say, the spiritual experience of of Prophet Muhammad with Angel Gabriel in terms of dictating the Quran?
Truthfully, I don't know much about the Quran. So I'll just stick to what I know. But look, what I think you were saying to somebody else previously, something like with, a creative, a perfect creator should be making a perfect world. However, I feel like there wouldn't necessarily be any basis for love or choice if that was the case. So, I feel like...
Oh, wait, can God love us?
Yes, I believe he loves us.
Does God have free will?
Does God have free will?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I believe he does.
So you can have free will and love even though you're perfect. So you can have choices and love even though you're perfect, right? Therefore, the same thing could be applicable to humans.
No, I don't necessarily think so, because...
What's the issue?
Well, I feel like evil is kind of the absence of good. So, we wouldn't be given a choice of anything, really, if our decisions were all made for us based on God dictating everything to happen in the world.
No. God wouldn't be the one to dictate it in this scenario. He would, again, for example, if I were to ask you the question, can I do the right thing today?
What, sorry?
Can I do the right thing every point today?
I think you can, make some choices and they can be right, but I don't think everything you do.
Do you think every choice I make today could be the right one?
No, I don't.
You don't think that's possible?
No, I don't think so. I don't think
so. I don't have free will. So I don't even have a choice. If I can't do the right thing, then I don't have a choice.
I don't really see the relevance, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, if you don't have free will, why did the Holocaust happen? Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much.
I think you could try to make the right choice, but I think because
can I though? Can I do it? Is it possible?
No, because you and me.
If it's not possible, I don't have free will, and if I don't have free will, why does the Holocaust happen? Why do children die of cancer? Right? Why is it the case that war happens? Why does genocide occur? Why does sex trafficking happen? Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. If there's no free will,
I don't know why those things happen. I think it's sick.
Does God prefer them to happen? Because there's no reason for them to happen if there's not free will.
No, I definitely don't think that God likes those things happening.
Okay, so then why do they exist? That's a question you have to be able to answer.
Because people that choose to partake in those are choosing that way of life.
You're just saying that people have to follow God or something? I'm confused.
No, I'm saying that people that engage in wars or murder or things like that, they are making that conscious choice.
Yeah, but that would entail that there's free will. But again, remember, there's not free will because I can't do the right thing.
When you twist it like that, of course it can work in your favor though, Parker. I mean, you've done
What do you mean twist it like that? That's exactly what your view is. I'm not twisting anything. I'm telling you what your view is because you've already said that.
Do you think
this is what you've already established in the conversation? This is what is entailed given what you've already established.
Do you think that you can make the right choice in every situation, every time?
Yes, that's definitely possible. I have free will.
Okay, so you've never made a mistake once in your life before?
No, I've made mistakes.
Okay, so why did you make those mistakes?
Because I'm not perfect.
But you've got free will to be perfect, so why would you not choose to just be perfect?
Because I don't have those capacities. Internally speaking, I'm not perfect, right? It's the case that I wasn't fully rationally developed.
That literally makes zero sense.
How does that make zero sense? The reason why I made mistakes in the past because I wasn't fully rationally developed. That makes total sense.
Okay, so moving forward now, you don't think that you would ever make another mistake again?
No, I'll still make mistakes. I'm still not fully rationally developed.
Okay, but when you are rationally developed, do you honestly think that you...
If I was completely 100% rationally developed, yes, I would never make a mistake.
When will you be rationally developed?
I don't think I'll ever reach that point where I would be able to have that level of knowledge.
So then how can you throw that argument into this if you would never get to that point anyway?
Because I'm just relating to the idea that it's logically possible.
But that's just an idea though. So like, I don't
exactly.
understand.
And so is God.
Yeah, to you.
That's why we're relating to it. We're
Yeah,
relating to
to
these
you.
different concepts and ideas.
Have you ever believed in God prior to now?
Yes, I grew up Christian.
Okay. Yeah, look, I don't really know what more to tell you because, you know, I've said my piece. So for me, like at least for my life, I think that being gay is wrong. I'm not really in a position to be able to
Yeah, but
judge
you
it.
just do it based upon God's existence, but you had no way to justify that.
Well, do you think that if God intended for women and women and men to be together, that
I don't think that a God exists. So I don't think that one would do that.
okay, well, that's kind of where I'm at, and I would say that.
Maze, thank you so much for the unicorn. I appreciate it, Maze. Thank you so much.
Love the interruptions.
I'm just thanking someone.
Yeah, look, you're asking why I think it's wrong for my life, and that's why I think it's wrong.
Okay, do you have an argument?
That is my argument.
Just God, but we already went over that. We can go over that again.
No, I don't think we need to go over it again. I have said my piece, and like, you know, you are totally in a position to not agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that your position
stop.
is clearly unjustified.
Do you want to say thank you for that gift? I'll stop.
It wasn't it was a different type of gift, but yeah, yeah. So that just sounds like you're just a little mad at the fact that I said thank you for a gift.
No, I'm not mad.
I don't know. It sounds like you're pressed.
I think it's good that you're being grateful for that. Anyway, yeah, my argument is solely based on what the Bible says. So that's kind of where I stand.
Yeah, and the Bible is unjustified, remember? Again, I went over the perfection argument with you, right?
Yeah, but to you, it's wrong, which is fine.
No, objectively speaking, there's a contradiction. Like, there's a contradiction. It's not just my opinion, there is a contradiction. I'm just describing to you and telling you that there's a contradiction.
Yeah, look, I just don't think that it's possible for a relationship to exist without faith. So, yeah, I guess another reason why I kind of think that it is wrong or immoral is
Does God have faith?
I'm not sure. I don't know how to really answer that question.
Because he's all knowing, right? So he's certain of everything. So under your view, he probably wouldn't have faith, but he can still have a relationship with us.
Yeah, I guess so.
So faith isn't required for a relationship. You just disproved your own point. Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate it, Blue Knights. Thank you so much.
Well, before you cut me off, what I was going to say was that, like, the other reason that I think it could be wrong or immoral is because I don't believe in sex before marriage. And, you know, when the Bible talks specifically about marriage, it says husband and wife. And, you know, a male and a male can't be husband and a wife. They are a husband, and a woman is a wife. So, yeah.
Yeah, so like it's still going to be the case that you have no justification for your particular religious beliefs. And secondly, it doesn't say only between a man and a woman. It just describes with a man and a woman. Never says only. So
Okay, well, let's argue from the perspective that you and I both believe the Bible. What would you say to me then?
Oh, yeah, it doesn't say that it's only between a man and a woman. And
So you
also
think-
all of the claims that relate to being gay in the Bible, saying that it's immoral to engage in intercourse, right? They're all extremely vague.
I just think it's silly that you kind of think that the only way it could be credible is if it uses the word only.
Yeah. If we're saying that it's wrong to engage in gay marriage, yeah, that would be a required point. Appreciate the Lucy Llama. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it, Amelia. Thank you. Any arguments?
That is my argument.
That's
That
it?
is my argument. Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on.
Okay. Thanks, Parker.
All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, if you like my content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I go on live every single day. So again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. But let me go on to the next person. Again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. I appreciate it, though. Let me go on to the next person, though. Let's go on to the next person. Yeah, the chat was going pretty wild. Okay, why are they sending me all these stuffs? The chat was going pretty... Why the hell is it not letting me... Oh my god. The chat was going pretty wild. I was going to answer truthfully. Are we going to address it? We'll see. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Maybe on my second account. How old are you?
I'm 22.
For sure. Do you think that it's wrong or immoral to be gay? Yo, user at 1-8. I appreciate the match cup. Thank you so much. Stop using the chat, everyone. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it's between a man and a woman.
Okay, so do you think it's wrong to engage in gay intercourse? Or to be gay? Appreciate the subscription, Kiki. Thank you so much. Yeah? Why so?
It's just the Bible says so.
Appreciate the chef's kiss. Thank you so much. So how do you know that the Bible is justified and described? Oh, you're trolling?
Of course, come on.
Yeah, no, I could guess. It's not the same girl. It's literally a different person. Yeah, chat, do you really want me to address it, bro? I'm not gonna give much information, but yeah. I'm not lying, but Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
I do. However,
Why so?
I am kind of gay for you, I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, so why is it wrong or immoral to be gay?
Can I be honest with you?
What?
Like, genuinely honest.
Go for it.
You're fine as fuck.
Yeah, that's wrong for you to think that, bro. That's wrong. That's so wrong. We're gonna go on to the next person. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2 million likes, everyone. It will help get out to more people. You already know the deal. Yeah, chat. I don't know. There's not much for me to say, chat. There's not much for me to say. Maybe I'll go on my second account and talk about it more, but I don't know if there's much to say, chat. Has Parker addressed the allegations? Oh my god. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, for some reason it's not going out to more people. Let me go to the next person. Everyone only send a request if you disagree, y'all. Yes, I have a girlfriend. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
No, not necessarily, but I want to debate the fact that, like,
I am just looking for debates. Appreciate you coming on. Just looking for some debates. Yes, I do have a girlfriend, chat. An apology video. Yes, I'm off the market. That's tough. He seems happier. Okay, come on, chat, please. I'm not gonna say her name or anything. I don't want to like expose information, chat, because people like actually search that stuff up. So I'm not saying anything, but yeah, I am. As of when? It's been probably 2 weeks or so since we started. Oh, maybe a week since we started dating. I don't know. That's really it. Oh my god, cute. Oh my god. Please, chat, please.
Hi.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 36. How old are you?
Yeah, do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, why so?
Okay, first of all, I'm gay, and I was born gay, but it is wrong. You get bullied, you don't have a family. When nature starts calling you, you want to have a family, you want to have children, and then you realize that, like, people like you, I mean, I don't think that your intentions are bad, but for people like you is that you start becoming more gay, and then eventually you have nothing in your life.
I'm becoming more gay?
You're not gay. I mean, you're straight, and that's why I don't think that you can even know how it feels to be gay. I mean, gay is.
Oh, I thought you were saying that like I was becoming more. Yeah, sure.
No,
I don't know what it feels like to be gay particularly. I definitely agree with that. What's your point with that though, particularly?
when you are gay, it feels bad, and you can change that. I mean, you talk about infertile women, like
Wait, how do
a
you change the fact that you're
Gary.
gay? How does someone do that?
You can force yourself to be normal. I mean, not
To be why is being gay not
100%.
normal?
It's not natural. It's okay. Listen, encouraging people being gay gets you can get HIV easy easier than other people. I'm sorry, my English is not
Appreciate the hand
perfect,
art.
but
Thank you so
I
much.
have that faith.
There are other
And
STDs that are more likely to spread among straight people. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. So if you're
oh
going off of STDs,
yeah,
well,
but
then there are other ones like
HIV is
syphilis
the
that are more
worst.
likely to
Trust
spread
me.
among straight people.
Oh yeah, I know it's, but trust me, you don't want to have HIV. And yeah, I mean, when you start feeling that it's not wrong being gay, you start just feeling like you can do whatever you want, and then you feel the king of the world, and then you think not. I mean, I have clients. I'm a psychic. I'm not gonna ask you to trust me or like, but people talk to me, gay people, and they regret so much not having a family, and with infertile women, they don't have a choice because it's in their genetics. They were born infertile. I was born gay, but I
Wait,
know if
I have a
someone would
question.
have told me you're
Do you,
wrong,
I have a
you're
question. Hold
immoral.
up about. Do you think it's wrong to engage in gay intercourse?
Of course it is. It is so much wrong. You know why?
So
Because when
so
you
so here let me clarify. So like when it relates to this, you can adopt when you're infertile. One, two. I'm also
yeah, you can
the
adopt
analogy that
also
I
when
bring
you're
up
gay.
about the analogy that I bring up is particularly as a fertile man. If I were to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile, so it would be my choice to engage in intercourse with this individual who's infertile when I could engage in intercourse with someone else who's fertile. So the choice is still the same in that scenario for me, the individual that is fertile.
But you will socially be acceptable in that case. But if you're gay, you're socially. I mean, there are always nice people
Wait,
like
so
you, Parker.
wait. Hold up. For example, if it is the case that there is that interracial marriage in a particular place is
I
not
don't have a religion.
acceptable socially, does that mean it's wrong?
It is wrong because people start thinking that they can do whatever they want with their life, that being gay is right, and then they start just being more
Wait.
queer.
About
And
did you hear me?
yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
go ahead.
you think it would be wrong to engage in interracial marriage if it was socially unacceptable in society?
It is gonna be hard for people. I mean, people do it, but if
No, is it
you,
wrong?
it is not wrong that
No,
that
it's
is
not
not
wrong.
wrong
So just
because
because something is considered socially acceptable does not mean that it's wrong.
it's not about sociable. I mean, it has to do with how you feel inside. When you're gay, you can change that. I mean, if you are a child and people start telling you what you're doing is wrong, what you're doing is immoral, then you can probably change. I think that I will have, if when I was 6 years old, I mean, I just remember being gay and liking men, but probably if I will have someone who told me, you know, you're wrong, you're immoral, I will probably have chosen a different life, and then I wouldn't be suffering so much, you know.
Wait, so are we talking about how people are treating you
Being
in your
gay is,
society?
uh, I'm
So
not, I mean,
are you talking about how it's wrong for people to treat you, or is it wrong for you to be the way that you are?
well, that's a nice question, thank you. But it makes me feel good, your question, you know, but I
Did
I could change. I mean,
did you hear me?
everybody will talk about you in society. I mean, even if you live in West Hollywood and with all gay people around, they will always talk about you and they will always say bad things. No matter what people say, I mean, people will always have I mean, you wouldn't have a life about being a straight wrong because people know it. I mean,
Yeah, no, because people don't think that, right? The reason why we have to do this is because people think that, and we want to argue against it, and we want to accept people. It's not something that you should be ashamed of. You shouldn't be ashamed of the fact that you're gay. You shouldn't be bullied based on the fact that you're gay. You shouldn't be treated negatively based on the fact that you're gay. And that's exactly what we're arguing here.
I'm not saying that I love myself for who I am, but trust me, if I could have someone like years ago telling me not to be gay, not mm, I could have chose to be different. Uh, it is a mental illness, you know.
No,
People say
so it's not a
sometimes
mental
it
illness.
is.
No
It
academic
is. It is.
university would consider it a mental illness, right?
That
Two, when it
university
relates to this,
where
it isn't the
46
case that you can
people,
just change.
okay,
Hold on, Bell.
46
It isn't the
people,
case that
no,
you
no,
can just change
hold on.
this.
That university, 46 psychiatrists said that it was right, and 42 said it was wrong. So and that was years ago. Yeah, 42 psychiatrists say it was a mental illness, and they agreed that was a mental illness.
That is not something that's classified now. There's literally no large academic institution that would indicate that it's a mental illness, right? I would just ask
There
what the
are a lot of psychiatrists on their
what is the
own
conditions? What are the conditions for mental illness?
mental illness. What are the conditions? For example, if a pedophile has preference for children, that would be like wrong,
Can you give me?
right?
I
So,
agree, it's wrong, right? Can you give me any conditions that we can use to identify whether or not someone has a mental illness? Like, what are your conditions to identify that? Because you're making the claim that they have a mental illness.
because when you are born, you can change. I mean, you have something in your mind that you cannot change. I mean, it's like you want to be someone different, and if there will exist a pill or something that I could take and change who I am, I could change it, you know. Living with HIV is the worst, and trust me, you don't want people to keep believing that being gay is right, because
Wait,
then
Abel, this is because people in society have treated you badly because you have this characteristic. It's not because you think
okay,
this characteristic is
listen,
bad.
I have talked to hundreds of people in my life because I am a psychic and all over the world. And trust me, people always is gonna feel bad after all. I mean, nature will start calling you. Nature will start asking you for children, and it's in your nature. And then you will regret. Trust me, if there are children hearing me, being
Wait,
gay
you
is
can be
wrong.
gay and have children. You understand? You can adopt, right? You can go through IVF, in
It's
vitro
not the same. It's
fertilization,
not the
artificial insemination, right? There are many ways that you can produce children and have children, even if you're gay, right? Isn't the case that you just like don't have the ability to produce children or to start a family?
Yeah, but trust me, like that is not a choice for so many people, and it is not gonna be socially acceptable. It's like, oh, you see the gays there, like people will always talk about you behind your back or in front of you,
And
and
this is why we should fight for social acceptance, right? It can be socially acceptable and it will be socially acceptable, right? We've made huge strides when it relates to that here in the United States, right? And we're continuing to make it better.
and it is better. I mean, I totally get the point that you're trying to encourage people to be themselves, but trust me, you don't want to live that like this way. It is. It feels horrible, you know. I was born. My brother has two children now. He's straight. I come from a religious family, so trust me, I know now that I'm 36 that I could have chosen different, but I didn't. And I wish people won't be so. I mean, if you're gonna be gay, that's fine, but don't be so promiscuous. And like you probably have all the best intentions for people to be nice to gay people, but like gay people suffer being gay, and probably.
No,
And
no, wait,
I'm
hold
not
up,
talking.
Abel. It's not because they're gay. They suffer because of the discrimination they face for being gay. It's not because they're gay. It's
And there
because
is
of the
always going to be
discrimination. So it's
discrimination.
because of
There is
how other people
always.
treat them. It's because of the people that treat them badly. That's why. Right. And what you're doing
Yeah,
is you're
and
associating
like
the
in a
feeling. I
perfect
appreciate that,
world.
Lemonade. Thank you so much. You're associating the feeling that you have with how
No, no,
people
no. I
treat
mean,
individuals,
trust me, I
right?
have talked to
With being
so
gay
many gay
itself.
people in my life,
Hey
and
man, did you hear what I
there's
just
so much
said?
drama. Yes,
What did I just say?
I'm sorry. No, I was over talking to you. I'm sorry.
So it's not about the fact that someone is gay. It's about the discrimination, the hatred that they face for being gay. So not because they're gay. It's because of how people are treating them.
Right. But how can you? I mean, I understand that in a Parker world, it would be so nice for everybody, but it's not gonna be like that. I mean, there is only 4,000 people, like over 1 million people that will be against you. And even if you live in the richest country, even if you live in the poorest country, it's always gonna be judged, and you can change that. I mean, you said that university have accepted that it is not a mental illness, but there there were 42 against 46. So basically, 60% of people say it wasn't uh, disease, and 40%
I
agree
don't
with
know
that.
what you're even referencing with that.
No, yeah, I am. I made my homework. Trust me, and I just wanted to say that, like, it's okay for you to encourage
Can
people
you wait?
to
Can
be
you give me a source
themselves.
for that, man? I don't know where you got that from. Can you give me a source?
Oh, Google. I'm sorry.
Where on
You
Google?
can just search the uh, that university from Switzerland. Uh, there were 42 psychiatrists that were saying that being gay is a
What
mental
is the
illness.
title? What is the
And
title? Robert,
I'm
thank you for
sorry,
the Venmo. I appreciate it.
I don't know what's the title.
Okay, Abel, would you like to send that to me and then I can check that out later and maybe we can have a conversation about that later?
Really? Sure, yeah. Thank you.
For sure. Abel, I
I
appreciate you
appreciate
coming
it.
on, man. Thank you so much.
No problem.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only set a guest request. If you disagree, keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. We're going to be moving over to the sub-only chat here in about 7 minutes, everyone. If you want to have access to the subscriber-only chat, subscribe to me if you haven't already. I come on every single day. We're going to be doing that for the next hour here in about 7 minutes, everyone. But let me go on to the next person again. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Let's go on to the next person, though, y'all. Aura E. Why 7 minutes? That's the 7
hello,
hours.
what's up?
Or 6 hours. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you? Okay, he's lagging. I'm going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Again, we are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, Regina, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, for some reason, it's not accepting this person. We're going to try the next person again. Only send our guest request if you disagree, everyone. Yo, thank you for the sunglasses. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. What's up, Aiko? How you doing? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it? I'm 32.
Yeah, do you think that being gay is wrong or moral?
I'm quite confused about it. Like in terms of the religion sector and my cultural upbringing, it is wrong.
But do you think it's wrong under your view?
it doesn't really affect me much. I would go with my cultural upbringing and say that it is wrong.
Why so?
Like if the majority of the population had to go gay, I mean, where would it leave us? You know, as humankind.
So because it doesn't lead to reproduction, it's wrong?
Oh yeah, it's literally our species. You know, it's literally we would go extinct. Literally, you know.
Yeah. So is it wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman that would be infertile?
No. Well, if,
That,
you know,
but that
if it's
doesn't
not
end in
if
reproduction either.
it's not by her choice, you know.
But it would be my choice as a man who's fertile to engage in intercourse with that woman who is infertile.
Yes.
So would it be wrong for me to engage in intercourse with that woman?
No, because it's not her choice.
But it is my choice, remember?
Yes, but she still deserves a relationship even though it's not her choice. It's not her choice to be infertile. She still deserves a relationship and, you know, to have
Sure,
the
but like,
possibility of marriage.
I agree, but like the point is clear is that doesn't lead in reproduction, and the person who's gay doesn't choose the fact that they're gay, and they also deserve being able to start a family with the person that they love.
The reason why I would say that someone doesn't choose the fact that they're gay is because I think the majority of it also stems from, you know, childhood issues.
You don't have good evidence of that at all. There's not good evidence. There is not even there's no causation that would be there. Right? Can you give me any reason to believe that like someone going through traumatic experiences causes them to be gay?
Yeah, well, I mean, if someone's been a victim of a predator, you know, it does confuse one with their sexuality, especially when they're under the age of puberty.
Can you give me evidence?
I think I've just seen a few, you know, documentaries, you know, with psychiatrists and, you know, social welfare type of thing.
Yeah, so there's nothing that would be demonstrating a causation between people going through this type of experience and then it causing them to be gay.
Well, that is
no good evidence.
It's a fact. I mean, it's logic where, you know, if a minor has been groomed, and also, you know, with society and what is the norm of what we watch, and what we allow into